I did not make this fanfic, support the author in the link below. Having long been told that his desire to become a hero was not but a fanciful dream, Izuku Midoriya suffers a terrible accident that makes it seem more like an outright fantasy. However, he is soon shown by a certain Sorcerer Supreme that sometimes diving straight into fantasy is the best way to achieve one's dreams. Make way for Izuku Midoriya, future master of the mystic arts. Chapter 41. Survive the Mirror Dimension. What the hell is even happening? Shoji's multi-arms had erupted into a grotesque web of numerous ears and eyes, each appendage listening and observing the facility before him from as many different angles as possible. Each ear and eye twitched with every twinge of his muscles. He towered over his downed teacher and crouched classmates protectively, with Sideos' bulk standing beside his. Zero and Uraraka were at 13's side, doing whatever they could to console the hero. They were all huddled in the center of the pathway, on the red bricks. They tried to ignore the spinning yellow brick surrounding them as best they could. Shoji's face grew grim and taut beneath his mask. Iida's escape was supposed to mark the turning point in this surprise attack by villains, the signal that whatever ambush they planned had failed, that they should just hightail it out of here, before the rest of the UA faculty arrived. Except that's not what happened. It all started with the Miss Villain's disappearance, after he and his other present classmates helped Iida escape from his foggy clutches. Sato had hurled the teleporting villain away via Zero's tape right, as Iida slipped through the USJ's huge doors, dissipating into thin air. Shoji initially assumed the villain had resigned himself to defeat. He was dead wrong. He recalled momentarily clenching every eye he had spawned shut as a wall of swirling light spread outward from the mountainside opposite of the entrance, consuming the entire facility in a matter of seconds. When his many eyes reopened, the USJ seemed unchanged aside from the countless fractals swimming across the ceiling and seeming. Several of his arms sprouted hands once more, reaching out to grasp the spinning shapes out of caution and curiosity, but they were nigh untouchable. A tremor shuddered across the USJ's giant glass dome, and all eyes were on the mountain zone, as the tallest of its two peaks suddenly dissolved, giant chunks of rock spiraling into the sky, and ripping apart from one another like putty, as it swiftly turned cyclonic. A ripple emanated from the scene, one barely perceptible to even Shoji's keen eyesight. An incessant scraping sound, soft at first, but growing steadily louder, crept into his ears. Shoji had shot a glance down the tall stairway leading toward the plaza. The yellow bricks flanking both sides of central red-colored ones began spinning rapidly as the translucent ripple approached nearer and nearer. It was almost as if the yellow bricks had turned into windmills, spinning and kicking up clouds of dirt from all the friction. Shoji hardly had any time to comprehend what he was seeing around him when loud groans filled his ears from either side of him. He couldn't see what was transpiring beneath the blue dome to his right, but he could clearly see what was happening in the ruins to his left. The artificially crumbled buildings, each one tipping precariously off their foundations, were swaying back and forth violently, as if directed by large gears hidden beneath them, crashing against one another, and sending chunks of concrete and steel down into the already ruined streets below. But Shoji knew these movements were unnatural, and he also knew from his multi-ears that Bakugo and Kirishima had been transported to that zone. His ears could still pick up the faint vibrations from what must have been his explosions, and Shoji felt sure that they would be okay. He would only be worried if Bakugo's explosions suddenly died down for no discernible reason. The wall of ice erupted from just the other side of the swing ruins. Todoroki likely ended whatever fight he was involved with there. A slight shiver ran up Shoji's arms. A slight chill from his glacial wall could be felt all the way over here, but it wasn't soothing at all. It felt just as unnatural as all the shenanigans unfolding around them. Flashes of lightning erupted from the mountainside zone, and a deafening crash from the right. Shoji jerked his face over toward the flood zone right as the bright green slide towering and spiraling above the lake collapsed in a rend, broken heap, boulders and green plastic bits flying into the air, amidst all the water also sent airborne from the torrential splash that followed. He knew from his auditory reconnaissance that Mineta, Asui, and Ashido had been sent to the flood zone. He hoped they were unharmed in the crash. "We have to stay together." One of Shoji's many arms morphed into a mouth, addressing Sato as the yellow-suited student approached him, likely for a status update. But what sort of status update could he possibly give among all this insanity? Spinning bricks, swing buildings, spiraling mountains, fractals in the air. Did anyone else present honestly expect him to make heads or tails of what was unfolding before them? Was he expecting it from himself? Shoji spared a glance back toward the mutilated remains of 13's body, and Zero and Uraraka crouched a downed hero. There were no villains present near the entrance anymore, but they couldn't simply leave 13 undefended. No, the best course of actions, especially in this hectic new environment, would be to wait for the return of Iida and the rest of the faculty. Iida's escape was supposed to mark a turning point, Shoji reminded himself as the steel girders supporting the USJ's ceiling peeled out of place, colliding into the second mountainside peak, followed by a cloud of glass shards. The roof of the fiery conflagration zone became undone soon after, the subdued flames erupting high into the sky at the new intake of fresh, abundant oxygen. Iida's escape was supposed to mean they would all soon be safe. But as the flaming skyscrapers of the conflagration zone suddenly rose into the sky, stretched like taffy, and towering above even the flames roaring below, Shoji was struck by an uncomfortable possibility that Iida's escape and run for aid could, perhaps, have been meaningless. Because Shoji did not feel safe. Not even close. Damn it. Bakugo was screaming and swearing incessantly as he unloaded explosion after explosion against the nearest wall. Kirishima had his hardened arms dug into the crumbling floor for balance, as the building swayed back and forth, watching Bakugo incredulously, as a hole was finally blasted through the wall, crashing onto the street below. Peering through the hole, Kirishima could see clearly across the ruined zone they were sent to. All the other buildings spread out across the simulated urban expanse were also swaying back and forth. Is this supposed to be part of the SJ? Kirishima yelled out to Bakugo as he clung to the floor for dear life. Bakugo, however, paid him in the swing buildings no mind, instead moving to another stretch of wall, and unleashing another barrage of explosions against it. Bakugo was trying to destroy the ceaseless mosaic of fractals imposed over the building's walls and floors, to no effect. The fractals seemed also ghostly, hanging and swimming in midair, as the concrete they seemed to be layered on blasted outward and onto the street below. Even outside, across the ruined city, Kirishima could see the fractals spinning in air or seemingly atop the building's walls, faint yet still apparent. Damn it all, Bakugo huffed, pressing his grenade-shaped gauntlets against the scorched wall for support, as he finally stopped letting off explosions. Kirishima blinked. Was he finally giving up? This must be the doing of one of those damn villains. Bakugo snarled, slamming his fists together. Kirishima sighed. Of course he wasn't giving up. Still, the sudden change was as odd as it was jarring. One second the two are wiping the floor with a group of villains ambushing them, and the next the building begins swaying back and forth as the beaten thugs slip away through various cracks, windows, and doorways. I wonder if crazy stuff like this is happening in other zones. Kirishima thought worriedly about his classmates, especially the new friends he'd made in Midoriya, Aoyama, and Tokoyami. How were they faring against the villains? Especially Midoriya. What did that fog guy call him again? A sorcerer. The hell was that about? And he said he'd be dealt with accordingly. They have a way to counter even Midoriya's crazy quirk. We should go find the others. Kirishima said as he tried forcing himself to his feet amidst the swing. I'm worried about those who don't have offensive powers, and if stuff like this is happening elsewhere. Screw that. Bakugo barked. You go find them if you want to. Once I figure out what's going on here, I'm going after that warping guy. He's their way in and out, and I want to take him out before any of them can even think about escaping. What? Kirishima replied with a start. Doesn't that sound a bit childish? Shouldn't we regroup with the others first? Should it? Bakugo barked again. Those extras will be fine. Especially if they're just facing the kind of small fry we just took down. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to figure a way out of this death trap so I can get a crack at the mist guy. Kirishima gave pause as he mused over Bakugo's logic, crass and tactless as it was. The idea wasn't without merit. Taking down the villain's only way out would leave them crippled and helpless when the pros arrived to mop up. At least, Kirishima felt confident help was coming. And then there was Bakugo's assurance that the others would be fine against whatever villains they were facing. He brushed off the idea of seeking them out to help without a moment's hesitation. Kirishima thought at first that Bakugo really was that callous and dismissive, but was he really just confident in their classmates' fighting abilities? Did he believe in them so much that it wasn't even worth his time worrying about them? Believing in our friends, Kirishima thought back to the impromptu toast he participated in with the rest of his friends in Team Defect. Did his time during and after the battle trial not prove they believed in him? Did he not owe them the same amount of faith, not just as a friend, but as a man, too? Hang on, Bakugo. He called out to the blonde, who replied with the irritated grunt. That's super manly of you, reminding me to believe in our friends, even in this situation. Kirishima smashed his two hardened fists together, silently noting they were much heavier than usual. I'll follow you. Midoriya, Aoyama, Tokoyami. Have faith that I'll do whatever I can, because I know you'll do the same. Found you? Nothing personal, kid. Tokoyami watched from his darkened perch as two more villains took the bait that was his classmate Kota, rushing at a seemingly vulnerable target and leaving themselves open for a crushing ambush. Now, Dark Shadow. Kota fell into only a meager defensive stance, hiding his face behind his arms, as the villains lunged at him, only to be slammed into a wall by Dark Shadow's gargantuan claw. That makes 6, Tokoyami said, flashing a thumbs up to Kota as the two villains, a gangly clawed man, and a yellowish brute of an ogre, collapsed to the drizzly ground in a pain heap. We need only whittle them down until help assuredly arrives. Kota, shy and quiet as he was, merely nodded his head in agreement. They both booked it down the nearest alley, as the sound of boots stomping across waterlogged streets reached their ears. The need for guerrilla tactics was, in Tokoyami's view, made all the more essential by the zone they'd been warped to. The squall zone dumped a seemingly ceaseless amount of water down onto the city streets and alleys. And he was sure there was a complicated drainage system in place that recycled all the water that flowed down the city's various gutters and drains back into the sprinkler system, lining the entire dome ceiling. The rain was little more than a consistent drizzle, but the wind was anything but consistent, constantly changing directions from whatever fan mechanism 13 had installed into the dome. Tokoyami figured it was likely to make the simulation as chaotic and therefore, as realistic as it could possibly be. It didn't make fighting in such conditions any more enjoyable, what with rain inevitably pelting into his and Kota's faces, regardless of which direction they were facing. And then there was the darkness. That made fighting in such an environment even more of a hassle for Tokoyami. He'd hurriedly explained the basic ins and outs of his court to Kota, as they escaped the initial ambush they'd been warped into. The squall zone was dimly lit, and Tokoyami could feel the strength surging through Dark Shadow and himself by extension as a result of said darkness. He'd already noted that this was the largest Dark Shadow had ever grown outside of any instances where he'd lost control in the past, and he wanted to make doubly sure he didn't slip with his emotions. The last thing he wanted to do was potentially harm Kota or anyone else who might have come to help. Unfortunately for Tokoyami, the universe had decided it was pushing the envelope today. A dull tremor rumbled throughout the city and across the darkened blue dome, as Tokoyami and Kota sprinted out of the network of alleyways webbing the zone and onto yet another soggy street, flanked by towering buildings. Tokoyami raised a hand to motion for his companion to pause for a moment. What was? A dim wall of light suddenly rushed by and overwhelmed them, so quick and transparent that Tokoyami thought he was seeing things. In the split second that he'd reflexively raised Dark Shadow to defend against the light, he also swore that every raindrop remained suspended in midair, for no longer than a second before resuming its flow. He shared a glance with Kota, who appeared equally confused. They barely had a moment to observe the shifting fractals layered over their environment when the entire ground suddenly tilted. Tokoyami and Kota quickly found their footing lost as they slid down the asphalt, landing on a new surface. The side of the building that was to their right, now the floor beneath their feet. Tokoyami actually landed on steel, while Kota landed on and crashed through a glass window. The boy uttered a barely audible squeak as he fell through, and Tokoyami sprung into action before he even had time to recollect his bearings. He sent Dark Shadow's arm through the broken window down the hole, to save Kota from his foe. As he reeled in his sentient Quirks' arm like a fishing line, Tokoyami glanced about, silently observing with no small amount of surprise that the entire squall zone had turned 90 degrees on its side. The street that was once beneath their feet was now an unscalable wall, and a series of chasms now separated the buildings instead of flat asphalt. Amazingly, the rain still dropped with normal physics in mind, from the ceiling all the way to their right to the insurmountable street now behind them. Tokoyami stayed facing toward the street in order to mitigate the pelting droplets against his face. Not that he had much choice. He had to still the frantic beating of his heart and mind before he could even think about moving, lest he lose control. If he allowed his panic to flow into Dark Shadow. "Thank you," a quiet voice spoke. It was Kota, who was finally reeled in from his unexpected fall through the glass. The sound of his voice caught Tokoyami off guard. He realized it was the first time he'd heard the rock-headed boy say anything since classes began. Aside from a few scrapes from the glass, he was unharmed. Tokoyami breathed a sigh of relief. Kota wasn't terribly hurt, and he managed to avoid compounding the injuries in his brief panic. The respite was short-lived. Several glass panels surrounding them suddenly shattered, plunging Kota and Tokoyami back into pandemonium. "Run!" Tokoyami cried out, sprinting down the length of the building toward the dome's ceiling, as windows continued to shatter around them. He and Kota made sure to run along the steel segments of the building, avoiding the glass in case they shattered under their weight, or in case whatever was breaking them collided into their bodies. Rotund, metallic objects entered Tokoyami's periphery as they dashed for safety, crashing through and rising above the windows, before the zone's new gravity tugged them back down into the building. He narrowed his eyes. There must have been villains with ranged Quirks on the other side of the building beneath them firing at them through the windows. Tokoyami remained behind Kota as they outran the shattering projectiles. Dark Shadow hovered over his head, its arms covering their flanks to block any stray bits of glass that might have otherwise hurt and impeded him. The windows near the top, or now the end, of the building, began shattering as projectiles barreled through them, causing Tokoyami and Kota to skid to a halt. There was nowhere else to run, with oversized bullets being fired up at them from both sides of the building, and steadily coming nearer. Except now there were also cannon-sized projectiles thrown into the mix, punching through the steel chassis of the building, instead of just the windows. Tokoyami wrapped Dark Shadow around themselves, mind racing for a solution. They had to escape the bombardment, put some distance between the villains and them, but how? He tensed from a soft tapping on his shoulder. Tokoyami turned and saw Kota gesturing to another building a fair distance away from them, but also the villains firing at them from beneath. One problem. That building and the one they were currently standing on were separated by the chasm of air he'd noted earlier. Not only that, but it was a solid 10 meters to cross. He'd never attempted to use Dark Shadow to jump such a distance before, especially not with a second person in his grasp, and villains firing up at them exacerbating the issue. Tokoyami groaned as he weighed the dilemma before him. He had less than a minute to make a decision before the projectiles reached where they stood. Could Dark Shadow make the distance, with wind and rain pelting down on them? Could he risk his new quiet companion's safety with such a maneuver? Could he even maintain control while crossing the chasm, what with his heartbeat already pounding against his ribsages? A hefty hand rested atop Tokoyami's shoulder, right where a gentle finger once poked. He spared Kota another glance, blinking in surprise at the thumbs-up gesture the taller boy was returning him. It was the same gesture he'd given Kota after every successful guerrilla attack they pulled off against the villains thus far, his way of accommodating his hesitation to communicate. A gesture of faith. It was the most tacit way of saying I believe in you that could possibly be gestured. Kota was choosing to believe in him even in spite of the risks that Tokoyami had informed him of. Trust. The currency of friendships, Tokoyami thought as Dark Shadow wrapped one of its monstrous talons around Kota's body, the other digging into the building's steel edge. It was not a currency he'd had much of throughout his childhood, but he'd come to silently cherish the trust he'd accrued in the days following the battle trials with the newly founded Team Defect. His companions. His friends. Brimming with newfound determination, even as his anxiety and fear threatened to spill over into Dark Shadow, Tokoyami launched himself from the building with Kota in tow. In his periphery, several villains crawled out through the broken windows, yelling and swearing as their prey made a last bid at escape. Tokoyami had cleared the chasm halfway before he began to drop. Dark Shadow reared his arm back and tossed Kota forward, ensuring he'd made it across his shadow and would-be hero fell. Tokoyami. Kota cried out as he landed on the building's side with a roll, mindful that he didn't fall through a window again. He scrambled to the edge, peering down and sighing relief as he saw Dark Shadow's other claw clutching onto the building's steel exterior, leaving Tokoyami dangling, where he was much like was at the end of his battle trial. Dark Shadow slowly reeled Tokoyami in until he was within arm's length of Kota. Both reached out for each other, and Kota quickly yanked Tokoyami onto the flat surface. They'd made it. Tokoyami sputtered out some quick thanks to Kota, before the sound of shouting drew their attention back to the building they were just on. The villains were on the move again, no doubt preparing to pursue their quarry once more. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes as he allowed Kota to help him back to his feet. The stance of death was far from over. Right this way, Sylvaus played. Aoyama yelled above the crackling of the surrounding flames, as his dazzling laser fizzled down, hopefully luring one of several cadres of villains toward his position. He and his companion had managed to shake off the villains when they'd been dumped in this veritable oven, and they'd spread out trying to find them. He heard a chorus of yells as 3 club and knife-wielding villains rounded the corner, spotting him. They instantly charged, weapons raised for the kill as Aoyama remained still. Don't let them get too close to you, Aoyama. Ojiro chided him as he rubbed his thick callous tail. The last thing we want to do is get caught by them. Excuses moi, Aoyama said with a shrug. But I make good bait, do I not? I certainly don't mind the attention. My laser makes for a compelling lure, and then you swing in to mop them up. A dazzling strategy, is it not? Well, when you put it like that, yeah, Ojiro admitted as he scratched his chin, obviously perturbed by Aoyama's idiosyncrasies. By that way your cape's burning a little bit. Aoyama's closed smile grew taut as he whipped his head around. Ojiro was indeed telling the truth. The bottom of his glorious purple cape was singed and flickering with a small amount of fire licking at the fabric. He quickly yanked it off his backside and stomped it out, and when he swung it back over his shoulders, Ojiro had already leapt up to a streetlight, hanging it from it by his muscular tail. Draw them in for me all you want, just don't feel like you have to put yourself at too much of a risk by letting them rush in too close, Ojiro said. He prepared to leap off in order to find another safe, flameless hole in which to cloister himself in for another ambush, but seemed to pause, eyeing Aoyama once more. Also, you seem pretty gung-ho about separating the villains, and then luring them in one group at a time for dispatching. I hope you don't mind me prying, but why this sudden confidence? No offense, but I never pegged you as the brave type. Je ne sais pas, Aoyama said with a chuckle before falling silent, his taut smile sagging a little. He knew all too well where this newfound bravery originated from. Winizuku Midoriya. Aoyama's initial performance during Team Fabulous's battle trial was, in his mind, nothing short of disgraceful. In the face of a suddenly appearing enemy, he was all too comfortable with fleeing and cowering away, letting his companion fight on his own. He'd learned his lesson quickly enough, and doing so allowed him to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, for both himself and Midoriya. He now found himself in an eerily similar situation, paired with another of his classmates, and thrust into a hostile environment, and squaring off against an enemy, only this time it was real. But that was all the more reason for him to stay unwavering in the face of these villains, right? Succumbing to the burgeoning fear in his chest would be like succumbing to his former mindset about how bad of a defect he was. I can't sparkle if I'm running away, can I? He asked quietly. Only a defective hero, lackluster and drab, runs away. Ojiro was about to respond when the entire dome seemed to shudder violently, knocking the tailed hero and training off his perch. Aoyama ran to his side, helping him up. What was that? Ojiro groaned, wiping dust and soot off of his guy, before his eyes trailed upward to the crimson ceiling, freezing in fear. Aoyama noticed his eyes were stuck on the ceiling and looked up with him, summarily freezing as well. The fire zone's domed ceiling seemed to be peeling apart, much like the skin of a rotted fruit. The fires contained underneath, Aoyama noted, roared with considerable increased fervor, the outside oxygen adding additional fuel for it to consume and grow off of. Ojiro squinted his eyes as the burning streets were flooded with light as the dome peeled backward, revealing an air of swirling shapes and distortions that defied explanation. Aoyama, with his fancy visor, seemed unaffected by the sudden influx of light, though the shape-filled sky perplexed him all the same. But the true mind-boggling had yet to come. Another tremor, far louder than the first, sent Aoyama and Ojiro scurrying for cover, watching with a mix of horror and awe, as the numerous flaming structures of the fire zone began rising into the sky. They didn't lift off the ground, ripping apart from their foundations. No, they stretched, as if they turned elastic, and were being pulled skyward by some unseen force. The elongated edifices were now more or less scorched skyscrapers, towering far above even the fires and smoke raging and fuming below. Aoyama? Ojiro asked apprehensively. Really? You think now might be an okay time to run away? Author notes. And scene. Izuku's fellow classmates can't make heads or tails of the mirror dimension, but they're still fighting against the League's thugs with their very lives on the line. Some are faring better than others, but they all seem to have faith in each other's abilities. If you're wondering about the flood section with Mineta, Asui, and Ashido, worry not, their ordeal will be detailed in a future chapter. I thought it best to focus on the areas containing Izuku's closest friends for now. Regardless, the next chapter will see the return to Izuku and Ko on the mountain zone as they enact their strategy. The conclusion of the battle against the Zealot Akiji is quickly approaching. Next chapter. The Jaws of Victory. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 42. The Jaws of Victory. Kaminari stole glances at Izuku, Jiro, and Yaoi Rozu as they all remained huddled in a crevice in the distorted mountainside, making sure to stay out of Akiji's sight as they prepared for their final move of desperation. The blonde tugged at the green cloak clasped to his shoulders, silently wondering if everyone else would be better off if he remained in this white hole, alone, while they went off to fight this zealot or whatever Izuku described him as. He nearly jumped as Midoriya suddenly appeared in his periphery, sitting down beside him. The green-haired enigma had familiar vermilion bindings all bunched up in his left hand. He, too, was adorned with a green cloak, as were Jiro and Yaoi Rozu, who were sitting off to the side, conversing with one another quietly. Every so often, Jiro would cast a glance over at Midoriya. The first part of the plan, Kaminari thought. Well, it was one of the only parts of the plan he'd been fully paying attention to. Have Yaoi Rozu create several fake cloaks and switch the real cloak amongst them to throw Akiji off, make him hesitate and keep his distance, play it safe. They would close the distance with Midoriya's support, and now that they'd all had a taste of Akiji's magic and what it could do in this mountainous environment, they would all be better prepared when launching their counterattack. Well, that was the idea, anyway. Kaminari was nervous. Scratch that, he was downright terrified. He was thankful that shade was plentiful in this particular crevice, otherwise it would readily apparent to the others how badly he was shaking where he sat. The occasional rumbles, crashes, and explosions echoing across the USJ only worsened his nerves. How were the others faring? With the different zones he assumed they were scattered too also affected by Akiji's magic. Were there other sorcerers lying in wait in those areas as well? He looked over at Midoriya, sitting beside him. He was slowly wrapping one of the crimson bindings around his right arm, despite its limpness. Kaminari studied his classmate's face and body posture, silently noting that Midoriya seemed far less tense than he was, and aside from the occasional wince of pain that appeared on his face as he methodically wrapped the red strip of cloth over his forearm, he appeared totally calm. Or perhaps resigned, Kaminari grimly thought. Seriously, how could Midoriya maintain his composure in the face of everything that they'd witnessed so far, let alone what they were about to do? The guy had to have nerves of steel, as opposed to Kaminari, who had nerves of bubble wrap. Then Kaminari remembered how the villain Akiji had called Midoriya out by name, his full name no less. They definitely met before, probably fought too. Midoriya definitely had some familiarity with their foe's powers, from his space manipulation to his apparently Turbone-related quirk. But such familiarity was not enough to spare Midoriya from a seemingly gruesome injury inflicted by Kiji's space glaive, slicing yet also phasing cleanly through his right arm, leaving it limp and wilted. It was an injury that Midoriya had taken for him. Kaminari blinked rapidly as he narrowed in on Midoriya's injured arm. He shot to his feet as vivid recollections of his battle trial with Uraraka flooded his mind, her screams as he accidentally barraged her with his electricity ringing loudly in his ears. The screams sounded so real, as if she were yelling right beside him. "Midoriya, man," Kaminari spoke up suddenly. "Was your arm always looking like that?" He pointed to the limp limb Midoriya was attending to, the gross discoloration evident even in the shade. His arm was littered with disgusting purple and blackened blotches, his veins highlighted by thin streaks of violet spanning the length of his forearm, and barely concealed by the crimson cloth coiled over his skin. Before Izuku could formulate a reply, Kaminari was already kneeling by his side, helping him wrap the second red cloth over his left wrist with his right arm. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to secure the second binding without help. "I'm sorry," Kaminari muttered repeatedly as he coiled the red binding around Izuku's arm as best he could. He had no idea if he was doing it right. He'd blanked out when Izuku had shown him after they'd wrapped up their initial strategy meeting, but the small smile on his lips at least told Kaminari his gesture was appreciated. "You got hurt because of me." "It's fine, Kaminari, really," Izuku said in as earnest of a voice he could muster. "We'll all be fine. That's what I believe." The rapping came to a halt, and Kaminari stares at Midoriya with a look of bewilderment, perhaps even some disbelief, too. "Do you really believe that?" Kaminari asked. "Scratch that, how can you believe that, and so easily, too?" As he addressed Izuku, Kaminari began tugging unknowingly at his own sleeves, and his classmate reached out to stop him with a gentle touch. "I promise you answers, but it remains uncertain whether you'll be able to believe or even understand what I want to tell you," Izuku said quietly. "Trust me, Kaminari, I've been exactly where you and the others are right now, and well, I've had more than enough time to learn how to believe without strictly seeing." The two boys remained quiet for a long while. Kaminari stared hard at Izuku's face, and Izuku kept his gaze downward. "That Akiji guy wasn't lying," Kaminari said at last. "You and he really are sorcerers, aren't you?" Izuku nodded. "And energy rain, it really is magic, and not actually a quirk," Kaminari continued. That last bit was a statement, not a question, and Izuku's second nod only further cemented the truth. Kaminari took in a deep breath and exhaled just as hard. That was a lot to take in. A lot to unscramble, unwrap, and process. Izuku was right. Even with the cold, hard truth laid before him, Kaminari was struggling to believe it, and to hell with understanding it. And even through the disbelief, the blonde felt a peculiar twang pulse through him. He wouldn't understand it until much later, but Kaminari was certainly not jealous, but perhaps a bit envious of Izuku's ability to believe without needing to see. He wished he could have faith as easily as Izuku did. "Are we going to be able to pull this off with your arm like that?" Aoyama questioned as she and Jiro approached the both of them, their identical green cloaks fluttering as they walked. "Do you think that will tip Akiji off about your bindings?" "No, I don't think so," Izuku replied. "If I'm right, he'll be too distracted by our cloaks and by you. He understands your quirk allows you to create non-organic matter from your body, and sees you as the wild card among us." Aoyama's eyes shifted to Kaminari. "But our true wild card is..." "Please don't remind me," Kaminari said, squirming uncomfortably under the weight of his role. "I'm dealing with enough pressure as it is." "But what about you injury?" Jiro asked, gazing not so subtly as his arm, and the discoloration not totally covered by the red wrapping. "Will you be able to cast your..." Jiro paused and closed her eyes, as if bracing herself for disbelief, spells with just one arm. "Portals will be difficult," Izuku conceded, "especially since it was my dominant hand that was injured, but one arm should still suffice. Besides," Izuku clicks his heels together, a brief shower of embers emanating from the soles of his boots, "I still have more than just an arm to rely on. And besides even that..." Izuku threw his sole good arm around Kaminari's shoulders, beaming widely as Aoyama invoked her quirk once more to help create a sling for his arm, muttering about not needing to take unnecessary risks. "We still have Kaminari." The blonde practically sagged under the weight of Izuku's arm. That proclamation and beaming grin of Izuku's were clearly intended to instill some confidence and ease the tension among them, but it all simply fell flat with him. Kaminari couldn't help but feel as if Izuku's faith in him was severely misplaced. "Is it all clear?" "Lots of rumbles, but I don't see anything." "Let's go." The four intrepid students started out of the crevice they'd been holed up in, dashing down the vaguely marked mountain path toward the bridge connecting the two peaks. Izuku was, predictably, in front, leading the way, with Jiro and Aoyama running behind him. Kaminari took up the rear. Their individual cloaks billowed as they ran down the slight slope, away from the cyclone of rocks behind them that was still maintained by Kiji's magic. Said zealot was nowhere in sight, but Izuku and the others all knew he'd be back quickly enough, now that they were on the move. Hurling him out of sight gave them a sliver of time to regroup, but nothing more. Crossing the bridge and continuing down the slope path should lead us right back down to the central plaza, Izuku thought as he ran. If we feign escape, Ikiji will surely try to cut us off. Sure enough, as Izuku and the others approached the bridge connecting the two peaks, a ripple in the rocky path materialized near the base of the mountain, steadily approaching and growing into a veritable wave of earth. As the ripple approached, the shorter mountain peak began to tilt and lean toward the taller one, the thin chasm separating the two plateaus becoming narrower and narrower, before finally clamping shut with a tumultuous crash. The bridge connecting the two shattered in an explosion of wooden splinters and rent metal bits, and the path leading down to the central plaza was muddied by Ikiji's magic. The feigned escape was cut off. Jiro. Now. Izuku yelled as the wave in the earth approached faster still, its speed unimpeded by the crashing of plateaus. They crossed seamlessly from one side to the other after they collided, and continued towards the heroes in training. On it, Jiro affirmed, running ahead of Izuku and jamming her earphone jacks into her boots, narrowing her vibrations directly on the section of rippling earth directly in their path. Izuku and the others halted behind Jiro as her sound waves oscillated forward, violently blasting through the earth, and essentially splitting the wave in two, leaving a clear path for them to run between. Not that they would have gotten very far. The split wave continued its linear path, traveling past the students harmlessly. But another ripple undulated out of the rock before them, and the familiar figure of Ikiji rose out of the earth. He strode forward with confidence, but whatever certainty of victory he thought he had quickly dissipated after a few paces, when he saw Izuku and his companions, each wearing a green cloak, their own cloak of levitation. No, not cloaks of levitation, Ikiji realized. His eyes were slowly drawn to the spiky ponytailed girl, the one with the creation-based quirk. Mere copies created by that girl. But which one has the real one? His eyes rapidly darted between the four of them, trying to work it out, but the girl's duplicates were spot on. No matter, I'll keep my distance and work it out from there, he thought, a smirk gracing his lips. He knew full well that whoever had the cloak held a slight advantage in being able to avoid his powers. But once the real one was revealed, well, that would still make his job all the more easier. His eyes, fierce and cracked as they were, settled on Izuku. So, Strange gave him 3 relics. The cloak, the vermilion vambraces, and the vaulting boots, he mused. However, his eyes trailed to the sling carrying his limp right arm. It's a good combination, those relics of yours. Ikiji called out to Izuku. But I'm more than familiar with their synergy. So sad, Izuku. You expect to catch me off guard with these cheap parlor tricks. You wouldn't entrust a non-sorcerer with any relic. Only one way to find out. Izuku yelled back, taking to the air, but with his vaulting boots of Vaulter instead of his green cloak. The soles of his magical footwear generated bright, dazzling footholds with each step, keeping him in the air as he began to ascend with each leap. Ikiji responded in kind, raising himself into the air atop a chunk of earth ripped into the sky via his powers, levitating backwards to keep a good amount of distance between himself and the students. Izuku grinned. Ikiji was going to play it safe, as he thought. Jiro, Yoi Rozu, and Kaminari began to dash forward as the 2 sorcerers took to the air. Time to put the plan in motion. Ikiji eyed Izuku warily, trying to keep his focus on his 3 companions still on solid ground. He had promised to kill them first, after all. He thrust his fingers in the direction of the ground and swept his arms left and right. The 3 stumbled, their run forward crippled as 2 ravines opened up, splitting the plateau into 3 separated paths. Jiro, Kaminari, and Yoi Rozu were split from each other. Still, they continued forward after reasserting their balance, running along their respective winding paths that Ikiji had created. Ikiji eyed them maliciously, focusing on Yoi Rozu's path and flicking a finger upward. 2 large earthen spikes jutted out of the ground directly in front of and behind her, cutting her off. The girl, however, had already sprung into the action with her quirk, materializing a large pole from her arm, and summarily vaulting over the obstacles Ikiji raised in her path. Ikiji grunted, flicking his finger again and raising another spike directly below her this time. Again, the girl proved herself quick to adapt, slamming the tip of her pole down on the tip of the spike he raised, vaulting again off of it. She landed gracefully and continued her sprint toward him. He shifted his focus to the blonde boy, again flicking his fingers up to raise spikes in his path. A shining barrier, however, impeded this plan, giving the blonde a solid foothold to leap over his obstacles. Ikiji glanced up toward Izuku, and saw he conjured said barrier from his still usable arm, though not without some strain. Ikiji bit his lip. Izuku's vaulting boots kept him airborne, and gave him free rein to use barriers, as he pleased to support his friends below. He shifted focus again, this time to the girl with the earphone jacks. Again he raised several spikes in her path, and again Izuku defended her with his barriers, allowing her to continue forward. Ikiji growled in frustration. They were doing everything possible to not reveal who had the real cloak of levitation. Whoever had the real one could close the distance between them quickly, and if they got close enough before playing their hand. Ikiji quickly suppressed that possibility before it even finished rattling around in his brain. He would not even entertain the thought of defeat today. They want to be difficult, do they? Bikiji thought darkly, looking up and reaching his arms toward the wide girders and glass surfaces that formed the structure of the USJ's dome ceiling. Then difficult is what they're going to get. Bikiji gripped air and wrenched his hands downward. Several of the large panels of glass abruptly shattered as the gargantuan girders holding everything together peeled off, bobbing in the air like steel behemoths. Bikiji directed them with a mere point toward Izuku's companions, and the floating steel girders obediently spiraled downward, crashing into the split plateau and kicking up an enormous amount of dirt. Bikiji rose above the dust cloud, mentally swearing as he spotted Izuku's cloaked form also leaping above the cloud and landing on another of his boots' footholds. His left arm was strained and directed toward the dust, and Akiji swore again, knowing that he'd aided the others yet again with his barriers. True enough, the top of the cloud parted, and each of the three paths were running up the contorted girders he slammed into their paths. The zealot reached up yet again, this time seizing control of the glass panels he'd shattered. He splintered them further into countless, sharpened shards, dividing them into two bunches. He aimed one arm towards Izuku and the other toward his friends. "Izuku, you making it very hard for me to keep my promise." Akiji yelled to him. "Would you kindly fuck off?" With the slightest of twitches in his hands, the glass clouds careened toward their targets, a chorus of clinking filling everyone's ears as the glass splinters clanged and chinked against each other repeatedly. Izuku redirected his left hand to conjure a barrier for his own defense, and Akiji grinned as the glass shards bounced harmlessly off his shielding. "Let's see you protect your friends when you're too busy protecting yourself." He looked back down to watch the carnage unfold, catching a glimpse of the girl with the earphone jacks, plugging into her stereo boots again. Akiji mentally chided Jiro. "That wouldn't work so long as I have you in my sights." He aimed a hand toward Jiro, preparing to oscillate the space in front of her to render her sound waves inert, when he noticed a bright light zooming into his periphery, from where Izuku was. He glanced up at him, barely raising his arms in time as the glass-covered barrier crashed against his body. Akiji was promptly knocked off his platform with a surprised gasp. The shield disintegrated as it struck, coating his arms with the sickening warmth of Izuku's magic, as the embedded glass bounced harmlessly off the bony armor protecting his body. Akiji swiftly ripped another chunk of earth to fly up from below, halting his fall by catching him, and giving him enough time to rub out the embers of Izuku's magic that had flown into his eyes, leaving them teary and irritated. Akiji growled up at Izuku once his eyes were clear, but paused as he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps ascending closer and closer. He whirled back toward the girders and saw that Izuku had knocked him down too close for comfort. His friends had nearly closed the gap entirely. With a panicked swipe of his arm, the girders suddenly disconnected from the ceiling entirely and bent downward, slamming into the plateaus with their other ends. His three targets had no path to him now. They'd reached as high as they could. They had nowhere to go but down. All but one of them, that is. Where the blonde dolt and the girl with the creation base quirk all began sliding down the girders, Jiro the girl with the earphone jacks leapt into the air, the green cloak clasped to her shoulders, unfurling as it carried her high into the sky near Izuku's side. Akiji was already sliding his palms against one another, manifesting a sickeningly sharp shard in his hands before Jiro had reached Izuku. "So you have the real cloak." His attention his malice were squarely focused on Jiro as he sent his space shard flying directly toward her. One down, 3 to go. But Akiji had assumed victory too soon. Jiro had her eyes and ears on Akiji, and the sentient fabric seemed to sense the danger rapidly approaching. It jerked to the side, allowing Jiro to narrowly dodge the shard as it zipped past her head. The shard promptly stopped, flipped around, and resumed honing in on Jiro. Izuku was quick to intercept, however, and a hastily raised barrier stopped the shard in its tracks. Both shard and shield exploded in a shower of embers and fading fractals, as Jiro awkwardly landed on Izuku's foothold, sharing the space with him, as he conjured yet another dazzlingly bright mandala shield. The cloak of levitation unclasped itself from Jiro's backside and zipped downward. Akiji's sight strayed away from Izuku and Jiro, following the cloak's trajectory before another rapidly approaching light forced his attention back to Izuku yet again. It annoyed him to no end how his sibling student demanded his focus when he wanted to kill the boy's friends first. He raised his arms as Izuku's barrier crashed against him once more, sending him hurtling off his platform, and simultaneously blinding him and coating his arms with his magic. Akiji noted as he felt that the barrier had struck him much quicker this time, likely amplified by that girl's sound waves. Another patch of ripped earth soared into the air at his command, catching him before he could plummet all the way back to the ground. But he was not given more than a moment to recuperate before a powerful, blunt force slammed against his shoulder, knocking him off his platform yet again. He was far too close to the plateau's surface this time, and he skidded to a halt with the help of his bone spurs. He yanked his head up just in time to see Aoyama speeding towards him, elongated staff in hand, and a legitimate cloak of levitation attached to her shoulders, guiding her. With only moments to respond, Akiji braced for impact by crossing his arms in front of his chest and face, deflecting the swing of her staff with his bone-covered wrists. The force of the impact caused both to stagger backwards, though Yaoi Rosu recovered much quicker thanks to the cloak. She zoomed right back into her offensive, battering him with her staff and landing blows on his shoulders and torso, before sweeping him off his feet, sending him sprawling. She brought her staff down for a decisive blow to his seemingly defenseless form, but he surprised her by reaching up and catching the tip, and no amount of tugging could release it from his bony clutch. "You're quite impressive," Ikiji rasped, acknowledging Yaoi Rosu's skill as the bony plates covering his fingers scraped against the surface of her staff. "But you can't hope to hold a candle to me without any magic." He squeezed his hand, causing the staff to crumble to pieces. The cloak jerked Yaoi Rosu into the air right as Ikiji flicked his fingers upward, raising several more earthen spikes beneath her feet. The cloak carried her backwards as Kaminari ran into view, running to her side. "Ikiji." It was Izuku's voice. The yell and the shadow passing overhead drew his attention back to the skies, as Izuku and Jiro leaped from foothold to foothold, steadily making their way to the plateau again. Once he was close enough, Izuku launched himself from his final positioning above the ground, an irritatingly blinding mandala whirling to life around his palm once more. He slammed his open palm against the barrier, sending it crashing toward Ikiji. The zealot wasn't caught unawares this time, however, and opted to dodge the wall of energy, instead of absorbing the impact with his arms, though he did use them to cover his face as he leapt backwards, muttering a curse as the remnants of energy from the dissipated barrier landed on his arms again, defiling them again with their filthy warmth. Izuku landed directly behind Ikiji, stumbling only slightly as his feet hit the plateau floor. Jiro landed to his right, and Ikiji was already aware of the other two directly before him. They closed the distance. Ikiji was almost entirely surrounded. "It's over, Ikiji," Izuku yelled with a swipe of his left arm. "Let me and my classmates out of the mirror dimension." Ikiji stayed silent for a long while, as if considering Izuku's words. Then he laughed. "You think you have any hope of escaping now?" Ikiji laughed at them all. "You played your hand too early, Izuku. You and your friends thought to confuse me by creating duplicate cloaks, but I know where the real one is now. And now that I do know, you're right back to whatever middling advantage you did have over me. That is to say you're back to square one, Izuku." "You're wrong," Izuku yelled, rearing his left arm back. "That's not all you didn't know." He shot his left arm forward, and the familiar vermilion vambrace, covering his forearm, uncoiled and flew directly toward Ikiji. Ikiji caught it before the binding could adhere to his body like before, ripping it apart with a quick yank of his hand. And immediately froze. The vermilion vambraces of vexation were magically enhanced and sturdy. They could not be torn so simply. The sensation of two strips of cloth sticking to his wrists from behind and tugging them back snapped Ikiji out of his musings. Panicked, Ikiji turned his head to see Kaminari the dolt with his arms stretched outward, two red bindings extending from beneath his black sleeves. The real vermilion vambraces. The cloaks weren't the only duplicates that girl created, Ikiji ascertained with horror in his eyes. She also made fake vambraces, so the real ones could be switched around, too. And Izuku's barriers from before, he made sure to coat my arms with as much energy as possible, so his vambraces would automatically attach to them, regardless of who wielded the bindings. "Figured it out, did you?" Izuku asked, interrupting Ikiji's panicked train of thought. "You didn't know Yaoi Rosu made fake vambraces for me, and you also didn't know about Kaminari's cork beforehand, either." Kaminari smirked, showing the first glimmer of confidence he'd felt all day. "Indiscriminate discharge," he yelled, palms arsing with violent streaks of electricity. 1.3 million volts. Ivory Aegis. Ikiji could barely finish the thought, let alone activate the full extent of his quirk, before Kaminari's electricity sparked through the magical bindings connecting their bodies, dousing him in a ceaseless session of voltaic pain. "And I only need one hand for this spell." Ikiji heard Izuku speak through his roars of pain, looking forward to see the boy's free hand crackle with lightning as well. Bolts of bedevilment. Izuku's lightning collided with his unlocked chest, sandwiching Ikiji in a sea of sparks. Ikiji fell to his knees as he roared in agony, the lightning incinerating whatever meager defenses he'd managed to cover his body with, before the attacks landed in the blink of an eye, stunning him from mounting any further defense. He thrashed against the bindings, holding his arms back, to no avail. The incessant surges were proving too great even for him. This was nearly as painful as the 7 Sons of Siniba's spell Strange had struck him with back at Kamertage. "I refuse to fall here." Ikiji screamed to himself, gritting his teeth so hard he thought they would crack. "I swore to prove myself to you, all for one. I swore to show how I was worthy of the Darkhold. And that means failure is not an option." Even as he screamed above the endless crackling of their lightning, Ikiji's eyes darted around, peering through the bright flashes of their combined attack. The girl with the earphone jacks was now to his left, and the girl with the real cloak had moved to his right. Perfect. Ikiji's thrashing had amounted to nothing. The adherence of the vermilion vambraces to his wrists was too great to simply rest himself out of. But he was more than free to move his fingers as he pleased. He pointed at Jiro and Momo with both hands, making a jerky some heather gesture with his fingers. The earth beneath their feet suddenly became loose, and started to race toward Akiji's body, dragging both girls toward him. The cloak managed to lift Yoi Rozu off the ground before the collision, but Jiro was not as fortunate. A shock gasp was all she could utter before colliding into Akiji's body, convulsing and thrashing as she too began to share in the pain Izuku and Kaminari were inflicting on him, yelling all the while. The lightning assault from both boys came to an abrupt end, stunned at Akiji having dragged their friend to suffer with him. Akiji rammed his palms against the ground, panting in reprieve as he stopped himself from collapsing entirely. Jiro, however, fell limply to the ground, twitching erratically. Jiro. Kaminari screamed, gazing at her downed body with newfound terror, as whatever confidence he'd mustered fled from his body in an instant. Staring at Jiro with widened eyes, his mind flashed back to Uraraka, and how she'd also fallen victim to his erratic powers. Kaminari trembled, yet another of his classmates was hurt by his quirk. The vambraces fell limp in his hands, and what adherence there was keeping them connected to Akiji's wrists was no more. Akiji pushed a thick layer of bone through his wrists, forcibly shoving the bindings off his body as they clattered to the ground. He rose back to his feet with a vengeful growl, glaring down at Jiro's unconscious form with contempt. Before anyone could react, Akiji reared his foot back and slammed it into Jiro's gut, sending her body rolling down the mountainside with a vicious kick. Jiro. All three remaining heroes yelled simultaneously, though Yoi Rosa was the one who chased after her body, flying down the mountain with the real cloak of levitation, still adorning her body. Izuku stood deathly still as he processed the sudden turn of events, only snapping out when Akiji chuckled hauntingly at him. They'd done a solid number on the zealot. His bone defenses had truly been penetrated, and 2 holes had been burned through his tunic, one on his front and one on his backside, exposing sizzling, seared flesh left from their attack. "Fool me twice, shame on me," Akiji said with a dark grin. "How right you were, Izuku. Those were certainly things I didn't know about. But it seems there's something that you didn't know." Akiji turned to face Kaminari, who was still standing still, paralyzed by an amalgamation of fear and despair. "You didn't know you placed your faith in a spineless coward." Akiji conjured a space shard between his palms in a flash, hurling it toward Kaminari, who remained rooted in terror. "No?" Izuku raised his left arm, wincing through the magical strain as he hastily opened a portal beside Kaminari. He hadn't been lying to his classmates earlier. It was indeed far more difficult opening a portal with one's non-dominant hand. The second rift opened next to Izuku, who promptly reached out his sole working hand, and dragged Kaminari through the portal and into his grasp, before his traumatized friend could be impaled. "Kaminari!" Izuku yelled, shaking the blonde out of his state of anguish. "Kaminari. Snap out of it." Another chuckle from Akiji distracted Izuku. He turned back and saw the zealot smiling devilishly. Just past him, the space shard hung eerily still in the air, having failed in its first skewering attempt. It had shifted in midair, angling itself perfectly toward the portal straight towards Kaminari's exposed back. "No?" Izuku yelled, moving before his mind had even fully processed what he was doing. He whirled around as the space shard went flying through the portal, diving to the ground with a pained grunt with Kaminari beneath him. "Midoriya." Kaminari coughed as his back hit the ground, staring up into the wide, glassy eyes of his friend. His eyes trailed down, and he audibly gasped as he saw Akiji's space shard piercing through Izuku's chest, the tip mere inches away from skewering his own. "Kaminari," Izuku sputtered, shakily running his working palm over the blonde's chest. He smiled. The shard hadn't pierced Kaminari. "You're not injured." Izuku's body was suddenly lifted off of Kaminari before he could collapse completely, dangling from the space shard sticking out of his chest. "And here I wanted to leave you for last," Akiji said with a crazed smirk, staggering closer to them. "But who am I to deny you a sorcerer's death if you crave it that badly?" Akiji conjured another shard in his hands and stabbed Izuku again, this time through his shoulder. "Stop." Kaminari begged, tears trickling from the corners of his eyes. "Please. Is it the last flicker of defiance I sense?" Akiji asked, casting a contemptuous glare down at Kaminari as he stayed his hand. "You all just can't seem to make up your minds about the order in which you all die." Fine, Akiji conceded after staring long and hard into Kaminari's blubbering face. "I suppose I'm not really breaking the promise I made to Izuku, if I kill you all at once, am I?" The zealot turned, looking out across the USJ with a smirk. Kaminari followed his gaze toward the red-domed environment, heat radiating off the ceiling in rippling waves. What was he planning? Akiji stretched a hand in the direction of the red dome, before quickly swiping it to the side. Kaminari saw how Kiji's spatial magic stretched even that far, the red dome rolling into itself as the flames and smoke festering beneath rose into the sky as it opened apart. Akiji flipped his hand over, palm up, and raised it high into the air. Kaminari trembled as the flaming buildings housed beneath the dome suddenly rose into the sky, stretching from their foundations, as they towered above even the mountain he and the others were on. "Move." Kaminari tried prying himself from where he lay, but he was utterly rigid. "Move, damn it." His eyes wearily trailed back to Izuku's seemingly lifeless body. Were they both going to die here, crushed beneath flaming structures? Were Jiro and Yaoi Rozu far enough away to avoid such a fate? Insufferable, isn't it? Bikiji asked him out of the blue. Knowing that all you and your companions did was snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I understand. Bikiji's face turned grim with what looked like remorse. I became quite intimate with that feeling 6 years ago. A shame that you won't live to see the timeless and painless world that will be ushered into existence in time, but at least your suffering will end here and now. The buildings from the fire zone began to move once more with a final, decisive swipe of his hand, rising into the sky before arcing downward, their flaming roofs pointed squarely at the mountainside. With precise aim, they honed in on the second peak, and Kaminari just managed to close his eyes. But the impact never came. Instead of a brief but intense flash of searing pain, all Kaminari felt was a blast of hot wind rushing past his face. He dared to crack his eyes open to see what had transpired. The buildings had slowed to a halt in midair, perhaps only a dozen or so meters above their heads. Needless to say, Kaminari and Akiji were equally startled, one assured of his death, while the other was assured of his victory. No, Akiji hissed, swiping his hand down repeatedly, trying in vain to reassert control. The fractals spinning throughout the USJ also stalled to a halt, and an uncomfortable quiet permeated the mirror dimension. That quiet was suddenly shattered, or rather, the sky was as a sizable crack materialized in the sky above the central plaza, stretching from one end of the USJ to the other. The crack was followed by a familiar warmth emanating from the front entrance, a warmth that spread across the entire facility and filled Kaminari with comfort, but caused Akiji to shudder with dread. No, don't tell me. Akiji thought in disbelief, his shoulders sagging as he realized the worst was coming to pass. Failure, Akiji now knew, was always an option. Uraraka felt her knees tremble as she stayed by 13's side, watching helplessly as the buildings of the fire zone rose into the sky and arced toward the mountain zone, intent on slamming into them. The sight distressed her, and the thought of her classmates being crushed to death from such an assault compounded her fright. That fright, however, was unexpectedly quelled by a warmth flaring to life directly behind her. She and the others present turned to see a portal open up in front of the gates, swirling in its blazing glory. That portal, it looks identical to Midoriya's, she realized. But this one's so much brighter and warmer than what he's usually created. Whatever fear lingered in her heart and mind were thoroughly dashed as the familiar bulking figure of their basic hero training teacher strolled through the portal. Uraraka could hardly contain herself. It's All Might. Everyone exclaimed at once. All Might inclined his head toward those still present, scanning his shadowed eyes to each of the students, before finally landing on what remained of 13's body. His hands clenched into fists, and it was then that Uraraka realized that All Might wasn't smiling like he normally did. His face was instead contorted into a fierce scowl. Not only that, but he was clutching an odd scrap of paper, too. You four have done well, enduring the situation up to this point. All Might addressed Uraraka, Shiro, Sato, and Shoji. He pulled his yellow suit and tie off, tossing it to the side as he looked across the USJ with unbridled fury. But it's fine now. Because we are here. Uraraka blinked. We? Just then another figure emerged from the portal, standing at All Might's side. He was a stately-looking gentleman, appearing well-trimmed and sophisticated, though she'd never seen this man before. He bore a blue tunic that was so strikingly similar to Midoriya's that it couldn't have been a coincidence, even though this cloak was red instead of green. Was the portal this man's doing? Was he a relative of Midoriya's? Was he a pro-hero, like All Might? Whoever he was downright intimidating, far more than even All Might was making himself out to be. His warmth, though calming, belied a dangerous fury that Uraraka could see was just itching to reveal itself in the face of this villainous ambush. This was not a man to be trifled with. What do you think, Strange? All Might asked the man. The man Strange merely glanced down toward the central plaza and then the mountain zone as he raised a hand into the air. With a single swipe to his side, a massive crack in the air materialized across the USJ's ceiling. Where is my disciple? Strange asked in a booming yet worried voice, shattering the USJ back to normalcy with a second swipe of his hand. Where is Izuku? Author notes. Welp. All Might and Dr. Strange have arrived on the scene, and that can only mean the end of the USJ arc draws nearer and nearer. Like some of you, I'm looking forward to the aftermath of this arc as much as I was the battles. Poor Izuku, even with his increased skills, and empowered Akiji in the mirror dimension, proved to be just barely too much for him. And just how much trauma am I going to subject Kaminari to? Sheesh. Well, that will all come to a head during the next ARC. Bonus points for those of you who correctly guessed that All Might would use the calling card Izuku accidentally left behind to summon Strange. Next chapter. Versus Nomu. Please feel free to leave a comment or review for this chapter. I honestly feel as if it's one of my better ones. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 43. We are here. Damn that Akiji, Tamura bit out as he raked his fingers up and down his neck, scratching irritably. For him to be going all out against a few scattered students, he must be looking at quite the EXP haul when he finally kills them. He and Kurogiri were focused on the mountain zone at the rear end of the USJ, watching inquisitively as a wave of rock raced up the side of the mountain, only to have part of it blown open by an unseen force. Shortly afterwards, the ceiling came undone, with girders and glass alike buzzing about the air, contorting to Kiji's will as they slammed down upon his as of yet unknown opponents. Well, most of them were unknown. Tamura recalled Kurogiri muttering something about having a Kiji deal with that boy from before, whatever that meant. "I will forgive him if he levels up before me," Tamura muttered under his breath. He turned to face his obedient Nomu, squatting silently and still over his always bloodied, beaten body, waiting for further orders. Things have fallen quiet since the teacher was broken by Nomu, and the central plaza was claimed as theirs. Those villains, still conscious after his always core-canceling blitz, had their attention transfixed on what was occurring on the mountain where Kiji was currently fighting. "I'm supposed to be player 1 today, me with my Nomu, so it's not right for him to upstage us. Where the hell are you looking at, you bastards?" Tamura and Kurogiri whirled around, their vision filled with several rapid-fire flashes, and the acrid scent of nitroglycerin punching their nostrils. Tamura's battle instincts kicked in and he leapt back, narrowly avoiding a flash of red and black slamming into where he once stood. His senses were further bombarded by the subsequent cloud of dust kicked up from whatever crashed before him. Amidst all of that, Tamura heard a faint grunt from Kurogiri. Hey, Tamura grumbled as the dust cleared. "We're supposed to be the ones pulling off an ambush here." Two of the students Kurogiri scattered, and apparently fought their way out of whatever zone they'd been dumped in, making their way to the central plaza, and pulling off a lucky, semi-successful sneak attack. Tamura thought it was luck. No way he was going to admit, not even to himself, that he'd been too wrapped up in watching Ikiji's antics, and allowed his guard to drop. "Damn," the spiky, red-haired boy lamented, raising his jagged, hardened arm out of the crater he's just punched into the ground. "I didn't get to land a hit. Should have gone for the warping bastard like I did." A less specky blonde boy barked from atop Kurogiri's down body, his grenade gauntlet hands placed firmly against the 3 metal plates, constructed around where the villain's neck would normally be. "Ain't that right, you smoky fuck? You can spit out a ton of fog, but you still have a physical body underneath it all, don't you?" "Damn, he figured it out even after his first unsuccessful attack against me," Kurogiri groaned to himself as the boy threatened him to stay still with explosive sparks against his neck plates. "Nice one, Bakugo." "Even though it's not a completely heroic way to act," Kirishima said, pointedly ignoring the "fuck you" Bakugo spat back in retort. He glared back at the remaining villains, wielding his hardened arms against them once more, and trying to ignore the bulkiness that seemed to now accompany his body whenever he activated his hardening. "There's no escape for you villains now that we have your warp gate pinned down. Get away from Izawa-sensei and surrender peacefully." Those nameless thugs still present in the central plaza went stiff, unsure of how to react with their way home, suddenly yanked out beneath their feet. One by one, their eyes went to Tamura, silently looking to him for guidance. But Tamura remained still, calm even. He had his hands crossed in front of him and didn't budge an inch, coldly observing the 2 boys who dared to catch them unawares. "Perhaps we should just throw in the towel and call it quits," Tamura said a bit too nonchalantly, surprising nearly everyone present. "I know a game over when I see one." But Tamura continued, drilling his maliciously gleeful eyes into Kirishima. "Losing our warp gate just won't do. Nomu. Free Kurogiri so we can leave, but not before you crush All Might's spirit by crushing those brats." The monstrous, dark-hided behemoth squatting over his always body, slowly lumbered to his feet, catching Kirishima's attention. "So that guy thing is called Nomu?" Kirishima wondered, put off by the beast's grotesque, exposed brain and generally inhuman appearance. The monster's rapidly rotating eyes suddenly honed in on a target, and Kirishima realized that it had Bakugo locked on as its first target. No. He's going to free their warp gate by going after Bakugo first. "I've gotten a bit better with One for All, but please don't break my bones again with this." Kirishima pleaded with himself as he channeled his inherited power into his legs, huffing as they instinctively hardened, and noting the bulk that accompanied it yet again. He released the stockpiled energy in his legs all at once, sprinting to intercept the villain's monster, as said beast disappeared in its own blur, racing to squash his friend with an outstretched palm. Kirishima hardly registered any pain in his legs as he swung his fist into the monster's open palm, transferring his hardened, stockpiled release into his arm, right before it made impact. No holding back. With a roar, Kirishima unleashed all the strength he derived from the great well of One for All coursing through his body, grinding the beast's lunge with his 100% punch. The force from the punch exploded forth, whipping up a tumultuous flurry of dust and wind that seemed to reverberate across the plaza, knocking thugs back, whipping the water of the nearby lake, and forcing even Bakugo and Tamura to duck and cover their faces. "What?" Kirishima blinked in amazement as the dust cleared after his punch, revealing no bruising or bleeding anywhere on his arm. Was he somehow able to fully control One for All in that instance? He glanced up and immediately paled. His jagged fist had stopped the beast in its tracks, but it hadn't flinched or incurred any damage in the slightest from the punch. The Hulk Kirishima yelled aloud. My hardening didn't even break through his skin. True enough, his notched fingers were digging into Nomu's blackened hide, but it stood up to the serration, no matter how hard Kirishima pushed into his massive palm. Of course it didn't. The black palm suddenly clamped shut around Kirishima's arm, causing the boy to wince in pain. Nomu's strength was massive enough to crush through his hardening without any effort. Another blur darted around his body, headed toward Bakugo, who kept the warping villain firmly pinned under his gauntlets. Bakugo. Kirishima yelled out as Tamura appeared in view, gangly hands reaching out toward the blonde. Said blonde muttered a slew of swears as he raised one palm to respond to this new threat, his sweaty glove igniting in a furious, explosive show of power. The hand-covered villain remained undaunted, however, and merely swatted Bakugo's palm away, before he could suffer the brunt of the blast, and the explosion detonated off to the side of his face, instead of directly in front of it. Hissing through the heat, Tamura planted his palm into the grenade-shaped gauntlet of Bakugo's, digging his digits into the material. Beneath the hand covering his face, a smirk bloomed. Both boys were racked with shock, as the gauntlet disintegrated into dust before their very eyes. The blonde swore much louder as he raised his other palm to attack, releasing Kurogiri from any explosive threat, but Tamura's other hand was already narrowing in on the brat's head. His attack would surely land first. The deafening crack suddenly reverberated across the plaza, and all fighting came to an abrupt halt. Tamura, Kurogiri, and the boys all glanced up to the sky, thunderstruck by the blinding crack stretching from one end of the facility to the other. Bakugo and Kirishima clenched their eyes shut as a second tremor rumbled across the USJ, obscuring everything in a brilliant flood of light. The sound that followed, Kirishima could only describe as an otherworldly shattering. The beast called Nomu seemed affected by this sudden change, or at least affected enough to loosen its grip on Kirishima's arm. Free from its grip, Kirishima blindly reached behind him to where he knew Bakugo was crouched, grabbing the blonde by his shirt and leaping away from the villains as far as he could. In his grasp, he could Bakugo thrashing defiantly, and he knew that his classmate was trying to give him an earful, irrespective of the shattering consuming the air around them. Kirishima and Bakugo rolled to a stop right as the deafening rupture abruptly stopped, along with the blinding light. What the fuck, shitty hair? Kirishima chuckled. There it was. He groggily opened his eyes and immediately tuned out Bakugo's angry rants. Bakugo. I had him right where I wanted him. All I had to do was blast that hand freak away and then. Bakugo. Fucking what? Bakugo shrieked. Look. Kirishima said, pointing out across the plaza. The mountain is back to normal. And the buildings aren't swing. And those weird-looking shapes are gone. Bakugo blinked, angry eyes darting all around. Well, damn. He was right. The ruined zone was looking peculiarly still. The tallest of the mountain peaks had instantly been returned to its natural state, and those bizarre fractals overlaying the entire USJ, the ones he spent more than a few minutes trying to destroy, had up and vanished. The USJ went back to normal with about as much warning as it did leaving it, with the exception of villains still being present. Not that Bakugo minded that in the slightest. He rose both hands, flexing them as he felt his sweat exuding from his palms. Not even the loss of one of his gauntlets was enough to put a damper on his fighting spirit. Aokiji, Kurogiri groaned as he slowly righted himself from Bakugo's initial surprise assault. Does this mean you lost to that Izuku boy I sent to you? That was more than enough to cause both Kirishima and Bakugo to perk up, as well as put a bit of a damper on that fighting spirit of Bakugo's. And the fact that the fog bastard correlated the Sakiji guy's defeat with a sudden reversal in the USJ did that mean whoever the Warp Gate villain was talking about was the one responsible for the zany environmental changes he had to endure. That had to be a hell of a quirk to do such a thing. And for a guy like that to lose to that damned nerd. Bakugo grit his teeth. No, he thought bitterly. No way in the hell that once quirkless loser overcame a villain like that. No way in hell that damn pebble got so strong in less than 2 years. Loss. To that damned nerd, Bakugo barked out. Must not have been very strong to begin with. A quirk like that is wasted on a tool like him. Kurogiri directed his yellow, narrow eyes toward Bakugo, but before he could offer a retort, a wave of unseen warmth washed over the plaza, drawing all eyes present toward the USJ's entrance, where it originated. It cannot be, the black fog muttered, a wave of trepidation settling upon his amorphous shoulders along with the warmth. There, at the top of the stairs, he could see the faint swirling embers of the Sorcerer Supreme's portal. And if he was here, it surely meant this was game over for the League. He glanced over to Tamura, almost certain his fledgling superior would display a visage that agreed with his silent sentiment. To Kurogiri's surprise, however, Tamura showed no such fear. If anything, he was pleased by the new arrivals. So you finally arrived, Tamura seethed maniacally under his breath. One last continue for the seen and unseen trash of society. Nomu. He whirled around toward the darkened monstrosity, standing perfectly still and silent as it awaited orders. Kill those two before the symbol of peace's very eyes. Nomu dissipated back into a wicked blur, lunging for Kirishima and Bakugo, who stood by helplessly, unable to keep track with its speed. Kirishima was only vaguely aware of the swiftly approaching danger before becoming swept up in a flash of yellow and white, and he knew instantly. All Might had arrived. Kirishima was instantly placed back on his own 2 feet alongside Bakugo. He blinked, rubbing his eyes as he registered the sudden distance placed between them and the villains. They'd been dropped at the very foot of the USJ's extravagant staircase, and he could plainly see that the remainder of the nameless fodder villains had been downed in an instant. All Might stood by their side, towering over them with Izawa in his arms. Kirishima looked across the plaza, seeing the creepy, hand-covered villain lurching from a hit, presumably from All Might as he zoomed by. He downed more than a few villains, grabbed hold of Izawa-sensei's body, rescued Bakugo and and landed another hit on their ringleader in the span of a couple seconds. Kirishima thought, amazed by the sheer speed of his teacher. "We'll take it from here, young Bakugo, young Kirishima," All Might said solemnly as he thrust Izawa's unconscious form into the arms of Bakugo, who was just barely able to carry the man's weight. "You both need to return to the entrance as quickly as possible." "The hell are you handing him to me for?" Bakugo grumbled loudly. "And there's no way I'm leaving. I had that fog bastard dead to rights. And who the hell is we?" "Sorry for going on ahead." All Might suddenly spoke, though not in response to Bakugo's indignation. "It's quite alright, All Might," a calm, compass voice sounded from above. Kirishima and Bakugo glanced up to see a gentleman clad in an all-too-familiar blue tunic and a red, flowing cloak descending toward them. After all, it's been a while since we last fought side by side. A flicker of light from where the defeated villains lay drew Kirishima's attention away from the newcomer for but a moment. He gasped with a start as he saw each of the thugs ensnared in multiple fiery whips identical to the kind Izuku had used in the heat of battle. "You?" Bakugo growled at the gentleman. "I know you. You're that Dr. Strange flunky." "Ah, Katsuki Bakugo," the newcomer Strange replied with a chuckle. "You're as impassioned as ever. And you," he turned to Kirishima, a peculiar glint appearing in his eye, "must be Ojiro Kirishima. We meet at last, although I do wish it was under more hospitable circumstances." "Ha. Hold on, you know our names?" Kirishima asked, confused. "Are you UA staff like All Might?" "No, but now isn't exactly the time for us to be making acquaintances with one another," Strange said, looking over to Tamara as he scrambled for the hand that was covering his face before All Might struck him. "A day like that will come, but it's certainly not today. You two must rendezvous back at the entrance post-haste." "I already said I'm not going anywhere." Bakugo barked back. "What is an obscure flunky of a pro like you going to be doing fighting alongside the #1 hero?" "Young Bakugo." All Might tried to chide the boy, but Strange stifled any admonitions with a dismissive wave of his hand. That wave of his hand soon flowed into a repeated swirling hand motion aimed directly at Bakugo's feet. It was a motion all too familiar to Kirishima, having seen it up close. "If you're not going to listen to reason," Bakugo Strange left his comment hanging in the air, as a blazing portal opened up beneath Bakugo's feet. The boy fell through with a surprised grunt, landing at the USJ entrance alongside Shoji and the other students, not scattered with Izawa's body still resting in his strained arms. Shoji and the others jumped, startled by Bakugo's sudden appearance, and shooting perplexed looks up through the sideways portal. "Why, you?" Bakugo growled through grit teeth, hastily shoving Izawa's body into the many waiting arms of a worried Shoji, before launching himself at the portal with his explosions. Strange's timing was too quick, however, and the portal closed in on itself before Bakugo was even close to reaching it. From the bottom of the staircase, Kirishima watched on as Strange displayed his powers, mystified by the striking similarities between his abilities and Izuku's. Portals, whips, levitating cloak. It's all the things Midoriya could do, but I can tell there's more to this man just by looking at him. "Dr. Strange, was it?" Kirishima asked nervously. "Those powers of yours, they're awfully similar to those a classmate of mine uses. His name's Midoriya. Are you and he related?" As he asked that question, his mind instantly recalled the words the Warp Gate villain used to describe Izuku. Sorcerer. He could ask this strange fellow for clarification on that front, but something was nagging at Kirishima to ask Izuku about it first before approaching anyone else. Strange turned to Kirishima and said nothing for what seemed like a long while, as if contemplating how or whether he should answer that question. Eventually, the man settled on a mere, knowing smile. "You should return to the entrance as well," Kirishima, Strange said. "You don't want to be down here when All Might and I engage these villains." "Wait." Kirishima blurted out, suddenly recalling how the villain named Nomu completely resisted his hard-and one-for-all punch. "All Might. I punched that black-beaked villain as hard as I could, and it had no effect." "Young Kirishima." All Might interjected his young protege with a booming voice. "Heed Strange's words and believe me when I say this." He turned toward the boy, a bright beaming grin manifesting where a grim scowl once was. "It'll all be fine, because we are here. Trust those words. Trust your teacher." Kirishima looked up at All Might, obviously feeling conflicted between staying and fighting alongside his mentor like he wanted, and running to the entrance to guarantee his own safety. Which choice is the manly one? Kirishima pondered. The one that leaves me with no regrets. In that case. The conflict in Kirishima's face seemed to melt away, giving rise to one of resoluteness. I understand, All Might. Kirishima said with a slight nod before running up the stairs to rejoin what classmates of his remained up at the top. Don't give those villains an inch. To not trust you would be the least manly thing I can do now. In Kirishima, I know you might conclude that I am essentially asking you to flee from an enemy, and leave an ally and mentor, no less to face them without you, All Might thought as he watched Kirishima ascend the stair, but what we're facing today is the result of something far more sinister than mere villainy. He turned back toward the plaza, eyes boring into the dark Hulk-like creature standing eerily still. What do you think, Strange? All Might asked his sorceress companion, who was also glaring down the demonic ogre. It's as I feared, Strange said apprehensively. That golem has been twisted through unknown means, but I have no doubt. That is one of Dormammu's mindless ones. All Might grimaced, recalling what myths and stories he'd heard of such denizens of the dark dimension from Strange over the years. Something far more sinister, indeed. Author notes. Holy crap, this story just recently topped 1,000 followers. Where have you all come from? I'm thankful for all of your continued support, and I'm eternally grateful for all the readers that gave my first story on this site a chance, as well as those that have followed of Quirks and Magic since the beginning, 7 months ago. This story is far, far from over, and I hope to continue keeping you all entertained and enthralled for future updates and developments. Next chapter. Multiplayer Melee. The battle between All Might and Doctor Strange against the League's dreaded otherworldly Nomu begins. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 44. Multiplayer Magic Melee. Damn you, Strange Akiji muttered contemptuously amidst a slew of belligerent curses that Kaminari wasn't even going to pretend to understand, but the electric quirk user blinked rapidly, rubbing his eyes as the blinding light that had engulfed them faded away just as quickly. Everything seemed unchanged at first. Akiji remained where he was, injuries and all, as did Izuku, still unconscious and dangling from the zealot's piercing space shard. It wasn't until Kaminari actually glanced around their surroundings that he realized a sudden shift back to normalcy. The cyclone of rock that Akiji had molded out of the taller mountain peak had vanished, replaced by the untarnished summit it once was. The USJ's ceiling had been repaired, girders and all. And the endless layers of fractals spinning and swimming over everything had mysteriously disappeared as well. The fiery, elongated buildings rising out of the conflagration zone were gone, and that zone's ceiling appeared unperturbed. The USJ had been returned to normal, Kaminari realized. Someone, somehow, someway, had undone Akiji's magic. Was it this strange fellow he's muttering about? Kaminari wondered as he carefully watched Akiji ride back and forth where he stood, cursing incessantly under his breath. Amidst the chorus of Akiji's raspy breaths and incoherent swearing, a slight tinkling sound reached Kaminari's ears. The sound came from about Izuku's body, and he glanced up to see the space shard that had impaled his classmate's body, leaving the boy suspended in midair, slowly dissipating, melting away into the air around them. The bloodless tip shrank back into and then out of Izuku's body as it wilted away. Izuku dropped to the ground in a lifeless heap as the shard faded entirely, landing on his backside. Midoriya. Kaminari cried out to his friend as he scrambled to Izuku's side. The cry and sudden movement by Kaminari did not go unnoticed by Akiji, however, and the zealot shakily stepped forward to intercept. He stretched out a gnarled bone-covered hand toward Kaminari, and Kaminari responded by raising his hand up to Akiji, sending what arcs of electricity he could muster out of his open palm. Stay back, Kaminari uttered in warning as he flashed his quirk at Akiji, who stepped forward no further. You'll bring me down with your electricity while remaining over Izuku's body? Akiji asked between pants, watching Kaminari keenly. The implication was clear. Akiji knew Kaminari couldn't attack him without Izuku being further harmed by an electrical torrent whose trajectory couldn't be properly controlled. Are you kidding? Kaminari asked with a shaky grin. It's not even been a full school week, and I'm already used to hurting my classmates with my own quirk. It was a dangerous bluff. Even as he spoke, even as he shot tiny sparks out of his hand while leaning over Izuku's unresponsive form to keep Akiji at bay, Kaminari could feel his senses fading. Consciousness and unconsciousness muddled together as his vision began to blur. He was right on the verge of short-circuiting, no doubt because he hadn't held back with his indiscriminate discharge earlier. The only reason he had any of his wits about him now was because he'd abruptly ended the torrent when Akiji dragged Jiro into the attack. It still made his gut twist just thinking about it. Akiji staggered backward slightly and, instead of conjuring any more attacks, clutched at the fresh wounds Izuku had inflicted on his chest, pressing his bony fingers against the seared sinews. Kaminari winced from just looking at Akiji's front. No doubt the wounds he'd inflicted on his backside were just as grotesque and serious. The zealot nearly fell back down on one knee, and it finally became noticeable to Kaminari that the villain's powers were suffering from some serious drainage. Ikiji was considerably weaker, and growing more so by the minute. Had that been why his space shard had withered away, freeing Izuku? All the changes he did were suddenly reversed. Does that mean we're no longer in that mirror dimension Midoriya told us about? Kaminari pondered. Kaminari's befuddled thinking was interrupted by some chillingly raspy laughter from Ikiji. Perhaps you will live to see it, Ikiji chuckled. Perhaps you will survive long enough to witness the timeless and deathless era we envision for this world. Until that day comes, cling to your life, Kaminari. Cling to your life and your suffering until we clash again. Ikiji drew his eyes away from Kaminari, directing them toward the central plaza. They flared with newfound hatred as his body slowly dissipated from his feet up, much like his space shard had earlier. His eyes fierce and burning with indignance and rage were the last part of him that Kaminari saw before he faded away entirely. Kaminari stayed still, processing Ikiji's disappearance for only a moment before turning his full attention to Izuku's body lying still beneath him. Midoriya. Kaminari called to him. No response. He opened the top of Izuku's tunic slightly and pressed a jittery finger against his neck. Kaminari nearly cried out in relief. There was a pulse, and a breath. It was certainly faint, but there was a pulse nonetheless. Izuku was still alive. Kaminari. The Oirozu Kaminari whirled around and saw 1A's vice president slowly floating towards them, Izuku's green cloak, the authentic one, fluttering madly behind her, as she bobbed up and down in midair. Her arms were clutching Jiro's body, holding onto her tightly as the cloak struggled to keep them both afloat. How is she? Kaminari asked worriedly. She's bruised, but breathing, Oirozu said, her studious eyes seemingly taking in his disheveled demeanor, Izuku's injuries, and the lack of one Ikiji Kakatsu all at once. What is Midoriya's state? And where is Ikiji? I managed to chase Ikiji off, Kaminari said, choosing to ignore the blatant look of disbelief that Oirozu showed for an instant. But not before he managed to skewer Midoriya. He's barely breathing, and I can't make heads or tails of his injuries. We have to get him down the mountain now. Wait, Kaminari. Oirozu called out as Kaminari hoisted Izuku's limp body in his arms. Don't move him too hastily. We need to take our time so we don't exacerbate his injuries, and it would be a bad idea to take him down to the plaza right this instant. Why? Kaminari snapped back, allowing his exasperation to bleed into his voice and speech. He knew deep down she was right. He was in no position to carry Izuku down the mountain trail, while he himself was on the verge of short-circuiting, and Izuku's cloak, amazing as it was, couldn't carry all four of them. Still, Jiro and Izuku needed treatment as quickly as possible. Because Oirozu replied, and for the first time since this whole ordeal began, Kaminari recognized that her voice was inflected by genuine relief. All Might and another pro are fighting on the central plaza. All Might lunged forward, crossing his arms in front of his face as Strange slightly levitated into the air, whipping up the fervid embers of eldritch magic around his hands. All Might had launched himself directly toward Tamura, but Nomu was more than quick enough to intercept his trajectory, sliding his black bolt body directly into All Might's path. The creature parted its toothy beak as it stared impassively at All Might, seemingly awaiting the coming smash. The smash landed, but perhaps not in the way it anticipated. Strange circled a hand toward All Might in an impressive blur of motion. The space between Nomu and All Might opened up, sheathed in a ring of flame and not but the width of a hair in front of All Might's arms and face. The portal's exit sprang to life to the side of Nomu, and All Might leaped through without a shred of hesitation, appearing at Nomu's unguarded side in the blink of an eye. Carolina's smash. All Might roared as he brought both of his arms down, crossing Nomu's open torso with a double-handed chop. To his and Strange's shock, however, the beast gave little notice to the blow. It inclined its head to stare at All Might with dead yet focused eyes, shrugging off the Carolina's smash, as if it were little more than a weak slap. It took the full force of the Carolina's smash like it was nothing. All Might grit his teeth, frustrated. Toshinori didn't hold back with that attack, Strange mused. That was a 100% Carolina's smash, and that attack might as well have bounced right off this mindless one's mutated hide. I have fought against many of Dormammu's creatures over the years. I am well acquainted with their durability, their weaknesses and their strengths, and none of them should possess the fortitude to withstand any of All Might's attacks. Is this newfound resilience related to its twisted physique? Strange pondered further as he studied the mindless one's Nomu's mutated form. It was similar in build to the standard form, but the most striking differences laid in the creature's head. Mindless ones did not typically have facial features, let alone humanoid faces to begin with. And that exposed cranium Strange shivered. It was easy enough for him to identify this Nomu as a mindless one, and understand that alterations had been made, but it would take time to truly understand how said alterations were made. Regardless of its appearance, we shouldn't let up. Strange determined as he whipped his magic into a frenzy round his hands again, preparing to back up All Might. Its obedient, dim-witted nature suggests that tacked-on cerebrum is wasted on it. Just as Strange and All Might were coordinating against and analyzing Nomu, Tamura was doing precisely the same against them. He watched giddily as All Might's downward chop was effortlessly absorbed by his prize Nomu's primary ability. It's game over for you both, symbol of peace, sorcerer supreme, Tamura hissed under his breath. Throw whatever combo moves you have at my Nomu, your synergy is nothing compared to his raw power. Tamura cast a wayward glance in Strange's direction, noting the magic that was currently being whipped up. His hand almost instinctively went to his neck, but he just barely managed to stave off the urge to pick and scratch at his skin. Kurogiri, Tamura rasped. Stop him. Understood, Kurogiri said, narrowing his jagged, yellow eyes at Strange, as his warp gate fog undulated off his amorphous body. He moved with not a moment to spare, intercepting the ring of fire that preceded Strange's portals, and disrupting it with his shadowy fog, before the sorcerer could open up another passage for All Might. You cannot sustain those pesky apertures of yours if the ring of flame encircling them becomes disrupted by anything, can you? Kurogiri asked as he leered at Strange, encircling his fog all around the man's body. Those portals you sorcerers employ can be quite troublesome. I will not allow you to aid All Might with them anymore. Perceptive, Strange replied as he took to the sky with but a tug of his red cloak of levitation. Outwardly he remained cool and compassed, but on the inside he was groaning in frustration. This warping villain was far more dangerous than the other thugs under the League's employ by several orders of magnitude, and this man was in a unique position to counter his use of portals by way of his warp gate quirk. Eldritch portals were typically stationary, but this adversary could detach, spawn, and manipulate the shape, size, and entry and exit points of his warp fog, with little to no known limitations. Strange glanced down for but a moment to register his companion's progress, though it seemed All Might was having even less luck in bringing down the mutated mindless one. The Nomu swiped his blackened arms, meaty fingers skimming past All Might's arms and face, as it attempted to grab him. Take this. All Might uttered as he crouched beneath Nomu's grab and shot upward, slamming his fist directly into the beast's gut. Nomu, however, hardly even flinched from the impact, his body absorbing the wind and force behind All Might's monstrously famous Detroit smash, with no discernible effort. All Might leaped back as the creature attempted another grab, stunned by the lack of effectiveness his punches were having. Seriously, it had no effect, All Might groaned as Nomu continued his pursuit, leaping after him and closing the distance in an instant. Fine then. Capitalizing on Nomu's next downward swipe with its arms, All Might remained in close quarters instead of jumping back again, rearing his fists back and pummeling Nomu directly in the face. Just as before, however, it remained unfazed, letting loose an otherworldly shriek as it grabbed at All Might once more, forcing the hero to jump away and go back onto the defensive for a moment. Even a punch to the face was ineffective, just what was up with this abomination. It was as if all the momentum and force put into his punch were sucked out the instant his fist came in contact with his skin. Well, I won't let up, either. All Might yelled as he propelled himself forward once more, deftly dodging and weaving under and around the monster's hands, as he landed blow after blow on his chest and abdomen. It's no use, trash of society. Tamura taunted as Nomu effortlessly weathered the flurry of punches. Spam that A button of yours all you want, but your fabled punches will have no effect on my Nomu. You'll never be able to get around its shock absorption quirk. You'd be better off trying to gouge out Nomu's flesh, bit by bloody bit. Not that you'd be able to, though. All Might tense and Strange nearly startled to a halt as he ducked under a lengthy span of Kurogiri's fog that was trying to seize hold of him. A quirk. Did he say that Mindless One has a quirk, and a quirk that counters even All Might's prowess, of all things? So that explained the nature of the alterations made on this particular creature. The exposed cranium and its more humanoid features were proof positive, now that this denizen of darkness had somehow become amalgamated with a human being, a guinea pig of All for One. All for One Strange balled his hands into fists, shaking with rage over this newfound revelation. Repressed images of that atrocious tragedy inexplicably came flashing back into his mind, one by one. My master and my wife. Is there nothing you can take from others that will satisfy you? Is there no bottom to the pit where your soul ought to be? Uttering a quick prayer for whatever poor soul was now fused with Dormammu's denizen and uttering a curse for one of his most dreaded mortal adversaries, Strange turned back onto Kurogiri with vigor renewed. He stretched an open palm toward the warp gate user, weaving and spinning what magic was visible in his palm in a distinct yet small circle. Kurogiri took the bait, spawning several inky clouds of his warping fog before Strange's hand, but unfortunately for him, Strange wasn't conjuring another portal for him to disrupt and ruin. He was summoning a vortex. The instant Kurogiri's fog manifested before Strange's hand, it got pulled in, latching onto the vortex's energy core, instead of severing through it like it had with the portals. The pull of vortex grew larger and larger still, as Strange continued swirling the energy in his palm, allowing his spell to grow into a veritable maelstrom in the palm of his hand. The pole extended all the way to Kurogiri's fog-covered body, and with a distraught yell, the villain found himself whirling and swirling into the depths of the conjured cone, unable to warp himself out of the pole, until at last Kurogiri's amorphous body was sucked into the heart of Strange's vortex. Strange swiftly clenched his hand shut, and the open end of the cone suddenly closed in on itself, reshaping into a solid sphere of refulgent energy, as the swirling slowed to a halt, with Kurogiri imprisoned in the center of it. With one antagonist removed from play, Strange shifted every ounce of his focus to Nomu, trying to latch onto All Might's body with its gargantuan hands. Luckily, its movements, while certainly quick, were still clumsy and predictable, allowing All Might to avoid its grasp, as he unleashed punch after fruitless punch into the beast's body. With the villain's warp gate imprisoned in his sphere and unable to interfere with his spells, Strange could aid All Might directly. And directly he would, though not with portals this time. All Might. Strange called out to his friend as a stream of energy manifested into view, flowing back and forth alongside the weaving motions of his arms. If your standard tactics are proving insufficient against this mystical foe, then perhaps we should fight magic with magic. A stream of bright red energy floated over to All Might with a flick of Strange's hand, branching into two as it approached. The energy wrapped around All Might's arms, coalescing into several bracers of solidified energy and manifesting twin, spinning mandalas over his clenched fists. Coating my body with eldritch magic. All Might flexed his arms as he dodged another swipe from Nomu, observing the energy layered atop his body bulging alongside his muscles. He smirked and crouched down low, right as Nomu made another swipe at his head. It's been a long while since I've used this particular smash. Let us relish in nostalgia later. Strange replied. And make this count. Kurogiri, you fool. Tamura hissed, scratching irritably at his neck with both hands now. Greenwich. All Might muttered as he reared both fists back, the mandalas gifted to him by Strange spinning madly and sending a torrent of sparks sparking into the air. Smash. All Might drove both fists home, ramming them straight into Nomu's unguarded abdomen, and pounding the beast into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and embers that exploded forth from the impact of the double punch. The dust quickly cleared, revealing Nomu's twitching form planted face down in the concrete. And there, etched in his grotesque backside, were the twin indentations of the mandalas Strange had weaved over All Might's fists. It had done some noticeable damage. Nomu's shock absorption hadn't fully protected it from this particular attack. Still, despite this attack landing true, Nomu's hulking form recovered quickly all the same, lifting itself out of the concrete and standing upright. Its visage remained neutral, unmarred by emotion, and not seeming to recognize any sort of pain from the attack. They hurt my Nomu. Tamura seethed as he dragged his gangly fingers up and down his neck, ignoring any pain or the trickles of blood now dotting his broken skin. They hurt my Nomu. With their damn magic. Where's my cheat code when I need him? That attack actually had an effect, but it didn't keep him down nearly as long as I would have liked. All Might spoke to Strange, the mandalas and bracers of pure energy reforming over his fists. If I drive him deeper into the concrete, it should immobilize him long enough for us to inflict some permanent injuries on this fell creature. I'll maintain the magic coating your body, Strange affirmed, but be wary. I've noticed it hasn't actually thrown a punch at you yet. It's only tried to grab you. An odd battle tactic. Then I'll end this in a flash. All Might set before disappearing in a blur as he dashed forward, narrowly ducking under another hasty grab attempt by Nomu and sliding behind the beast. He wrapped his arms around Nomu's waist and bent backwards, slamming it headfirst into the ground in a second explosion of dust and embers. Strange briefly shielded his eyes as the debris from this second impact blew right past his face. And when the dust finally cleared and the clarity of sight returned to the Sorcerer Supreme, he nearly let out an audible gasp. All Might had not driven the mindless one into the concrete as planned. He'd instead slammed the creature straight through a more than familiar swirling black fog. The top half of Nomu had risen out of a vaguely defined exit point right next to the entrance point, and directly beneath All Might's body, digging his dark claws into his friend's abdomen, notably his weak spot, where All for One had inflicted that crippling, grievous wound 6 years ago. All Might sputtered a pained grunt as he struggled to wrestle himself out of Nomu's grasp. Impossible. Strange whirled back toward the cone he'd used to contain the warping villain, only to see the shell of his sphere cracked ever so slightly, just slightly enough for Kurogiri's shadowy body to leak out and quietly reform. Strange had nary a moment to process even this turn of events, as the faint shimmering of several thin, glassy surfaces suddenly flew at him from multiple sides and angles. By the ruby rings of Ragator. Stephen cried out in surprise as he hastily invoked said deity, and erected the 7 resplendent barriers to defend himself from this most unexpected attack. Space Shard Strange grimaced as the barriers spinning around his person effortlessly blocked the translucent blades now grinding against his magic screens. Their tips dug into but could not pierce his defenses. Ikiji. The space beside Tamura warbled and seemed to unravel, like a tear in a seam of fabric. The disheveled but familiar body of Ikiji Kakatsu staggered out of the distortion, hands outstretched in Strange's direction, willing the blades to push further against the rings of Ragader. He looked worse for wear. His robe had a large, singed hole directly over his chest, and Strange could clearly see seared scarring over his skin. His white, jagged hair was marred with numerous specks of brown and black dust and soot, and though his glare denoted a man willing to fight, the shaking in his legs and his constant panting made it clear that he was on his last legs. Even in spite of the magic he was hurling Strange's way. The Kiji glared daggers into Strange, and Strange reciprocated, blooming with pride and worry. Pride, because he knew damn well the cause behind Ikiji's injuries. Worry, because he knew not the fate of his disciple. Ikiji was still conscious, and now here in the plaza, where was Izuku? Ikiji Kakatsu, Strange said as he kept Ikiji's blades at bay, and Tamura Shigaraki. His eyes trailed to the boy covered in hands. So you were both working together after all. I figured there was some connection ever since Brigand broke into my sanctum. Don't flatter yourself with your detective skills, sorcerer, Tamura replied. This hardly qualifies as a plot twist. This reveal is but one of several that have been meticulously planned over the course of many months. Nothing has happened that wasn't expected, Ikiji added between pants. Except for one of the students escaping the USJ and the subsequent pull into the mirror dimension, Strange retorted, as well as those injuries. A light smile appeared as Ikiji almost instinctively clutched at his wounds. Only my disciple could have been responsible for inflicting such wounds. Where is he? I left his body on the mountainside, Ikiji snarled back. Strange's eyes whitened fearfully, but before he could mount a retort of his own or demand an explanation, his vision was obscured by Kurogiri's shadow. It crept along the 7 rings he conjured to fend off the space shards, and Strange soon found himself completely encircled by swirling fog, much like how he had Kurogiri completely encased in a fire sphere. This bodes ill for me. Strange mused as blades and shadow light began pushing against his barriers, driving them closer to his body inch by inch. The barriers were now less than a foot away from his body, and slowly closing in. There was not even enough space for him to open a portal with his arms. Strange pushed against the constricting force as his mind racked for a solution. But the Kiji with them, they undoubtedly have some knowledge of my repertoire of spells. The 7 rings of Ragader are a nigh unbreakable barrier, but it restricts mobility and keeps one rooted in place. And now I'm completely encircled, which will afflict me first. Should I lower my screens? The shadows? Or those blades? And what has befallen Izuku? Strange shook his head, forcibly banishing such thoughts from his head. He would have to worry about such things after he dealt with these villains. In fact, such thoughts of worry were not known to frequently muddy his mind at least not before taking Izuku under his wing all those months ago. Just as the master influences the student, so too does the student influence the master. Strange chuckled and ceased his pushing against the shadows compressing down on his barriers. He promptly lowered himself to the ground and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Inhale. Exhale. Strange relaxed and slowed with each breath he took, his bodily senses dropping one by one. As he felt the spiritual contours that filled his physical form, the chaotic sounds surrounding him suddenly melted away. Even the sound of his own heartbeat no longer pulsed in his ears, and the subsequent ringing was exiled thereafter. This was true silence. Strange continued to focus as he sat, shedding off one bodily sense after another, as he split his spirit from his flesh. And then he rose. The sorcerer has a point, Kurogiri said as he turned from the shadowy prison he encased Strange in and faced Ikiji. His narrow eyes examined the fresh burns and scars and singed fabric critically. Your injuries are extensive, Ikiji. I recommend you sit out the rest of the operation. He winced. I am fine. He didn't even spare Kurogiri a glance. He remained singularly focused on keeping the pressure on Strange's shielding, with what few space shards he could still conjure. You need not push yourself farther than you need to at this stage, Kurogiri reasoned. The Sorcerer Supreme is trapped, as is All Might. He lacks the space necessary for a portal. I will have him crushed to death soon enough. Let him do as he pleases, Tamura suddenly added, drawing surprised looks from both Kurogiri and Ikiji. And why shouldn't he? This game is nearly over. He turned toward the struggling form of All Might, trying vainly to pry himself out of Nomu's grip. He honed in on the blood seeping out of All Might's abdomen, where Nomu had his claws dug in, and his eyes lit up with sickened glee. Thus ends the multiplayer magic melee. Thanks for playing, All Might. You fiend. All Might shouted as his hands continued to pull and tug at Nomu's dark hands. Don't think you've won the day just yet. You thought you could keep Nomu trapped in the concrete while you continue to pummel him with your own cheat code, right? Tamura asked with a concealed sneer. Well, you should know by now that that won't work. Nomu is as strong as you are, All Might. And you should also know that just as a bit of magic went into that last smash of yours, a bit of magic went into Nomu's constriction, too. After all, cheat codes are no fun when only your enemy gets to use them. What power? All Might thought as he continued to fight against Nomu's iron vice of a grip. It was unrelenting, and the pain from having his wound dug into was nearly unbearable. I've helped Strange fight off otherworldly creatures before, but nothing like this. Kurogiri. All Might felt the slightest of shudders rippling through the shadow. He looked down as he struggled and saw the dark fog begin to slowly shrink and recede, splitting into two, as the exit and entry points became clear. I am not one who enjoys the sensation of blood and guts flowing about, but for you, I will make an exception, Kurogiri said as his amorphous body towered over All Might. For a foe as quick as you, it was Nomu's job to restrain you. And when Nomu drags your body halfway through my gate, closing it shut and tearing you apart will be my job. All Might frowned, pausing to process the villain's words. So, this creature was made to be this strong just to restrain me. That explains why Steven noticed it was only trying to grab me instead of throwing any punches. A cooling sensation around his legs, and he glanced down to see his feet already sticking out of the exit point of the warp gate. Crap, he's already starting to drag me in. Not for much longer he won't. That voice. All Might tensed as a sudden surging sensation moved across his body, as if a great unseen force was moving along and into his very being, through the very pores of his skin. He caught his breath as the force nestled into his very lungs and spread out from there, circulating through every artery and blood vessel in his body, filling his bones and even his temporary muscles. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we seem to have found ourselves in quite the conundrum, Toshinori. Steven. All Might spoke in his mind. Are you using a telepathy of some sort to reach out to me? A step further, I'm afraid, Strange explained, and not one I'm keen on using very often. I separated my astral form from my physical body and entered yours. We must move quickly before one for all fails you, and my body is crushed by shield and shadow-like. Your astral body entered my actual body. All Might asked, mentally shuddering a little. That explained the unseen force that had seized him. It was, he had to admit, a little off-putting. I'm sure the claws digging into your weak point make for a far more distressing discomfort, Strange said in a slightly chiding voice. Besides, this was necessary for me to amplify you with what magic I can again. Hold on, All Might argued. I might not know my bra from my cadaver, but I remember you explaining to me once about the risks of astral projection. It consumes one's personal energies instead of drawing it from your surroundings. If you use it for too long, or give me too much energy, you could. I will not die, Toshinori, Strange said assuredly. And neither will you. There is much for us to do still. Our successors are waiting for us. Very well, my friend, All Might said with a mental nod. He reached out to the astral form inhabiting his body, connecting the brilliant multicolored embers of One for All, that still flowed through his veins, to the great fount of magical energy that Strange's soul gave freely. Help me show these villains the meaning of these words. Plus Ultra. All Might startled at the nearly incomprehensible influx of energy that followed. It was an immense escalation, a bountiful boost, a serious spike. It was a surge. All Might's entrapped body suddenly exploded with energy, consumed in a blinding polychromatic light. Tamura and Akiji were sent sprawling by the unexpected upsurge, and Kurogiri had to turn his head away, lest he be totally blinded by the energy blast. He even struggled to maintain his warp gates as the energy and wind billowed against his form, licking at his fog. The only one present who remained unflinching in the face of such resplendent energy was Nomu itself. The creature would not maintain its stoicism for long, however, as it soon shrieked as a great wrenching sensation ripped its hands from its wrists, severing the grip it had on its prisoner. It slinked through the exit point of Kurogiri's warp gate, shuddering as a vile, oily blood seeped from the stumps where its hands once were. No, Tamura hissed as he stumbled back to his feet after rolling to a stop. His eyes were wide and glued to All Might once the blinding light had receded. Another cheat. A radiant light of innumerable colors was swimming across All Might's body. The magic from Strange's very soul washed over him, coating him with an energy even more vibrant than before. The spinning mandalas reappeared over his fists, rotating rapidly as polychromatic embers effused endlessly from the mystical symbols. The energy's heat was such that it produced an ethereal smoke from All Might's shoulders and head, wafting above the central plaza and spreading outward, obscuring it beneath a supernatural haze. All Might tossed the bloody remains of Nomu's hands to the ground, raising his head and rooting Tamura, where he was with a glare that was equal parts rage and assurance of victory. He clenched his closed fists tighter still, drawing all of the magic Strange offered into his arms. You were right about one thing, fledgling villain, All Might spoke to a fearfully frozen Tamura. His voice was as if he and Strange were speaking in tandem, as one. This game of yours is nearly over. Author notes. Back with a vengeance. Just like Tamura's game, the USJ arc will also be over very shortly, 1 or 2 chapters to go, in fact. I hope this chapter satisfies you all after that 2-week dry spell, spell. Now to answer some questions, haven't done this in a while. AHURTROJO1. I will not likely pair Dr. Strange with anyone in this story. He lost his wife Clea during the tragedy 6 years ago. In his mind, he's likely thinking he's already had his happily ever after. Tijularabit. Ghost Rider will appear in a future arc. I'm not at liberty to say when. I want it to be a surprise for you all. Infinity Edge. I don't recall ever officially saying or listing which stories I was alluding to in chapter 15, when Izuku fell into the timeless ether, so I guess now's as good a time as any to list them so everyone can know. Some I made more obvious than others. These are what I was alluding to, in the order that I listed them in the actual chapter. The first scene is the one from actual canon, episode and chapter 1, where All Might tells Izuku he can become a hero. The second scene refers to Soon I Shall Be Indestructible by Ilmdek Knight, which you can read on AO3. The third scene is a reference to Erase Potential by Theslatharan Paladin. I'm not sure if it's on AO3 as well, but I read it here on French Franks. The next scene, the one showing Izuku as a boxer, refers to the story Knockout by some random guy. I read it here on French Franks. The next scene depicts Izuku with a Lovecraftian quirk of sorts, and there are two such stories that I read with that premise. Daymare, on AO3, and The Worm That Dorks, here on French Franks, by Introspective Inquisitor and Greyfield respectively. The next scene, the one where Izuku operates under the name Agent Deku, refers to the story While You Were Sleeping by Belka Karamelka, on AO3, and it's honestly one of the only stories I've read in this entire fandom, where I thought the Midoriya Bakugo pairing was done well. The next scene, the first of the bad scenes, refers to Virtuoso by Rain Temple, also on AO3. The final scene with the shadowy hands, refers to the story of Villainous Twist by Amano. Unfortunately, I think it's been discontinued, but still, I recommend everyone reading this to give it a read, too. That should address those questions I didn't answer in a private message. Next chapter should be the end of the USJ incident, with All Might and Doctor Strange laying the smackdown on Nomu. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 45. USJ ends. To not trust you would be the least manly thing I can do now. Those had been the words that Jiro Kirishima had running through his head on repeat, as he ascended the grand staircase of the USJ as quickly as he could. He had hardly passed the 20th step when the sound of battle whipped into a roar from where he'd just been, and he knew. All Might and Doctor Strange had flown into battle against the villains. Again, he repeated his affirmation to trust in his teacher, hoping vainly that the mental repetition would block out the sounds of battle roaring behind him. It was made all the more difficult to ignore by the wind whipping against his backside, no doubt from the impacts of All Might's mighty blows. Still, he did as his teacher and that Doctor Strange fellow had asked of him, and left the plaza before they'd begun fighting. Kirishima figured this was so they could fight at 100%, without the constant worry of collateral hanging over their heads, but still the doubt was nagging. He had only proven his potential to All Might by refusing to budge in the face of a villain that fateful day, and now it seemed, at least on the surface, that he was doing the opposite. The manly choice is the one that leaves me with no regrets, Kirishima mused, but will I regret that choice when the day's over, All Might? The sound of a dull explosion caught Kirishima's attention, but only because this one came from in front of him instead of behind him. He looked up and saw the steadily approaching form of Bakugo propelling himself down the stairs with his explosions. Kirishima immediately ran into his path, waving his arms, and forcing his classmate to slow to a hostile halt. "The hell are you doing?" Bakugo snapped. He'd only gotten to the halfway point before he was intercepted by Kirishima. "I was about to ask you the same thing." Kirishima huffed. "What does it look like?" Bakugo spat. "I'm going back down there to fight those villains and hopefully bring down that smoky bastard. That'll show Deku's teacher to not look down on me." Deku's teacher? Kirishima placed a finger against his chin as he sought to decipher what Bakugo was saying. Who the hell is Deku? Wait, that's what he called Midoriya, right? So by teacher, is he referring to Doctor Strange? Regardless, going back down there is a bad idea. Kirishima continued, getting back on track. "We need to have faith in All Might and his friend, even if he's not a hero we've heard of. Besides, we'd just be in the way." An enormous shockwave reverberated up the staircase from the central plaza. Kirishima and Bakugo were jostled and fell over from the sheer strength of its vibrations. "Damn it." Bakugo ground out as he struggled back to his feet. "We're wasting time." With that, Bakugo resumed his explosive descent back toward the plaza, with a disoriented Kirishima shouting and tailing him back toward ground zero of the USJ. Tamura remained rooted where he stood, glued in place as he stared upon the newly refulgent form of All Might. The hero's body was covered in swaths of newfound energy, and the multicolored luminance became bent around his muscles, as if it were flexing alongside the flesh. The intense incandescence only amplified that terrifyingly glare that seemed to be piercing Tamura's legs to the ground. This might explain why he couldn't fall, no matter how hard his knees were shaking. Kurogiri was off to the side and behind him a ways, clearly dazed and stuporous from the unexpected surging of magical energies. At least his body was once again covered by his warp gate, to protect himself from harm. It was almost instinctive after so many years. Ikiji was a bit further away from himself and Kurogiri. The blast had sent him sprawling to the ground, and he had yet to move a muscle. Tamura couldn't be certain, but with the injuries he'd already sustained on the mountainside, the Zella could very well be unconscious now. The last vestiges of his power, the space shards, had also been obliterated by All Might's resurgence, along with the warp gate Kurogiri had pressing down on the barriers protecting the Sorcerer Supreme's body. Both had flickered out of existence without a trace, revealing a cross-legged sorcerer behind those 7 rings of his, each mere inches away from crushing against his body. Now it was Tamura's arms that shook, not out of fear, but out of a great indignant bitterness that swelled from within, a product of a tempestuous tantrum, just begging to be unleashed on anyone unfortunate enough to present as a potential victim. She's not weakened at all, Tamura stammered as his eyes remained fixed on All Might. Was Sensei wrong? Did he lie to me? His fingers on one hand curled until he was shakily pointing at All Might. Nomu. He shrieked. Kill him. Kill All Might. Nomu ceased its writhing once the order reached its indiscernible ears, straightening up immediately. His grotesque eyes swiveled around before narrowing in on All Might, his face once more impassive and not showing any sense of fear or intimidation in the face of the hero's overwhelming new power. It raised its arms as red bulbous mounds of flesh erupted from its ruptured wrists, quickly expanding back into the shape of large humanoid hands. It regenerated its hands. All Might mentally spoke with a frown, tensing considerably at the sight. Is this something the mindless one are apt to do? No, Strange replied, and although All Might could not see the sorcerer's astral face, he could tell his friend was frowning just as he was. Still, this news development did not distract Strange from increasing the flow of magic going into, out of, and around his body. This is likely the result of another quirk. Stay sharp, Toshinori. You have no chance. Tamura screamed as Nomu rushed by him in a dark blur. All Might tightened his fists and responded in kind, lunging forward so quickly his body seemed to instantly disappear into a resplendent fuzz. Hero and beast collided into each other near the heart of the plaza, darkened digits slamming into and burning against All Might's fluorescent fists, powered by Strange's magic. The spinning mandalas covering All Might's fists burned into the Nomu's hands, and the clash of dark and eldritch energies resulted in a monumental shockwave rippling across the USJ, reverberating through every solid structure within range. Didn't I tell you about Nomu's shock absorption? Tamura yelled as he surfed the blast away from the clashing titans, landing shakily near the plaza fountain. Magic may be capable of damaging its hide, but all of the power behind your punches will still be absorbed and rendered useless. And with Nomu's regeneration quirk, it'll withstand any magical blow you land on it. In fact, those marks you left on its back have long since healed by now. Are you quite finished, villain? All Might snapped as his fists flew into a flurry against Nomu's, bashing the beast back inch by inch, with each successive well-aimed blow. This Nomu of yours it absorbs instead of nullifying, correct? That means there's a limit, and if there's a limit, then I'll just have to smash right through it. All Might yelled as he pressed forward with his seemingly endless onslaught of magically focused punches, his blurred arms moving so fast it was as if Strange's magic was piercing into Nomu's body repeatedly, singeing and stinging just beneath its thick black hide, and leaving mandala-shaped marks all over its torso and arms. With each unperceivable slew of hits, All Might pressed forward and pushed Nomu back one step at a time. Every couple of seconds Nomu's head would either snap back or jolt to the side, as a burning blow was inflicted directly into its cheek or under its monstrous beak, and that was on top of All Might deflecting nearly every equally unperceivable jab and punch that Nomu gave. Even the magic that Strange's astral form sent coursing into All Might's fists seemed to be overwhelming Nomu unnoticeable to those watching from afar. The indentations All Might and Strange left on Nomu's inhuman body with each successful blow were healed slightly slower and slower as the seconds ticked by. They'll to take me at 100%, you say. All Might bit out as those small steps he took while pushing Nomu back suddenly became full-fledged strides. Then, magic or not, every attack I land will be from even beyond. The incessant pummeling suddenly evolved into an outright thrashing, as All Might's movements completely surpassed Nomu's, battering the unflinching monstrosity across the plaza. The embers of one for all that flickered within had been roused into an insatiable inferno, and the stockpiled strength inherited from his master and those that came before her flowed through his fists with a force equal to his companion's energies. Nomu suffered from each blow, as did their environment. The concrete cracked and shattered beneath their stomping feet. Any greenery unfortunate enough to get caught in the melee were mercilessly uprooted and sent soaring into the sky. The once tense and still air was whipped into a furious frenzy, and the fountain was all but flattened in the rampage. Even among the ceaseless barrage of fists and magic, Nomu continued to resist and attempt to mount an offensive, even as it was constantly regenerating from the magic burning against its sturdy skin. It drove a fist forward through a lapse of its praised movement, aiming directly toward All Might's stomach, his weak spot. Those claws never had flesh. It bounced harmlessly off a nearly transparent barrier that was covering All Might's one weak spot courtesy of Strange's foresight. Thank you, Stephen. All Might mentally thanked his ally as he continued his thunderous onslaught. You never neglect to have the foresight to use your hindsight in the heat of battle. It will do us little good if we cannot overwhelm this monstrosity before our vigor runs dry. Strange responded with a pant. I cannot sustain this for very long, Toshinori. Without a proper stasis I will have to return to my body soon. Then just a little bit more, my friend. All Might said. I'll guide the muscle, you guide the magic. All Might reared his fist back and shot it forward, striking Nomu in the jaw, and sending it careening away toward the back end of the plaza. The beast, as expected, recovered, galloping back toward All Might on all fours. This time, however, its eyes began glowing with an ominous crimson light as it approached. With a guttural shriek, the Nomu unleashed a brilliantly crimson energy beam from its focused eyes, aimed straight toward All Might. The symbol of peace hardly even flinched. He instead reached out with his left hand, the mandala now spinning over his open palm, and caught the tip of the laser beam, stopping the beam dead in its tracks. He stretched his right hand out as he slowly rotated his left, refracting the Nomu's energy beam with Strange's magic into his right hand, and then refracting it again back at Nomu. The laser sliced through the hide of its left arm, severing it entirely as the creature screeched and fell over, floundering for a bit as its regeneration began to kick in. Now, Stephen. Several crimson bands materialized out of All Might's open palm, spiraling forward and ensnaring Nomu before its arm was fully regenerated. His hand closed into a fist around the bands and gave it a forceful tug, yanking Nomu's thrashing form toward him. All Might clenched his other hand back into a fist and reared it back as Nomu's body came flying toward him. Right before the collision, All Might stepped forward and swung his fist in a U-shaped motion, delivering a beak-shattering uppercut into Nomu's face. The crimson bands released the beast and retreated back into All Might's hand, letting Nomu spin haplessly in the air as it recoiled from the punch. Its arm had not fully grown back, and now it had to grow back its beak, too. Not that All Might was going to let it. You would do well to remember these hallowed words, foul beast. All Might and Strange spoke in tandem once more. All Might reared his fist back one final time, and all the vibrant energy flowing around his body subtly coalesced into that one hand, transforming the fist into an orb brimming with sheer power, the likes of which he'd never felt in all his years of cultivating One for All. Plus ultra. Nomu's body plummeted down as it continued to spin from the last punch, helpless to block or avoid the coming harbinger of defeat. All Might drove his fist directly into his abdomen, twisting his hand as he punched and allowing the last vestiges of Strange's magic to fully drill into the monster. Its body bulged as it absorbed the shock behind All Might's punch, but, true to his word, he'd shattered its limit, and the great fount of eldritch magic pouring into his body incinerated its insides as it went flying through the air and into the ceiling, the steel girders offering only the barest levels of resistance, before rending entirely and exploding from the impact. Nomu's trajectory hadn't been hindered by the steel in the slightest, and it continued to soar, sailing through the sky until it was barreling through clouds, and was naught but a tiny, insignificant blink in a clear blue expanse. Debris rained down from the gaping hole blasted through the ceiling as All Might and the villains remained where they stood, one rooted by exhaustion, the others, shock and disbelief. All Might maintained his signature smile even as he panted through his nostrils. The inferno of One for All dwindled back down into the smoldering embers it was only minutes before, and a great draining sensation weighed down on his body. All Might knew that it must have been Strange's astral form departing his body, taking the magic that was coursing through his veins along with him. The drain was so great, in fact, that All Might felt as if he deflated into his normal appearance, and he doubly struggled to force himself to stay in his buffed form, lest he reveal his true weakened state to those villains still present. From behind him, the quiet, still, meditative body of Strange suddenly woke to a start, gasping for breath as his 7 rings dissipated. The sorcerer fell to his side, obviously exhausted from the taxing ordeal he just aided his ally through. The power stockpiled into One for All was tremendous indeed, and to amplify that strength with a nearly equal amount of eldritch energy was definitely no small feat for the Sorcerer Supreme. All Might could scarcely turn his head towards Strange to offer him an apologetic look. There, lying on his side and clutching his breast as he panted heavily, the meticulously dressed and groomed sorcerer was beginning to show his age. All Might suppress a bloody cough as every muscle in his body twitched painfully, tolerating the liquid iron taste splashing against his tongue and teeth as best as he could. He was no doubt beginning to show his age as well. I apologize for putting you in such a state, Strange, All Might muttered. I almost expended too much energy, after all. I truly have gotten weaker this past year. If we'd done this back when we first met, 5 hits would have been enough, but this took over 300 hits. All Might swiveled his head toward Tamura and Kurogiri as far as he could to stare them down. The villains stood side by side, the Warp Gate villain rippling his teleporting fog across his body, as the hand-covered youth muttered angrily to himself, as he shook with barely restrained rage. It's as you said, young man, All Might called out to Tamura, game over. Now let's wrap this up and end this charade, shall we? Even though I'll deflate if I take even a single more step. Even Steven seems spent by this battle. I just need them to hesitate long enough for the others to arrive. Tamura's hands flew to his neck, scratching and picking at the skin like crazy, as he glared down the still-standing All Might and the recuperating Strange. Lies, lies, all lies. Tamura hissed. He's not weak at all. And they just had to whip out an even bigger cheat, did they? Calm yourself, Shigaraki, Kurogiri whispered to the young man as he leaned in. The Kiji appears to have been rendered unconscious by that initial blast, but you and I still have a chance to destroy the symbol of peace, even without his aid. Just look, he gestured toward All Might, his body is rigid and unmoving. He has definitely been left weakened after his battle with Nomu. And the Sorcerer Supreme looks to be in no position to fight, either. If we act quickly, we can still kill him before reinforcements arrive. Tamura had paused as he listened to Kurogiri's logic, his hands drifting further away from his neck with each passing second. His breathing steadied and his composure was regained, and before long his hands were back to his sides. Yeah, Tamura quietly hissed. That's right, there's no other strategy. We're staring down the last boss, after all. Let's clear this level, Kurogiri. With that, Tamura lunged forward, his ghoulish hand-covered arm swinging wildly as his fingers trembled in anticipation of grinding the world symbol of peace into dust. You coming after all, huh? All Might thought to himself as he stood his ground, lacking any other options. Please hurry, everyone. Go to hell, All Might. Tamura bellowed as he leaped towards All Might, hand outstretched and ready to crumble the man into nothing with nothing more than a simple touch. Lacking the energy to mount even the most rudimentary defense, All Might watched anxiously as Tamura's hand was mere inches away from his neck only, to have his vision obscured by a great spray of embers blazing to life, and forming a solid barrier between him and Tamura. Both hero and villain alike were taken aback, with All Might leaning back as far as his already strained body would allow him to, and Tamura crashing both hands against the newly conjured barrier, furiously driving his palms against the solid wall of energy that denied him his kill. But the barrier did not budge, nor did it crack or crumble under the power of his decay quirk. Again, All Might slowly turned his head to spare a glance at the only person who could have materialized such a lifesaver. True enough, Dr. Strange had a shaky arm outstretched in All Might's direction, focusing what little energy his body could still manipulate to defend his friend from the villain's last-ditch effort to slaughter him. All Might looked astonished that the sorcerer still had any energy left to spare, and frankly, he was, too. But he had meant what he said when he told All Might neither of them would die here, their successors were waiting for them. Well, one of them was, anyway. As the barrier repelled the irate man-child into the waiting grasp of Kurogiri's warp gate, twin blurs of blonde and crimson raced toward the fog-covered villain. Get away from them. Kirishima yelled as he aimed his hardened fists directly toward Kurogiri's neck plates. Hope you didn't forget about me, you weak bastards. Bakugo yelled as he aimed his remaining gauntlet toward the exact same area. The warp gate swirled above Strange's vulnerable body, and Tamura briefly hesitated between leaping through the warp gate Kurogiri had initially set up for him, or intercepting the unexpected brats barreling their way towards his only exit. Luckily, Kurogiri seemed to have seen them coming. I wouldn't fall for that twice in a row. He yelled as his fog swirled into yet another warp gate directly behind him, drawing his physical body into the depths of its vortex, and reappearing a fair distance away, before the two students could actually land a blow. Seeing his warp gate safe for now, Tamura dove into the fog before him. Time was of the essence, and they had no more time to spare. All Might and Strange were their primary targets. Tamura fell through the fog, reappearing above Strange and dropping down with murderous intent. I think you've used up all your spell slots, sorcerer. Tamura hissed as he reached down towards Strange's head with his gangly hand. Strange had scarcely registered Tamura's sudden appearance above him, raising an arm to try and deflect the attack, but the hand was too close to his head. Tamura felt confident in those few seconds that he'd grind the so-called Sorcerer Supreme into dust. That is, until a gunshot echoed across the plaza, and Tamura was sent sprawling to the ground in front of Strange, as blood splattered from the bullet wound in his arm. They made it. All Might breathed a huge sigh of relief as he angled his head toward the USJ's entranceway. With not a moment to spare, too. Damn it all. Tamura screeched as he thrashed and floundered, drawing his bloody arm close to his side. He struggled to his feet and ran toward Kurogiri. It's game over for sure. Take us home, Kuroga. Tamura fell face first as several more projectiles pierced through his calves and shoulders, dropping him like a rock. Kurogiri quickly responded by raising and wrapping his warp gate around Tamura's body, shielding his sensei's protege from any more attacks. A powerful suction suddenly tugged at his fog and their bodies, before he could warp them to safety. At first he thought it was Strange's doing, but the sorcerer remained where he laid, not manipulating any more magic of any sort. Then this must be. Kurogiri didn't finish that thought, realizing 13 hadn't been killed after all, as he put his focus entirely towards saving himself and Tamura. Aikiji. Kurogiri called out to the zealot who was still lying near what rubble remained of the fountain. The young sorcerer appeared to have regained consciousness, but was struggling to pick himself up. He lifted his head and locked eyes with Kurogiri, and seemed to understand their predicament immediately. Apologies, Ikiji Kurogiri mentally lamented. Ikiji was too far away and could not have possibly made it to them in time, and Kurogiri was in no position to spawn any more warp gates with 13, and the newly arrived pros bearing down on them. Ikiji was officially on his own. You win this round, symbol of peace, sorcerer supreme. Tamura bit out as Kurogiri's fog enveloped all but his head, shifting his wide crazy eyes between the two. But this campaign of ours is far from over. Once I gain a few more levels I'll kill you all for sure. Tamura vanished into the depths of the swirling shadow, the warp gate shrinking until the core of its vortex had vanished from the USJ plaza entirely. A horridly thick tenseness descended upon those 5 figures who remained in the plaza. The villain's ambush on the USJ in Class 1 had ended in failure, but 2 of its ringleaders had successfully escaped. Kirishima stood apart from Bakugo, appearing equal parts despondent and pensive. He looked down at his hand, hardening and balling it into a jagged fist. He cursed his lack of action against the villains, though he knew deep down that he and the rest of his class were woefully unprepared for the reality that pro-heroes faced on a daily basis. This league of villains was but a mere sampling of the dark underbelly of society that heroes mired themselves in day after day. A stretch of the plaza's concrete suddenly rose, dividing it into 2 as Cementus approached them. Kirishima wasn't really paying attention to the teacher's calm words and insistence that they return to the USJ entrance, nor was he paying attention to Bakugo's irate responses to said orders, or to Dr. Strange raising himself to his feet and staggering toward what was once the plaza fountain. No, Kirishima was focused entirely on All Might, remembering with a crashing wave of remorse that he'd gone back on his word and returned to the plaza against his teacher's wishes. And for what? He'd thrown himself at the fog villain, sure, but the villain simply warped himself out of the way. As far as he was concerned, he'd only gotten in All Might's and Dr. Strange's way. How unmanly he must have looked, running into the heat of battle as if he didn't believe in All Might, even after he'd explicitly put his faith in him. Young Kirishima. All Might's voice echoed from the other side of the concrete wall, piercing through the cloud of nagging doubt and shame. Reflection is important, but do not allow yourself to dwell too hard or too long on any of your guilt. Do not give in to compunction, my boy. All Might's voice lacked the heroic deepness he was so well known for, and Kirishima knew immediately that he had deflated into his true form behind the safety of Cementus's wall. I was worried what you might have been thinking, Kirishima said as he neared the wall, placing his forehead and a hand against the raised concrete. I swore to have utmost faith in you and Dr. Strange, yet I came back with Bakugo of my own volition anyway. Don't apologize for that, young Kirishima, All Might interrupted. I saw what you and young Bakugo did. Even if you both don't realize the impact of your actions yet, just know that I'm as proud of you as I am relieved that you are unharmed. A loud, sniffling sound was All Might's only response. Kirishima wiped away a few errant tears as he leaned against the barrier separating teacher and student. He couldn't see All Might, but he had a feeling that his teacher had his head and hand against the wall just as he did. Be at ease, young Kirishima, All Might continued. There was nothing unmanly in what you did. Why? Ikiji growled as he finally managed to drag himself onto his hands and knees. His body was littered with dust from head to toe, and his blood-stained limbs and face were caked by the bits of debris from the clash that had sent him sprawling in the first place. How? The sound of trudging footsteps reached his ears even through the incessant ringing currently plaguing his hearing. He raised his head, and even though his vision was still swimming somewhat, he could make out the 2 brown boots stepping closer and closer to him, crunching gravel and small rocks beneath each slow step. The boots suddenly stopped only a couple feet before him. He raised his head higher, and even though Ikiji couldn't make out a clear figure or face, he knew well enough that Dr. Strange was staring down at him, his face oddly neutral and impassive, in spite of what was said and done here today. No words were spoken for a solid minute as Sorcerer and Zealot regarded one another quietly. Despite the enmity Ikiji had for the man, he strangely did not feel tense. His instincts told him that Strange was not going to attack, so he made no move to flee yet. Come to revel in another of your victories, Strange? Ikiji asked weakly, finally breaking the silence. Come to proudly proclaim that your fallen student has lost yet again? No, Strange replied simply. The only victory I've come to proclaim and revel in is Izuku's. Ikiji shuddered and grit his teeth, suppressing a groan of irritation. His skills now rival, if not surpass, yours entirely, Strange calmly observed. If you had not dragged everyone into the mirror dimension, he along with his companions would have defeated you soundly. My student is focused on expanding his magical repertoire even further, while you remain singularly focused on your twisted connection with Dormammu. The only thing I am focused on, Ikiji spat, is the long game. You take this defeat as proof of me languishing. The League of Villains has more power and knowledge to offer than you could possibly imagine. I will prove my worthiness to them just as I did with Master Caecilius all those years ago. With my vision and their resources, the once shattered dream of my masters will be made whole again. Ikiji's visage twisted with mad glee. And right on the eve of this world's salvation, I will strike you and your pitiful successor down. Strange's brow twitched in anger, and he quickly raised his hand in the air, as if to smite Akiji with one final almighty blast of magic, before suddenly pausing. "Are you going to kill me now?" Akiji asked as his eyes trailed to the hand shaking thunderously above him, teetering on the edge of vengeance and judgment. "Or will pity stay your hand a third time?" The silence resumed, stretching again into what felt like several agonizing minutes of an impending verdict. The shaking of Strange's hand suddenly stopped, however, and it slowly returned limply to his side. The anger in his brow had sagged, and the impassiveness in his face slipped ever so slightly. "Pity it is, then." Akiji chuckled at the perceived foolishness of his former teacher. "Did I not tell you back at Kamertage? This is war, Strange. And your pity serves no purpose here. Sentiment must be the first casualty in any battle. Its survival guarantees your destruction. Help." A shrill cry for help sounded across the plaza. "Someone help us." Strange looked away from Akiji, eyes drawn toward the mountainside, where the cry emanated from. From out of the lingering haze, several figures emerged, shambling towards the USJ entrance as quickly as they could. The led figures were a spiky-haired blonde boy, who was being supported by a petite young girl. Both appeared bruised and worse for wear. Behind them was a taller and more immodestly dressed girl, her arms carrying a sizable green bundle that fluttered slightly with every step she took. Strange felt his mouth run dry. She was carrying Izuku's body and cloak. The air beside him stilted and swirled unnaturally as it became disturbed by a sudden distortion. He cast a glance down where Akiji was. He was gone. Strange correctly assumed he'd slipped back into the mirror dimension and would make his escape through there. But he had no time to worry about Akiji's escape. Izuku's vitality was a far more pressing issue right now. "Over here, young ones." Strange called out to Izuku's battered classmates, smiling as their faces lit up upon catching sight of him, the presence of a friendly figure to guide them to safety, adding quite a bit of pep into their step. "You're wrong, Akiji pity did not stay my hand this time," Strange thought as Kaminari, Jiro, and Yaoi Rosu turned towards him. "This conflict today has damn near run me dry. Any remaining magic that I cast against you is magic I could be using to aid Izuku here and now. Still, it would be a lie for me to say that I do not continue to lament the path you've been led down." Strange continued to think as the three students began talking all at once as they neared him, their voices pleading for help. "As much as I despise the actions you've taken against us, part of me has always hoped you would one day do what Caecilius could not and see through the folly of giving in to Dormammu's temptations of power. Killing you will not save you, it will only ensure that you die believing you were right to fall to such dark ways, but I hope you do not believe that I will forever be unable and unwilling to end you. If Klee had died at Kamertage that day 6 years ago instead of during the battle that followed, I would have ended you with no hesitation." Thinking on his fallen apprentice no longer, Strange looked upon the students as they reached him, focusing on them and his current disciple entirely. "Lay him down here," Strange spoke authoritatively over the panic squabble of the three heroes in training, directing the taller girl to set Izuku down before him gently. Yaoi Rosu nodded and did so, setting Izuku on his backside as gently as she could. Strange knelt down and leaned over Izuku's body, briefly studying the oddly peaceful look on his face before narrowing in on his injuries. The cloak unfurled itself from Izuku's body, as if recognizing Strange, allowing the man to undo Izuku's tunic and pull it back. He was confused by the relatively spotless appearance of Izuku's chest for only a moment, quickly realizing the most severe damage he'd accrued was from Akiji's space shards. All the damage was internal, likely from hemorrhaging. Reaching out with what magic his already exhausted body could manage to manipulate, Strange managed to pinpoint 3 points of damage. One piercing directly through his chest, another through his right arm, and a third through his right shoulder. "Can you save him?" It was the blonde boy who'd asked. Strange glanced up and was nearly taken aback by the amount of sheer guilt and remorse etched into his face. He inferred, likely correctly, that one or more of Izuku's injuries was acquired by protecting his friends from Akiji's wrath. "Izuku is quite safe under my care," Strange replied with a gentle smile. "You know his name?" the taller girl spoke, her eyes full of inquisitiveness, not just warrior concern. Strange became acutely aware that both girls, and a boy to a lesser extent, had been studying him very carefully as he tended to Izuku's wounds. He supposed it was only natural, especially since he just let slip that he knew Izuku personally, and called him by his first name no less. Aside from that, their attire was remarkably similar, the only major difference being the color of their levitation cloaks. He pressed his hand against Izuku's chest, preparing to relieve the greatest of the three injuries his body had sustained. Closing his eyes, Strange focus, he carefully pulsed his energies into Izuku's body, sending it coursing gently through each of his veins and arteries, to locate which ones had been severed, and repairing the damage accordingly. A thin veil appeared over Strange's fingers, and he suddenly reached into Izuku's chest, ignoring the surprised gasps of his students' classmates as best as he could. A dull flash of red light illuminated Izuku's insides, his heart and lungs becoming briefly visible before fading when Strange removed his hand. Yoro nearly gagged. "Did you save him?" Kaminari worriedly asked, wringing his hands. Midoriya isn't going to die, is he? A sly smile was Strange's immediate response. Why don't you ask Izuku yourself? He looked up and snapped his fingers. And thank you for being as gentle as you could with my body, Yoi Rozu. I know I can't quite reach out to you and the others yet while I'm in my astral form, but I'm still very thankful for. Yoi Rozu threw a palm against her mouth and shrieked as Izuku's worried, mumbling voice suddenly filled everyone's ears. She glanced up to where the voice was coming from, and nearly fell backwards, as she and everyone else present saw the white, wispy, transparent form of Izuku Midoriya floating over his own limp body. Oh my god, Midoriya. Kaminari was the next one to shriek. Is it you, Ghost? Are you dead for real? Eh? Izuku's astral body blinked as he looked from person to person present, abruptly aware that everyone could now somehow see and hear him, after he'd been muttering and trying to make his presence known to them for quite some time now. Eh? Don't us. Jiro yelled. How about you explain what the hell's going on with you now? Sensei, are you responsible for suddenly making me visible and hearable by everyone? Izuku asked Strange incredulously. One's astral form can nearly always be made visible to everyone around them, Izuku, Strange informed his disciple, with that sly smile still plastered all over his face. Oh? I had no idea, Izuku muttered sheepishly. I never did finish that book I borrowed from your library before classes officially began. Yes, Strange remembered. After the incident with Brigand and Izuku's ascension to disciple status, he had the boy practicing with certain relics to be better prepared against Aokiji spatial powers. In return, Izuku asked to finally be allowed to read a certain book on astral projection he'd had his eyes on for some time now, but was unable to squeeze into his training sessions. Ahem. Jiro not so subtly cleared her throat. Strange and Izuku turned back toward the boy's classmates, only to find them staring back dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief and lips twitching as words utterly failed them. Izuku once again looked at his teacher with a sheepish look, rubbing the back of his head. I'm sorry, sensei, he began, but they pretty much know since they helped me fight against Aokiji. And how much do they know? Strange asked. They know enough, Izuku conceded with a sigh, and I promised them answers when all was said and done. I figured that it was the least they deserved after what Aokiji put them through. Strange did not immediately respond, as if processing this new revelation, as well as what options were available, now that the jig was up for the first three of Izuku's classmates. It was not necessarily bad, however, much like today's attack, it was still unanticipated and unplanned for, unlike the reveal to Izawa, which had been discussed with Toshinori ahead of time. I understand, Strange said at last with a heavy sigh. Leave the answers to me, Izuku. He turned to address Yoi Rozu, Jiro, and Kaminari, who were waiting with bated breath. You want answers? Explanations? They nodded. I will tell you all that I can, but only after absolutely everything here at the Yusuche is settled, understood? The quaint atmosphere of the dimmed bar that the League of Villains called home was abruptly interrupted by a haphazard vortex of shadow swirling into existence above the floor. Tamura falls onto the floor in a black and red unseemly heap, writhing as his blood stained the wood tiling. Kurogiri's body reformed a few seconds later, collapsing into one of the bar stools as he caught his breath after that narrow escape from 13's pull. We lost, Tamura groaned. We lost, even with that high-level Nomu in my party. He glared up at a bright screen that read sound only. You were wrong, sensei. No, All for One rebuked Tamura coolly. I was not wrong. Merely unprepared. All Might had the Sorcerer Supreme at his side, Kurogiri panted. We proved no match for their combined might. Oh? All for One asked. Stephen Strange was at Yusuche. Yes, Kurogiri said with a nod. One of Stephen Strange's disciples from Kamertage is currently enrolled in the UA Hero course, as well. Interesting, All for One said. Most interesting. This new knowledge will make it easier to prepare for the next operation. And were the preparations we made with the Nomu still insufficient? Kurogiri asked. Even with all the enhancements you and the doctor gave it, Nomu was still overwhelmed. Where is the Nomu? It was blasted away by the combined powers of All Might and Strange, Kurogiri said. I was unable to warp it back into our custody since I am unaware of its coordinates. That is unfortunate, All for One said in a low voice. A pause. And what of Aokiji? It does not appear he came back with you, either. I was unable to save him as well, Kurogiri said, lowering his head. Our lives would have been forfeit if I even tried. However, I do not suspect he was captured. I believe he managed to escape with his magic before the pros reached the plaza. We should hear from him soon. Magic, Tamura spat from where he lay. He had remained silent as his sensei and Kurogiri conversed over the dismal failure of their Yusuche operation, but no more. Damn magic and anything and anyone even remotely related to it. If it hadn't been for that damn sorcerer. Tamura recalled his impact against Strange's barrier right before he got to All Might, and how his decay quirk failed to activate against it. He could not disintegrate magic energy like he could nearly anything else he got his hands on, and the fact that something existed that he was powerless to destroy, gnawed at his already bad temperament, stoking the fire that fueled his fury. I wish Tamura dragged his gnarled fingers against the bar's floor, soothed by the soft crackle of crumbling wood, as his digits reduced everything at his fingertips to ash. I wish I didn't have to just touch stuff in order to destroy them. People think society, I wish I could turn them all to dust with just a snap of my fingers. Kurogiri tensed and looked over at the sound-only screen. He could practically hear the smirk written on All for One's face, even from where he sat. If that is what you desire, Shigaraki, he said. I have something that could help you with that. It was late afternoon by the time the remaining students of One arrived back at the main campus building, solemnly filing off their bus one by one, and trudging back to their classroom, still decked out in their hero costumes. Once there, presumably, one or more of the school's other pros would direct them when they'd all arrived. The Uraraka glanced around at her classmates, anxiously counting the remaining heads, those that were left, anyway. 4 of her classmates had not returned with them on the bus ride back. Midoriya, Jiro, Yoi Rozu, and, most distressingly, Kaminari. She had seen the latter 3 being led away from the USJ after the authorities had arrived, not by any of the police officers or detectives, but by the robed man who'd arrived with All Might. The same man that had simultaneously calmed her and sent shivers racing up her neck. She had not seen hide nor hair of Midoriya since they were scattered, and given 13 in his always injuries, she shuddered to think that he had sustained crippling injuries himself. Her mind invariably went back to Robed Man. His attire and powers were so similar to Midoriya's, she found herself wondering again if they were related, and if he had separated Midoriya from the rest of the class after the end of the USJ incident. You're thinking about that Robed Man, aren't you? Asui's blunt voice jolted Uraraka out of her thoughts. Hey Asui, she cried out in surprise. Call me Tsayu. Ah. Alright, anyways, what were you saying? The man in the red cloak, Asui repeated. You were thinking about him, too, right? I think pretty much everyone here was. A pregnant pause arose among the One students walking down that hall, with nearly each of them stopping whatever conversation they were in, and turning toward Asui as she brought up the man. I won't deny. I still have my fair share of questions after what I saw today, Shoji added. Like, just who was he? Hagakure asked from beside Ojiro, alerting everyone to her easily overlooked presence. I'd never seen a hero like him before. Yes you have, Asui said. He has a costume that's nearly identical to Midoriya's. This time, all 16 students stopped walking, and all eyes were on Asui and each other. Now that I think about it, you're right, Shiro said, stroking his chin. I got a good look at him since I was at the entrance when he arrived. His costume is just like Midoriya's. Not to mention he arrived with All Might through a portal of his own creation, Sato piped up. That's another key similarity. Oh, could they be father and son? Hagakure exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement for the potential gossip this possible revelation entailed. They're not father and son, you fucking halfwits, Bakugo grumbled. They're teacher and student. Oh yeah. Hagakure jabbed her glove in Bakugo's direction. How do you know? I knew that damned nerd before you, Bakugo said. And that cloak man began personally tutoring him or some shit long before the entrance exam back in February. He's definitely the reason the nerd's not here with us now, but I can't speak for the other 3 extras he spirited away. The plot thickens. Ashido whispered to Hagakure, who nodded fervently, though you couldn't tell just by looking at her. Most of the students erupted into quiet talk amongst each other regarding Midoriya and his relationship with the cloak man, all but Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Kota, and Aoyama. Aoyama's usual closed smile had devolved into a tight frown as he pondered this new information. He paired it with stuff the rest of the class probably didn't know about, namely, that Midoriya was a late bloomer when it came to his quirk, Energy Rain. He recalled what Midoriya had told him during their battle trial. I wish I could explain myself to you fully, but I completely understand what you're feeling. I know exactly what it's like to consider oneself a defect for years on end. Midoriya's defect mentality. His late bloomer status. His relationship to the cloak man with a similar attire and seemingly identical quirk to boot, were all of these things connected. Uraraka turned toward Asui again. Hey, Asui. Tsayu. Alright, Tsayu, how did you come to pick up on all this? You weren't at the entrance until after everything had already settled down, right? I was taken to the flood zone along with Mineta and Ishido, Asui explained, pointing out her companions in the USJ ordeal. I'd rescued them from the water and taken them to the boat, but the villains had us surrounded. It was terrifying. Mineta jumped in, though he was swatted by Ishido so Asui could continue. The villains sank the boat, so I leaped to the zone's giant slide with my tongue wrapped around Mineta and Ishido, Asui continued. We climbed all the way to the top of the peak there, where the villains couldn't chase us. I had a clear view of pretty much the entire USJ from up there. I even got to see All Might and the Cloak Man fight those villains down in the plaza from where I was. From there we pretty much waited for the pros to arrive and save us. Speaking of All Might, I can't believe he sent that villain flying through the roof. Zero jumped topic to All Might since he'd been brought up. What power? Ah. Kirishima perked up. That detective said All Might's injuries were light enough to only require Recovery Girl's healing. Maybe he'll be able to come see us before. All Might may not be recuperating in the hospital, Ojiro Kirishima, but you should all give the man some privacy and respite as he rests and recovers. The one as students whirled about to find the cloaked gentleman they'd just been talking about standing only a few meters down the hall from them, arms crossed and eyes studious. His sudden and unexpected appearance put the entire class on edge. Even Bakugo and Todoroki seemed put off by his abrupt arrival. So, Ida cleared his throat and spoke up first. You must be Midoriya's father. No, teacher. Forget that, Zero said. Where'd he even come from? Dr. Strange smiled. Getting the drop on people by suddenly appearing before them never did lose his charm and appeal. Did you not hear me approach you all? Dude, we didn't even see you, was the exasperated reply. Quite right, Strange asked, scanning his eyes across each individual student present, even the invisible one. So you are Izuku's classmates. The heroes in training of Class 1A. Quite the harrowing experience you've all been put through today. Bakugo snorted. That was an understatement if he'd ever heard one. Sir? Uraraka nervously asked. You wouldn't happen to know where Midoriya or other classmates are, would you? If you don't mind answering, that is. As if on cue, Yoirozu, Jiro and Kaminari walked out from behind Strange, and they looked as shocked as the rest of the class did by their sudden appearance. Wait, Kaminari stuttered. What the hell? What the hell? Many of the other students in the hall exclaimed. Even the typically stoic Tokoyami was at a loss for words, rubbing his eyes and then getting Dark Shadow to rub his eyes again to make sure he wasn't seeing things. But no, he wasn't, none of them were. 3 of their 4 missing classmates had seemingly up and materialized from behind the cloaked man and out of thin air, and they looked just as confused as the rest did. Kaminari, Uraraka shouted, running toward the boy and taking his hands into hers. I never got to check up on you after the police arrived at the USJ. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine, Kaminari said with a jittery grin, sliding his hands away from Uraraka's. He didn't seem anything remotely close to fine, Uraraka observed. In fact, he looked burdened. As if he were just dropped a bombshell of information that completely and utterly rocked his worldview on a fundamental level. Actually, Jiro and Yoirozu looked exactly the same, as well. I believe that settles 3 of your 4 questions, Strange said, beaming a friendly smile at Uraraka. As for your friend, Midoriya, he is alive and well, merely resting after today's events. Is he resting on campus in Recovery Girl's office, along with All Might? Kirishima asked, a quick dash of panic running through his mind, that Izuku might see All Might's deflated form. No, Strange replied. Is he in the hospital with 13 and is always sensei? Ojiro asked. No, Strange replied again. Alright, this is starting to get a little weird, Ashido said, rubbing her palms against her crooked horns. We have to return to our classroom anyway. Why did you stop us all, mister? How rude of me, Strange said to Ashido. I'm merely here to relay information regarding Izuku's well-being to his fellow friends, as per his request, as well as to drop off these 3 students. He motioned toward Jiro, Kaminari, and Yoirozu, who were unable to depart with you from the USJ. Some of the students, such as Bakugo and Tokoyami, furrowed their brows at that. Unable to depart with them. For what reason? But I suppose I'm getting ahead of myself, he chuckled. A few of you may already know me, but allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Stephen Strange. And thus concluded Class 1A's harrowing ordeal with the League of Villains' ambush at USJ. Each of the students risked their lives in defying the villains' attack. They had proven their worth as potential heroes, to each other, their teachers, the villains they'd faced, and more importantly, to themselves. As unprepared as they may have been, Class 1 proved they could withstand and survive the terrors that awaited them upon graduation. However, unbeknownst to the fledgling heroes and even the Sorcerer Supreme himself, the attack at USJ was merely a prelude for all the events to follow, the spark that would ignite the inferno that would embroil the whole world and rock it to its core. Nobody had suspected it at the time, but the League's attack on USJ was merely the beginning. The beginning of the end. Author notes. And USJ now draws to a close. I promise to make a coherent effort to finally bring this arc to an end with one more chapter, and it definitely shows, as this is currently the longest chapter in the entire story thus far. I'm pretty pleased with it, to be honest. I try to avoid longer chapters, but I feel that this came out well enough for me to consider. Please let me know how you feel by leaving a comment. Lots of new stuff to unpack this chapter, and plenty of things to look forward to as we transition into the next arc. First things first. Izuku can now use astral projection. You may recall back in Chapter 35's flashback when Izuku is first introduced to his new relics to train with, he makes a request to start reading a certain book. We know now that said book is about astral projection, and that ability will definitely come in handy for Izuku in the future. Banjiro, Yoirozu, and Kaminari are the first of Izuku's classmates to know the truth behind his abilities. What could possibly result from these newfound revelations, and what will come of Strange's meeting with the entirety of Class 1A? He's not about to reveal his and Izuku's secret to everybody, is he? To top everything off, a dangerous seed has been planted inside the mind of Shigaraki, one that All for One will definitely be cultivating as the story progresses. Next chapter will kick off the next arc, and no, it won't be the sports festival arc. This next one will be an original story arc, much in the same vein as the Stark Expo arc was. I'm determined to keep the pacing brisk these next several chapters, so don't expect anything to slow down for Izuku and his friends. Now to address a couple questions. Thunder Dragon. Yes, All for One killed the Ancient One and Clay, Strange's wife. It's been hinted at both explicitly and implicitly several times throughout the story, especially in chapter 27. I've littered the story with bits and pieces of the tragedy 6 years ago, but have yet to portray the event in full, but you will all see it eventually. Hinise. Recall back to chapter 37, where I revealed a great deal of All for One's intentions regarding the Infinity Stones. He does not know where most of the stones are, and acknowledges that he was no way to reach most of them, because they are scattered across a universe he cannot traverse. He has no means to leave the planet. However, he intends to make up the difference by creating fake Infinity Stones, through the use of magic, facsimiles that are significantly weaker than the real things, but will still be quite powerful. He does know the location of 2 of the real Infinity Stones. He says in the chapter that all but 2 are beyond his reach. We know from the story so far that the Time Stone is one, and I have yet to reveal which of the other actual Infinity Stones are accessible from Earth. Hope this clarifies things for you and everyone else reading this. Feel free to speculate which other stone will appear. And that should wrap things up for now. Until next time, plus ultra. Chapter 46. Sweet Despair. Bayan. I'm not asking for or accepting story requests, guys. I want to remain focused on this work and any connected to it, and nothing more for the time being. Thank you. And that concludes our investigation so far. Tsukauchi informed the small delegation of UA heroes seated before him. The staff Nezu, All Might, Snipe, Midnight, Vlad King, and Power Loader all stayed absolutely silent as they received Tsukauchi's news. The air was somber among those staff gathered for the debriefing. Vlad King was pensive, his meaty arms crossed and eyes closed as he processed what meager facts the police managed to dredge from those villains captured at Yusche. He supposed it should be expected. It had only been a day since the attack, and heroes and investigators alike have been scrambling non-stop for answers. It was well after dusk now and they still had to prepare for tomorrow's resumption of classes. So all we know, Vlad said at last, is that their top members Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the Tsukiji Kakatsu are all unregistered citizens with unregistered quirks. We now know what those quirks are, but beyond that nothing. We'll have to move quickly before their ringleader's wounds heal, Snipe added. Ringleader, Toshinori muttered. The term troubles you, All Might, Nezu said, phrasing it more like an observation than a question. That ever-present knowing glint in his eye suggested he had an inkling of what All Might's reservations were. Their supposed ringleader, Shigaraki, carried out a bold attack that even die-hard villains wouldn't attempt even if they wanted to, Toshinori explained. Add to that his immature bragging and his petulant behavior whenever things went awry, and it paints a clear picture of a man-child. And it bothers you that so many villains would gather around and agree to follow a person like that, Snipe quickly followed All Might's logic. It's just as bothering that villains that are seemingly more powerful than him would follow him, All Might continued. Kurogiri and Akiji's powers surpassed his at first glance. The man-child Nezu mused pensively. In many ways, he is like our students, he is still growing into his villainy, just as they are growing into their heroism. And just as we are trying to cultivate our student's sense of justice, someone could be cultivating his sense of malice. Nezu turned toward All Might. Kurogiri and Akiji would merely be tools for his growth if that were the case. Toshinori narrowed his eyes and glanced away, ruminating on Strange's words from just a few days ago. We must be prepared to deal with the possibility that All for One is involved somehow. That had been right after Izawa's test, and he'd been adamant that his friend was mistaken or simply missing the evidence needed to make such a worrying claim. But just a few days later, and he and Strange had both squared off against an otherworldly creature blessed with multiple quirks. How much more evidence was needed really? As if all of that wasn't confusing enough, Snipe suddenly spoke again. The media hasn't given us nearly as much flack as I was expecting. Why is that? You think such an unanticipated attack against UA of all places would put a dent in people's expectations of hero society? I think this should answer that question, Nezu said, sipping on some tea before picking up a television remote. He pointed it toward a monitor on the wall and pressed on. In response to the SJ incident at the famed UA High, Iron Man, the #2 American pro-hero and leader of the Avengers, pledged to offer whatever monetary support the school needed to recover from this heinous attack. A female newscaster spoke from the news channel Nezu had turned the monitor to. Additionally, the state's highest-ranking hero, Spectrum, rallied heroes and citizens alike in a show of solidarity with the UA's students, teachers, and loved ones affected by the attack. Up next after a quick break, we examine the response given by director Nick Fury of SHIELD. Nezu abruptly turned the monitor off and turned to face the rest of his staff, smiling as a wave of relief and gratitude settled on the shoulders of everyone present. Even Power Loader seemed more relaxed, despite the mentioning of the Avengers. Friends in high places, Snipe said with a sigh. Toshinori nodded, making a mental note to reach out to Stark and Rambo before the night was done to express his gratitude to them. I suppose we'll end this night on a good note, Nezu said. Let's all get as much rest as possible for tomorrow, shall we? Oh, except for you too, All Might, Power Loader. There are still a couple things I need to discuss with you. Tsukauchi, Vlad King, Midnight, and Snipe gave their farewells and departed one at a time, until the conference room only held 3. What's there to still discuss, Nezu? Power Loader asked, tapping his metal-tipped finger against the desk. We're still fixing security, and I haven't implemented my recommended changes. But I have. The air in the center of the room seemed to shimmer and split apart as Doctor Strange materialized before their very eyes, stepping forth from the depths of the mirror dimension. The passage was closed as quickly as it was opened, and the swimming sea of fractals disappeared before they could spread across the room. Thank you for joining us at such a late hour, Nezu addressed Strange. I apologize, our seemingly frequent calls to you must be throwing off your sleep schedule. It's no worry at all, Nezu, Strange replied. Stephen Strange, Power Loader exclaimed, standing out of his seat. Kagari, Strange addressed Power Loader by his real name, giving him a courteous nod. It's been a while since we last met. I apologize for not approaching you for a greeting at USJ, but alas, my hands have been full these past couple days. The same could be said of us all, Nezu said. Have you been to see Izawa yet, Stephen? I have, Strange said, his brow furrowing with anger and remorse upon recalling the teacher's sorry state in the hospital. And thankfully, with the help of Recovery Girl, we were able to reverse a fair bit of the damage done to his facial structures. On top of that, I've made sure he'll be better prepared should he ever find himself in a similar situation ever again. Hold up, Power Loader said as he sunk back into his seat. Surprise appearances aside, when I said I hadn't implemented my security fixes yet, you said yours already were. What were you referring to? The barrier over the UA premises, Strange said. A weak one for now, but one that should be more than sufficient enough in detecting any mystical anomalies that could pose a danger to my disciple or the other students. Disciple? Power Loader perked up. Are you saying one of your own students is attending UA? He glanced over to All Might and Nezu for confirmation, receiving a nod from his chimerical principal. In Class 1A, Nezu confirmed. Izuku Midoriya. Power Loader traded more surprised glances between the other 3 figures in the room, recognizing the name as that of the boy chosen to be 1A's class representative and liaison with the costume department, the one Hatsune had been experimenting on before. A sorcerer in the hero course. Speaking of 1A, Nezu said, maintaining his grip on the conversation's direction, how did your meeting with the students go? You didn't tell them the truth about Midoriya, did you? Strange slid his hands behind his back and stood silent for a moment. His brow furrowed and he wrinkled his nose just slightly enough for Nezu to notice, tipping the inquisitive principal off to the dissension about to come his way. As for your wishes, I did not tell the entire class the truth regarding Izuku, Strange said at last. Only 3 of his classmates know the truth. Yun Kaminari, Jiro, and Yaoi Rozu. And they only know because of their clash with the Kiji at USJ. The rest of 1A currently remain ignorant. Is it such a good idea to leave it like that, Nezu? Toshinori asked, craning his head toward the principal. These are teenagers, and they've been handed this secret in the aftermath of a traumatic attack to boot. To be a few of the only ones who know the truth out of an entire class of students. And when we inevitably tell the entire class, there'll be 19 students out of millions of people who are ignorant to the existence of magic, Nezu countered. The truth regarding Midoriya's powers is one that will invariably be revealed, but it needs to be done at the students have an inkling of what to expect tomorrow when classes resume, Strange said. I've explained Midoriya's temporary astral state as yet another byproduct of his quirk, Energy Rain. My main purpose was to abate their worries and divert their suspicions before they even had any. Was that all? Nezu asked, his eyes glinting knowingly. Strange sighed as he caught sight of the glint. Nezu was devious, and had already picked up on there being even more that needed to be said. No, he relented. I appeared before the students while they were gathered together so I could scan them all at once. You picked up on some anomalies, Nezu said after a quick sip of tea, once again not phrasing his statement as a question. Yes, 3 of them. Yun Kaminari, Jiro, and Todoroki, Strange said. There's a Minotane within them, but the largest by far is young Todoroki. From there it likely spread to Kaminari and Jiro. Spread? Toshinori asked, gulping. Such a word implies infection. Are the other students in danger? It is hard for me to say from a mere glance, Strange conceded. The taint is magical in nature and faint, and only slowly growing. It is nothing like Akiji's corrupted body or the Nomu we faced, so it doesn't appear to be related to the League. So it could be unrelated, Power Loader piped up. Or something potentially rubbed off of Midoriya himself without having realized it. For the record, I don't agree with the decision made regarding Izuku and his classmates, Strange continued. However, I do not wish to overstep my boundaries, since I am technically not a staff member, and this is your school, Nezu. So for now, I will acquiesce to your request of secrecy. I suppose all we can do for now is watch over them and plan accordingly. Thank you, Stephen, Nezu said with a small conciliatory smile. And speaking of watching over, how is Midoriya faring after his battle with the Kiji? While Strange mindlessly slid his thumb over a card in his hand, it was Midoriya's summoning card that he'd left behind in class, and the one All Might had found before Iida's arrival. His body is currently resting at home. His spirit, on the other hand. A large clatter rattled through the Midoriya household during the evening, startling Inko Midoriya out of her meditative routine of dinner prep. Dinner was usually the time of day Inko looked forward to most, being the prime unwinding hours of dining and family bonding that she shared with her one and only son, especially with Hisashi absent from the household for now. The clattering noise had caused Inko to jolt harder than usual. She was still wound up over yesterday's events at UA, and the state her precious son was in, when his body was clandestinely returned home for rest and recovery. She'd nearly flown into hysterics until Izuku appeared to calm her, or at least, his astral form did. So when the sounds of unknown objects crashing to the floor began to emanate from her son's bedroom, her motherly instincts and frayed nerves instantly Izuku? Inko asked cautiously, wrapping her hand against his door. When there was no response, she slowly inched it open to peek inside. Sweetie. Lying blissfully still and quiet on the bed was Izuku's body, his chest rising and falling rhythmically as he rested beneath a fiery golden veil of magic, courtesy of Strange. The veil was transparent, layered atop Izuku's body like a kind of sorcerer's tapestry one would drape over a mystic funeral pall. The veil's energy was constantly sending out waves of unseen warmth in periodic pulses, instilling in Inko a sense of great ease whenever she laid eyes on her son's resting body, even if she disliked the veil's shape. Twirling her eyes down to the floor, she spotted the likely culprits of the clatter she's heard moments prior. Several All Might figure flip. Inko paused as she turned to return to the kitchen, the distinct sound of a book being rifled through, causing her to peruse Izuku's bedroom with a bit more scrutiny. There, floating in the middle of the room, was an opened rectangular tome wrapped in grey leather. It was so still, she didn't even recognize it was there upon first glance. Izuku. Inko puffed her cheeks slightly as she scolded her son. You should be resting. Not training more. Hardly a second later, Izuku's floating astral form appeared before the book, his white wispy hands hiding vainly. I should have known better than to try and fool you. But I've been practicing all day, and I think I'm getting the visible-invisible astral shift down. I have to focus first, and the differences are slight, but they are noticeable. Izuku. Inko interrupted her son's fanatic mumbling. Her arms were crossed and she was tapping her foot impatiently now. Not exactly helping your case. Dr. Strange said you should rest the entire day since you were so adamant about returning to class tomorrow. Technically speaking, I am resting, Izuku said, trying to justify his training. Rather, my body is. My astral form doesn't need to eat or sleep, only my body does. And the veil Sensei and Wong created is supplying my body with all the energy it needs to keep my astral self sustained. That had certainly been a brief spark of panic during the aftermath of yesterday. Astral projection is not a magical technique that involves drawing in magic from one's surroundings. In fact, Izuku had been relying on learning to manipulate the universal energies for the majority of his training, whips, portals, bolts, etc. up to this point. Instead, control of an astral body was derived from one's personal energies, or life force vitality. However, as Strange explained to him on day one of his training, extended use of one's personal energies can prove fatal for sorcerers. Thus, the veil. It provides a steady stream of energy to compensate for Izuku's constant use in keeping his astral body separate from his physical body. Inko glanced back and forth between her physical son and her astral son, her lips quivering as if on the verge of another scolding. In the end, however, Inko became simply drained of her furor, her shoulders sagging as she sighed in a relenting manner. Alright, Inko said tiredly. Alright. But will you at least come out for dinner when it's ready in a few minutes? I know you don't need to, can't eat while you're like that, but I would still like you to be at the table. Just as she shuffled out of his room, Izuku's nostrils flared, picking up the distinct scent of pork and rice. And Izuku could tell, even from his bedroom, that his mother had instinctively cooked for two, despite his current state. Mom, Izuku thought as he watched his mother shuffle away. I shouldn't make her worry any more than she already is, even if she is taking everything better than I expected she would. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to rest, Mom, Izuku continued as he went back to rifling through his tome on astral projection, absorbing each passage he flipped through. Yesterday was proof of that. From what I understand, those villains just toyed with us, teasing us with their malice. And then there's a Kiji. May be able to beat him in a conventional fight, but there's nothing conventional about the mirror dimension. I need to become strong enough to beat him there on my own. If I didn't have Kaminari, Jiro, and Yaoi Rosa with me, That line of thought gave Izuku pause. Not only had his friends been in grave danger fighting against Aokiji, but he'd nearly died protecting them from a foe they had no way of being prepared for. Then it'll be as much for them as it is me, Izuku swore to himself. I'll definitely get stronger for my friends' sakes and not just my own. A sanctum to support my friends and the innocent, that's the kind of sorcerer hero that I want to become. Wait a second, Izuku said aloud as he reread a passage he'd accidentally skipped over while he was lost in his thoughts. You can possess another person while in your astral form. The next day was the resumption of classes at UA, and the end of what had turned out to be an extremely hectic first school week. Still, Izuku was determined to make the most of it, and he found himself experimenting with his powers on his way to school and homeroom. He discovered he could still cast spells while in his astral form, though they were much weaker in scope than if he were in his physical body, and they fizzled out within seconds. Further still, that didn't stop him from managing to conjure up a small portal to UA's premises, after bidding his mother farewell for the day. He slipped through quickly. He'd long been taught that a quick closing of an eldritch portal could sever flesh, and he didn't want to find out what would happen to an astral spirit, and invisibly, feeling cognizant of his spectral appearance, and the fact his astral body was still in his hero costume, and not the UA uniform. He felt a twinge of guilt about going against the wishes of both his mother and his sensei, but still felt it was worth it, since not a moment of his time spent was wasted while he was astral. He'd constantly been training for over 36 hours straight, and he saw no reason to stop just because he was back at UA. His portal had opened up at the far end of UA's entrance courtyard, tucked away in a corner parallel to the reconstructed barrier. It fizzled away almost as quickly as it sprang up, and no one among the throng of students entering the school's front doors seemed to spare any notice to the small ring of fire Izuku had conjured and slipped through. Izuku cautiously approached the eagerly chatting student body as they flowed onto the premises, yet none turned toward him, and if they did, it was brief, and Izuku was sure they were seeing straight through him instead of straight at him. The glimpse of a familiar figure flashed out of the crowd of teens, catching Izuku's eye. It was the ever-stoic bird-faced head of Tokoyami, arms crossed and face phlegmatic as he made his way silently across the courtyard. He raised himself above the crowd and floated over toward Tokoyami, weaving through the taller heads among the students. He glanced down at Tokoyami and waved his white ghost-like hand in front of his beaked face. There was always a perceptive look in Tokoyami's eyes, a perspicacious air that rested just beneath his aloof demeanor, but he still gave no notice to Izuku's hand. The sudden pep in his gait propelled Tokoyami forward, catching Izuku off guard. His bird-like head moved through Izuku's hand, and he paused, shivering slightly, eyes darting around suspiciously. Izuku felt a similar shivering sensation as well, and observed how his astral hand had maintained its shape, even after moving through another physical body. It felt weird, to say the least. That shivering sensation was soon overridden by a sharp tingling sensation crawling up his back. He let Tokoyami continue on his way and whirled around to face the throng of students swarming in. It was an uncomfortable tingle, one that made Izuku feel as if he was being watched. But the sea of bobbing heads and faces was moving too fast for his astral eyes to pick up on any that could have been staring at him, rather than through him. The tingling faded quickly enough, but the sensation kept him rooted in midair, eyes darting from face to face, as if he were preparing for another to somehow spot him. The last UA students trickled in through the barrier after several minutes until no one was left entering. The sensation of being watched never returned. Odd, it really did feel as if Izuku's thoughts trailed off there as he shook his head, deciding to file the incident away for later. Right now he had to get to class before he was too late, and the front entrance into UA had closed shut. Izuku approached the large, imposing doors, glancing between the great slabs of steel in his wispy hands. He placed his palms against the doors, observing it felt somewhat solid as opposed to a person's body, which he moved through effortlessly. He could feel the door and even grab onto it. He hadn't felt Tokoyami's head. Applying a bit more force, Izuku managed to phase his hands through the door, and soon he was forcing the rest of his body through, too. The sensation was peculiar. It felt as if he'd swam through steel as opposed to water. He popped out the other side of the door, looking over his astral body wondrously, as, crap, I'm running late. Izuku thought with a panic as he began to zoom toward the one classroom, mentally chiding himself for getting too wrapped up in experimenting with his new powers. He rounded the corner into the hall of the hero courses and slid to a halt as he saw an odd figure garbed in black with its arms and head covered in white bandages, limping toward 1A. As he floated near, Izuku realized with great shock that it was his teacher, Aizawa. "You're late, Midoriya," Aizawa unexpectedly called out to him, turning his head to stare straight at his spectral student. Izuku froze, his body racked with the tingling sense of being watched that he'd felt out in the courtyard minutes prior. "Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku asked aloud. "You can see me?" "I can," Aizawa responded with a nod, his eyes barely perceptible from beneath the bandages encircling his head. A gift from Dr. Strange, as it were, among a couple other things, as well. Izuku focused his astral body, materializing himself before Aizawa. I guess I should have figured sensei would improve your eyes somehow since you're going to be my teacher, he said, chuckling. But still, is it alright for you to be back so soon, as always sensei? I mean your injuries. I could ask you the same thing, as always said, flipping the questioning onto Izuku entirely as he looked over his student's ghostly appearance from top to bottom. Izuku tensed and devolved into a mumbling mess, knowing full well Izawa had a good point, and that it was only by his stubborn nature that he was even attending class today. His physical body wouldn't be fully healed until the beginning of next week. Regardless, I'm still pleased to see you here today, Midoriya, as always spoke through the bandages wrapped around his head. It is proof of your conviction. It's irrational to be overwhelmed by fear and despair while attending a hero course. Now don't waste any more time, let's come inside, there's a lot to cover today. Izuku nodded and floated toward the door. Midoriya, as always said rather exasperatedly. Don't phase through it. Izuku chuckled again and rubbed the back of his head, moving aside for Izawa to open the door for the both of them. Izuku floated in first, and the entire room of quietly murmuring students abruptly erupted into a cacophony of excited exclamations and questions. Whoa. Midoriya is back. His quirk really does let him split his soul from his body, like Dr. Strange said. Your sensei is a really cool guy, Midoriya. Can you tell us how you managed to do that? Izuku shrunk as he was bombarded with question after question, shout after shout, although he knew this was the only response he could have possibly received from his classmates. At least the more quieter standoffish students, like Todoroki and Bakugo, were keeping their distance. Everyone, please, remain calm and return to your seats. Ida tried in vain to corral everyone back to their desks with his wildly erratic hand motions. Oh, and I even got them all seated for Midoriya, too. Back to your desks and stop talking, Izawa announced in an authoritative voice as he strolled in behind Izuku. If you want to pester Midoriya, do it between classes or during lunch. Aizawa-sensei, multiple students exclaimed, and suddenly all attention was shifted from Midoriya to their homeroom teacher. It seemed everyone had even less expectations for Izawa to show up than Izuku that day. Sensei, is it alright for you to be back while you're still injured? Ida inquired as his once raucous classmates quickly returned to their seats, with Izuku floating as casually as he could, ignoring stares from his friends and glares from Bakugo as best as he could. My well-being isn't a priority, as always said flippantly as he shuffled his way to the podium at the front of the class. More importantly, the fight isn't over yet. Fight? Bakugo perked up as the rest of one tensed considerably. The sports festival is quickly approaching, Izawa informed his class, which collectively released an enormous sigh of relief. A supernormal school event for a change. Kirishima exclaimed before being interrupted by Ojiro. Hold on, he said, is it really wise to hold the sports festival so soon after villains attack the school? What if they attack again? The school wishes to remove any doubt the public may have after the recent attack, Izawa explained. This year's sports festival will very much be a show of strength to the public that our crisis management system is rock solid. Security will be 5 times that of previous years. Above that, our sports festival is one of only a few opportunities for heroes in training to get a foot in the door for pro-hero work. It's not something to be cancelled over a few villains. All the top heroes from around the country will be watching for scouting purposes. Izuku thought. Even heroes, media, and civilians from across the globe pay attention to the UA Sports Festival. The internship opportunities you receive will depend entirely on your performance during the sports festival, Izawa continued. The better you perform, the more likely an esteemed agency will scout you. And the more esteemed the agency, the more experience you will receive. If you're serious about going pro, then I expect you all to not slack off during the festival or in the days leading up to it. Understand? Yes, sir. Good, Izawa mumbled as he turned toward the door to leave for a well-earned nap. Homerooms dismissed. The morning classes zoomed by before Izuku knew it, and not a single one of the students of one had anything on their minds other than the upcoming sports festival. Kirishima was particularly excited, as was Aoyama, who raved to anyone who would listen about how irresistible he'd be to the scouting pros. Tokoyami perched on his desk, watching the excitement buzz about him with a passive look, though he did not in agreement about the festival's performance. Uraraka was exuding a surprising aura of competitiveness, approaching each of her classmates, and urging them to do well in the festival with an intimidating voice. Some of one had already begun filing out of the class for lunch by the time Uraraka reached Kaminari at his desk, trying to pump him up. His response, however, was less than stellar, as he offered only a weak fist pump and a shaky nod in agreement. His attention and worries were currently trapped elsewhere. Namely, in 1A's resident inspector student, Izuku Midoriya. He wanted to approach him all day, and it seemed his best time to do so was now, at the beginning of the lunch period. Midoriya. He called out to him with a half-hearted wave. Oh, Kaminari? Izuku asked, stopping at his desk. He'd been floating by on his way to join the self-proclaimed defects. What's up? Kaminari glanced down at his desk dejectedly before clasping his hands together and bowing his head in apologetic manner. Please forgive me. He hissed out quietly. Wait, what? Izuku asked, caught off guard by the sudden show of shame. Forgive you. For what? For the state that you're in now, Kaminari said. If it hadn't been for my panicking, you wouldn't have been, stabbed. It was difficult just recalling what they'd been through, let alone saying it aloud. Kaminari, it's not your fault. Izuku replied. The only ones to blame are Kiji and those villains he came with. Sometimes these things just can't be helped, We're here to learn how to become heroes, right? And part of becoming a hero is coming to accept things like that. Besides, it's not like I haven't been putting my time like this to good use. Izuku continued with a beaming grin to try and assuage Kaminari's worries. Got to find a silver lining somewhere, right? Kaminari merely stared blankly at Izuku, as if amazed by the sincerity of his astral friend's words. Izuku had been stabbed multiple times due to his clumsiness, but here he was, playing it off with a big fat grin. He just didn't get the guy at all. Well, I already told this to your sensei, but the least I can do is keep your secret, Kaminari said softly. Izuku blinked, remembering that Kaminari had indeed been told nearly everything regarding the true nature of his magical powers. His great beaming grin devolved into a gentle, thankful smile. Thank you, Kaminari, he said before moving on toward Kirishima and Aoyama. He felt relieved, hearing Kaminari swear to keep his secret. Some truths just couldn't be helped. Maybe Kaminari was well on his way to accepting that after all, since he could accept magic. He hadn't yet spoken with Jiro or Yaoi Rozu, and the two girls hadn't said a word to him either, although his vice representative had offered a small smile in greeting when he'd arrived to class that morning. Izuku figured she'd taken his sensei's revelations well, but Jiro was a bit of an enigma. She'd been oddly quiet all day. She didn't greet him when he'd arrived, nor did she participate much throughout the morning classes. She hadn't spared him a passing glance all day. Izuku frowned. Perhaps he should approach her and see what she thought about Strange and his magic. Midoriya. Aoyama called to him, gesturing for him to come over. He was standing beside Tokoyami and Kirishima, and they looked to be getting ready to leave for the cafeteria. I know you can't eat, but you'll still join us for a dazzling lunch, right? You guys go on ahead, Kirishima said. I want to talk to Midoriya real quickly first. Very well, Aoyama said, turning to leave. Just be quick. Now some stress presses. Tokoyami gave Midoriya one last studious glance, before giving him a nod of acknowledgement, turning to leave along with Aoyama. What did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, half worried he had questions regarding his astral state. Well, first things first. Are you doing okay after what happened to Yusuke? Kirishima asked. I saw them carrying your body out. I'd heard you'd been stabbed by the same guy who made the place all topsy-turvy. Yeah, I'm doing fine, as well as I could, anyway, Izuku replied. This'll be the only day I come to class like this. My body should be fully healed when classes pick up again after this weekend. Kirishima nodded his head in understanding and slid a hand through his red, spiky hair. A pregnant pause developed between the two, with Kirishima clearly wanting to ask more questions, and Izuku floating awkwardly in front of him, not feeling intrepid enough to end the conversation or prod his friend into continuing. Listen, Midoriya, Kirishima began at last, about what that Miss Villain said. Yeah, crazy stuff, right? Izuku said a bit too forcefully. His grin, too, was forceful and wide. Villains will say the craziest things to confuse people, won't they? He craned his head to the side, as if listening for a noise that wasn't actually there. Hey, I think I hear Aoyama calling for us. We better hurry after the most defects should stick together, And with that, Izuku took off, zooming out of the classroom to try and catch up with Aoyama and Tokoyami. Yeah, we should, Kirishima muttered as he watched Izuku hastily depart, an uncertain look on his face as he processed his friend's dodgy behavior. But those words were reminiscent of some choice words Dr. Strange had for him after he'd appeared to all of one after Yusuke. I wish to give you both my sincerest thanks for your actions today. Strange addressed the two boys he had stayed behind, as he sent the rest of one on their way to their classroom. He was addressing Kirishima and Bakugo, and the look on the older man's face was solemn and honest. While some might criticize your impulsive rush into battle, I at least recognize that your actions could very well have saved my life today. Ha! Kirishima blinked in surprise. Midoriya's teacher was saying they helped save him. How? This whole time he'd been thinking his actions had amounted to nothing. Save the accolades, Bakugo snorted. Although it was clear he was interested in what Strange was saying, it didn't seem like he wanted to hear it. Perhaps the incident with Strange's portal had been too aggravating. I don't need brown nosing, I just need to not be looked down on again. With that, Bakugo stomped past Strange, not giving the man a passing glance as he made his way toward the classroom where the rest of the extras had gathered. Kirishima arched a brow in confusion. Bakugo was clearly annoyed by this man, but it was a different kind of annoyance than what he displayed with everyone else around him. With everyone else in the class, Bakugo would chew them out as if he thought them beneath him, but with this Dr. Strange figure it was if his annoyance stemmed from something that ran deeper than he was willing to ever share, like it was something he wanted to forget. Bakugo had known from before UA that this man was training Midoriya. What could have happened to sow all this tension between Bakugo and Midoriya and his teacher, long before they came to UA? Say what you want about his mannerisms, Strange chuckled out, referring to Bakugo, but if there's one thing that boy has going for him, it's his honesty. Why yeah, Kirishima agreed with a small grin. Dr. Strange. How exactly did we save your life? You and Bakugo threw yourselves at the Warp Gate villain at the last second when they'd assaulted myself and All Might, Strange said. They hadn't anticipated you, and although your attacks didn't land, your intervening caused the villain with the decaying quirk to hesitate just briefly enough to make a difference. He chose to attack me, but his slight hesitation bought the arriving heroes enough time to prevent him from laying hands on my person. Strange rooted Kirishima where he stood with a piercing stare. You and young Bakugo saved my life, and by extension, Izuku's. Midoriya Kirishima exclaimed. You're saying I helped save his life, too? You did, indeed, Strange affirmed. He paused before continuing. I think you and Izuku would benefit greatly if you stuck together, Kirishima. Pillars of justice stand all the more firmly when they stand side by side, after all. Several minutes had passed since the lunch period began, and Kaminari was currently the only one of students still remaining in the classroom. He hadn't left his seat all day, not even to stretch between classes. He fidgeted and squirmed incessantly throughout the morning classes, the events of the past week weighing too heavily on his mind for him to pay attention to present mixed grammar lectures, or the lessons of his other teachers in any substantive way. This entire school week had been downhill since the battle trials, but not even he had expected it to hit rock bottom a mere 2 days later, with the attack on Yasuke. First, Uraraka, then Jiro and Midoriya, they'd all been hurt because of his powers, and if not his powers, then just his sheer ineptitude. He didn't understand how Uraraka or Midoriya could forgive him so easily. Jiro seemed to be the only reasonable one of the three, ignoring him whenever she could, neither talking or even looking in his direction. It was his fault, didn't the other two get that? It was his fault, and his mind was just constantly playing these awful thoughts and memories on repeat, and he couldn't do anything about it because he was to blame. Why didn't Midoriya get that? Maybe I should just drop out of the hero course, Kaminari muttered to himself. Like I could stand out at the sports festival anyway. Kaminari. The blonde snapped his head toward the door. Uraraka was standing in it, watching him intently. Kaminari blinked. He hadn't even heard her open the door and come back inside. Kaminari, Uraraka said again, sliding her hands behind her back, are you feeling down? Kaminari tensed for a moment before his shoulders sagged almost involuntarily. Why yeah, he nervously admitted. It's only been 2 days since Yasuke, and then there was what happened during our battle trial. I'm sorry, I guess I've been a bit too obvious with my mood. Yeah, you totally reek of despair, Uraraka said nonchalantly. But to be honest, I like it. Her little pink tongue poked out of her mouth, rolling across her lips as if tasting some unseen succulence. It's sweet. Kaminari blinked and glanced up at her, unsure if he'd heard it right. Uraraka had spoken so nonchalantly and looked off. There was a disquietude where her earlier sense of revalorous aggression once was, and her round eyes were now narrow and watching him like a hawk. Oh, sorry. Uraraka corrected her posture with a hasty laugh and a wave of her hands. Bad phrasing. I like it because that means I can help you with it, you know. Isn't that sweet? You want to help? Kaminari asked. It's fine, please don't feel like you have to. I have something that will ease your mind, Uraraka said with a sly grin. She flicked her hand, and a dark card with gold writing was suddenly sticking out between her fingers. She slowly walked over to Kaminari's desk and placed it before him. Kaminari tilted his head until he had a bird's eye view of the card. His eyes scanned row after row of the elegant gold writing printed on it before looking back up at Uraraka. An invitation to a UA literature club? Kaminari asked. Correct you are, Uraraka said with a devious smile. Todoroki asked me to give that to you. He'd noticed your attitude, too, Kaminari. We all have, in fact. Kaminari slid a hand over his mouth as he peered back down at the card. It had come from Todoroki. He supposed it made sense that he, a recommended student, would be awash with club invitations from other students who may have been fans of his. He felt lousy, then, that a fancy invitation was being wasted on him, all because he'd been making it obvious just how miserable he was to everyone around him. I appreciate it, Uraraka, I really do, but is this smart? He asked. I mean, after-school clubs when the sports festival is coming up. Hey, there's no pressure. Uraraka retorted. We're just offering this because we want you to feel better, Kaminari. But if you really don't want to get better, Uraraka slid behind Kaminari's back. You can always just quit. She snaked her hands towards his shoulders, rubbing them sensually. Kaminari almost immediately pressed his hand over his mouth, retching and dry heaving, where he sat as every iota of shame and guilt he'd felt since UA began to forcibly course through his veins and synapses. There's no shame in quitting, Kaminari. Uraraka leaned down and whispered directly into his ear. Her hands trailed down from his shoulders to his arms, pulling up the sleeves of his uniform, as her fingers began tracing the length of his brachial artery. Don't feel like you have to stay in the hero course. Kaminari clenched his eyes shut, the haunting memories of this last week flashing uncontrollably through his mind. Don't feel like you shouldn't just end it, she hissed, and give in to that sweet, sweet despair. Kaminari. Kaminari collapsed face down onto his desk, but quickly snapped his head back up, his heart thumping a mile a minute into his throat, and his brain pulsing painfully against his cranium. He looked tiredly toward the door, where the voice had called out to him. It was Uraraka standing in the doorway, staring at him worriedly with those big round eyes of hers. Kaminari rubbed the side of his head as he stared up at Uraraka. Weren't you just going to lunch? Uraraka finished what she thought Kaminari was going to ask. I may have left my lunch money in my backpack. Don't tell anyone, but I'm a little bit stingy when it comes to buying food, but forget that. How come you're still here in class, Kaminari? You don't intend on skipping lunch, do you? Wait, hold on. Kaminari stammered, but Uraraka was already walking over to his desk. Oh, what's this? She asks, catching sight of the invitation card on Kaminari's desk. She leaned over his desk and read it line by line before Kaminari could say anything, and by the time she was finished, her round eyes were brimming with curiosity. A literature club, she exclaimed. Here at UA. That sounds like it could be fun. Do you want to go, Kaminari? I recall from the bus ride the other day that you're pretty well versed in literature. It says here the first meeting will be after the end of afternoon classes next Monday. Do you want to give it a try? Kaminari stared long and tiredly at Uraraka, and he couldn't help but be drawn to the excitement brimming in those round eyes of hers that he'd come to fancy. Her optimism and peppy energy ate through a bit of his melancholy, and he managed to scrounge up the energy for a smile and nod of his head. Sure, we can go, Kaminari relented. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? What are you two still doing in here? The voice of Izawa sounded out, and the two students whirled about to see their bandaged homeroom teacher standing in the doorway, peering at them questioningly. Lunch has already began. Sorry. Uraraka cried out, rushing to her desk to retrieve her daily allotment of lunch money. I accidentally left my money behind. Do you eat lunch in here and not the teacher's lounge, Aizawa-sensei? I'm not here for lunch, Aizawa said with a snort. Cementus left some papers when he left, and I elected to retrieve them for him. Now go on, it's irrational for heroes in training to miss lunch. Right, we wouldn't waste any more time. Uraraka said, grabbing hold of Kaminari by the wrist and practically dragging him out toward the cafeteria. Sorry to bother you, Aizawa-sensei. She turned to Kaminari as they passed the door. We'll talk about that club after classes today, alright? Aizawa paused as he was rifling through the podium for his colleagues' papers. The club, he thought. It's never a good idea for Hero Course students to become engaged in extracurricular activities outside of hero work. They simply haven't the time for it. The bandaged teacher compiled the papers into a pile, but nearly dropped them as a dark chill swept by his shoulder. Aizawa paused again as the chill settled into an uneasy cold in the classroom, and the man was overcome with the sensation that he was not alone in the classroom, that someone or something was watching him intently, yet not daring to approach him again. He glanced down to ensure that he gathered all the papers when a large shadowy mass moved across the room out of the corner of his eye. He jerked his head up. Nothing. Aizawa narrowed his already mostly concealed eyes, and instantly thought about tapping into the power Strange had imbued into his eyes. However, right as he considered activating it, the chill in the room seemed to disperse. The presence departed, and Aizawa no longer felt as if he was being leered at. He recalled the words he'd shared with Strange yesterday in the hospital, the same words that were undoubtedly shared with Nezu and All Might. There was a taint of unknown magical energy among three of his students aside from Midoriya. He turned to leave the room, but his eyes caught sight of a dark gold-imprinted card on Kaminari's desk. Aizawa moved around the podium and walked over to the boy's desk, picking up the card to read for himself. You are hereby invited to attend the first meeting of UA's first horror-themed literature club. Club Fear, Aizawa read aloud. Hosted by Gen Ed student Kazuki Yuku of Class 1D. Aizawa placed the card back onto Kaminari's desk, and instantly wished he'd chosen his words more carefully when he'd broached the subject of the sports festival to his students. Because maybe the fight really wasn't over yet. Author notes. And the Club Fear arc begins. We're not jumping into the UA Sports Festival quite yet, and there's a good number of exciting developments to come in the next few chapters. I'm sure everyone was looking forward to a big reveal to one about Izuku's powers, but it isn't happening just yet, but it is coming very soon. I promise. Strange actually wants to tell all of the students the truth now, but Nezu requested he keep it secret for the time being, and the respectful Strange is complying for now. Another issue I've been asked about in the past was answered this chapter, too. If Iron Man is the US's second highest rank hero, who's number one? Well, it's none other than Spectrum, aka 1 Miss Monica Rambeau. An old favorite of mine. And Izuku had better hope he has a good grip on his astral powers, because the dark shadow that's been lingering over certain ONE's students is beginning to make its move. I wonder if any of you can guess as to what Marvel villain I'm about to formally introduce into the STORY. Next chapter will introduce characters both new and familiar. I get to finally bring Shinso in. Yes. And well, let's just say next chapter will be bringing things full circle in a certain way. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 47. Coming full circle. Thinking back to USJ, it was hard not to remember how hectic the scene outside the facility had become once the pros and police had arrived, and the remaining villains rounded up and marched past hastily parked ambulances and into the waiting police caravans. It wasn't so much a maelstrom of chaos that had been the attack inside the USJ itself, but it had certainly morphed into a maelstrom of damage control, of hurry-quick discussions between students and heroes and investigators to ascertain the facts, and of bumping medical personnel, each desperate to get where they needed to be. A maelstrom of damage control, with Kyokijiro and the rest of Class 1 right at the center of it all. She'd been separated from the rest of her class, partitioned off into her own group consisting of herself, Yaoi Rozu, Kaminari, Dr. Strange, Izuku, and Izuku's astral body. Even after answers had been promised by both Midoriya and his sensei, she was still waiting tentatively beside what had to be her strangest classmate and his equally enigmatic tutor. Yuro had her arms wrapped around her abdomen as she waited, gingerly nursing the nasty bruise left behind after that Akiji prick had kicked her down a literal mountainside. Her arms were littered with scrapes and small blemishes from the tumble, but most of her discomfort and pain unsurprisingly centered around where that kick had landed. She'd only been briefly inspected by medical personnel, too, though Jiro resisted the urge to outwardly complain about that. Pretty much everyone around here had their hands full one way or another, so she guessed it wasn't too strange that some medic wasn't making her their sole priority. What she did find strange, however, was how not one medic, police, or pro-hero at the scene had bothered to stop and inquire about Izuku's seemingly lifeless body, or the astral body floating above it. Her not being a medical priority was understandable. She could still walk around well enough without support, but if she hadn't caught the nearly unperceivable rise and fall of his chest before they'd carried his body to this Dr. Strange fellow, she'd still be thinking that he was dead. "This way, children," Dr. Strange said at last, motioning for them to follow. Jiro narrowed her eyes, noticing immediately that Strange was leading them back toward the USJ's huge doors, instead of the buses where the rest of Wano was being directed towards. She turned her head as she followed Strange, looking back to where the rest of her classmates were gathering. There were looks of confusion and concern thrown her way by Uraraka and Asi. But perhaps they were really focusing on Izuku's body, which had begun levitating several feet off the ground courtesy of his green cloak, and was floating behind Strange. That struck Jiro odd as well, watching what anyone would rightfully assume to be a corpse being lifted into the air with zero notice from the bustling crowd of police and pros. Not even a sideways glance was thrown in their direction. It was as if they'd simply melted away and were no longer visible to the adults around them. Even present Mick had walked by, his face contorted with worry, but not once did he even address them. Yuro glanced over to Yaoi Rozu and saw she'd noticed the lack of attention too, her eyes squinted and suspicious, darting from figure to figure that rushed by them without so much as a glance. Kaminari, much to no one's surprise, didn't seem like he was paying attention. He just looked plain glum. Strange paused directly before the USJ's large steel doors, his eyes watching the bus being loaded with the rest of the Wano students intently. Izuku's astral body floated to his side, watching the bus along with him, and remaining just as silent. "You promised us answers," Jiro bit out impatiently. "How much longer are you going to keep us waiting?" The roar of the bus engine fired up, indicating the last remaining students had finally boarded, and Strange immediately placed his hands on the USJ doors, slowly creaking the hefty gate open with seemingly very little effort. "Inside," he said. Jiro scoffed and crossed her arms as she strode in with everyone else. "I hope this isn't going to be a waste of..." The blink of an eye later, and Jiro was no longer staring out across the remains of the USJ's vast central plaza. None of her companions were, either. She was now staring up a grand staircase, with arched doorways flanking either side. The space had closed considerably, and the bright strobe lights lining the ceiling had dimmed away entirely, with the only light in the building emanating from either a large window on the upper floors that was out of view, or the multitude of candles floating around them, bobbing up and down like buoys in a bay. The room's mustiness collided into Jiro's nostrils, carrying with it the acrid smell of exotic incenses and spiced tea. These foreign scents permeated every square inch of the room, causing Jiro to scrunch her nose up before being overwhelmed. Actually, it was far too late for that, seeing as how her eyes were as white as they could possibly be. By time Jiro finally finished her sentence, her arms dropping to her side as she stared around the room in disbelief. "This isn't the USJ. Correct, young Jiro," Strange said as he took in the room with a warm smile, as opposed to sharing in Jiro, Yaoi Rozu, and Kaminari's looks of shock. "You have all now stepped foot into my personal sanctum sanctorum, one of 3 that protect this planet." "Sanctum sanctorum?" Jiro blinked. "One of 3. Kaminari joined her. "Protecting this planet?" Yaoi Rozu asked. Strange slowly twirled his hands, a small globe of the earth appearing before them. Jiro, Kaminari, and Yaoi Rozu all drew near, watching with fascination as 3 bright orange runes flared above the earth, a fiery veil spreading out and connecting with each other, until the entire globe was shielded beneath this energy. The sanctums are ancient sites of power built by sorcerers long ago over great founts of mystical energy, Strange explained. They each reside within great cities. Today the one we are currently in is located in New York. New York, all 3 students exclaimed, pulling back from the globe. Are you saying you took us from Japan to New York City in the blink of an eye? Jiro asked wearily. Oh man, this is all too much, Kaminari moaned as he strayed from the group, looking wildly round the sanctum foyer, and taking in all the artifacts scattered about. And you said the purpose of these sanctums is to protect this planet? Yaoi Rozu asked, staving off her incredulousness with inquisitiveness. The sanctums cover the planet in a protective veil of eldritch energy, Strange continued, while also housing numerous artifacts that could cause untold levels of destruction if in the wrong hands. The great scurrying sound drew their attention toward Kaminari, who had hastily backed away from a cauldron of sorts, but not before nearly knocking it off its pedestal. Sorry, he muttered as Dr. Strange leveled a wary eye on the boy. Doctor, Yaoi Rozu spoke with a respectful tone, what exactly is the veil protecting our planet from? Strange offered the girl a small smile. She was handling these revelations better than the other 2, and was inquiring to know more to boot, which pleased him greatly. One would not be as pleased, but they would cross that bridge when they got there. Other dimensional beings who threaten to consume or otherwise destroy our entire universe, Strange responded as coolly as possible. Several dark tendrils suddenly swirled around the conjured globe, eating away at the veil and crushing the world in its coiled grip. The 3 students each gasped, and Strange abruptly collapsed onto the bottom step of the grand staircase with a soft grunt as the illusion withered away. Izuku, who had been quiet up until this point, hurriedly floated to Strange's side. Sensei. I am fine, Strange panted, reassuring his student with a wave of his hand. A moment's rest is all I require. Hardly an hour has passed by since those villains retreated, and I still feel a tad long-winded. Sensei, please, Izuku all but begged, don't feel as if you have to overdo it for the truth's sake. Strange let out a tired chuckle. That wouldn't be very plus ultra of me, would it? And I would hate to undermine those words after aiding All Might the way that I did. There's still something that I can derive enough energy from to show your friends what they need to see. Hiro scoffed again. Will we need to open our third eyes for this? Strange grinned and outstretched a hand, focusing until a small amulet-like artifact appeared in his grasp with a small flash of light. Strange draped the amulet around his neck and crossed his arms in front of him. No, he rebuked Jiro, but I will. He made a swiping motion with his arms, and the eye-shaped amulet abruptly opened up, covering the students' bodies in a spectacular sheen of emerald light. Jiro instinctively raised her arms to cover her face from the blinding light, only to see the numerous nicks dotting her arm disappearing one after another. The prickling sensation washed across her abdomen, and she turned around, lifting her shirt and sliding a hand across her stomach to inspect it. The ungainly bruise inflicted by Kiji was now gone. Kaminari and Yaoi Rozu were inspecting their bodies in a similar manner, suggesting their wounds had faded away, too. They all slowly returned their dumbstruck gazes to the now levitating Strange, whose figure was nearly entirely obscured by the amulet's emerald brightness. What you now know to be magic has existed since the dawn of this universe, Strange spoke, his voice deeper than it was before. And the masters of the mystic arts that control these energies have existed to defend the world from mystical dangers, long before the emergence of Quirks and modern-day pro-hero. The brilliant emerald sheen of the eye shifts into the shape of a cone, rotating quicker and quicker, until a veritable whirlwind of luminous dust is being generated by the amulet. Jiro covers her face again, and resists the whirlwind's pull before snapping up at the sound of splintering and chipping wood. Great schisms began appearing in the sanctum, cracking the floor open and rupturing the great staircase in two. The lighting in the room grew significantly brighter, with rays and beams leaking through every violent crack that grew along the foyer's walls and roof, though it no longer seemed natural, but rather otherworldly and surreal. Jiro's white eyes darted from Kaminari to Yaoi Rozu, and then to Strange's obscured figure, and the ghostly form Midoriya was currently in. He floated by his teacher's side passively, and was watching her with an attentive gaze, as if none of this was new to him. And she was beginning to suspect that was truly the case. With one final deafening crack, the sanctum exploded into a storm of wooden splinters and rent metal bits, and the whirlwind sucked Jiro and her classmates up entirely, sending them hurtling through a bright void, illuminated by a multitude of celestial torches and great spirals of gas and dust. Jiro sucked in her breath as she spun and soared, unable to even scream as her mind raced to process this roller coaster of revelations, and she could barely make out the bodies of Kaminari and Yaoi Rozu as they, too, spun through whatever void Dr. Strange had set them loose through. Her eyesight seemed to normalize as the energies in her vision ceased their swirling, and began to take real tangible shape, although her body was still gripped by a whirling sensation. The energies partitioned themselves into two halves before her eyes. One side was of the same lively orange reddish energy that Strange and Midoriya employed, and the other side was an all-consuming blackness, and both sides ripped at and ate into each other with an incessant hunger. The two energies shuddered and began to take shapes anew. The dark side integrated the maws and talons and sharpened tendrils that terrified Jiro beyond belief, while the lighter side morphed into a familiar figure with a curly head of hair. The fiery form of Midoriya drew a majestic blade of flickering flame out of the remaining eldritch energy, and launched itself at the dark beasts, smiting and slashing them to pieces with every swing and slice of the sword. The practitioners of these ancient arts defend the world from any form of darkness that threatens it. Strange's deep voice rang out across the ether. And darkness takes many forms. Eldritch and shadowy energy alike was suddenly sucked into a single burning point, until all that remained was a molten core of malicious flame, rearing up and spreading across the void, until it towered over Jiro and the others. 3 narrow slits appeared on the flaming core, and the rough outline of a twisted visage sprouted amidst the flames. The blazing head erupted with a deep cackling laughter that reverberated throughout the entirety of the illusion, spewing huge bursts of blinding fire from its jabbering maw. Jiro clenched her eyes shut to block out the head of flame, its bright fires falling closer and closer, its demonic light searing through even her eyelids until the great shudder rippled through Jiro's body, and she promptly fell to her knees as the brightness and spinning suddenly subsided. The searing dread had all but vanished, and she knew the instant she fell that the ground had returned beneath her feet. She cautiously cracked her eyes open, audibly sighing upon realizing she was back in an unaltered sanctum, along with Kaminari and Yaoi Rozu, who appeared equally relieved. As you can see, Strange said as he floated down to them as he shut-closed the eye-shaped amulet, heroes and sorcerers are not as different as one might think. Jiro clutched her chest as she processed Strange's words, and the unspoken request he'd given was easy enough to decipher. Please don't view Izuku Midoriya as anything other than a hero that uses magic instead of a quirk. She raised her head and locked eyes with Izuku, who floated by with a sheepish grin as his classmates all recovered from their ordeal. Dr. Strange turned his head and stared straight at her. Any questions, Jiro? Jiro. Jiro woke with a start, gripping the edge of the table she was seated at. Her friends' voices called out to her, and they barely registered in her drowsy ears as the rest of the cafeteria clamored on. Are you alright, Jiro? Ashido asked, placing her pink hand gently atop her shoulder. Are you feeling well? You've been quiet all day. If it's about what happened to Yusuke. I'm good, thanks, Jiro said lethargically, yawning loudly. Merely tired, she glances down at her tray and realizes she hasn't touched a shred of her food. Her stomach rumbled, but she didn't feel as if she could eat a single bite. You know, I just don't feel as if I can eat today, Jiro mumbled, standing up and stretching before grabbing her tray. She turned to the rest of her table, offering a weak grin. I guess I'll see you girls back in class. She walked her tray to the garbage before exiting the cafeteria, with Ashido, Yaoi Rozu, and Hagakure all watching her worriedly. Trudging down the empty hall with slow, sleepy steps, Jiro decided she'd stop by her locker on her way back to class. There was an eerie quiet about the hall, and her footsteps seemed all the more deafening because of it, but Jiro carried on, ignoring the weighty silence until she'd reached her locker. She spun the combination and swung the door open, only to leap back and shriek as a repulsive writhing swarm of spiders and centipedes came pouring out of her locker. She slipped and fell on her bottom, covering her head with her arms fearfully, before the squirming mass suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. It's you every time, Kyoka, a familiar voice teased. Jiro glances up at the girl taunting her with bewilderment. She was leaning against the lockers beside Jiro's with a look of amusement plastered all over her face. Her lips were white and smiling, revealing that her teeth were sharp like Kirishima's. Luscious amber hair rolled down to her shoulders. One hand was on her hip, the other held a soda can, and her eyes narrowed in on Jiro's shocked face, betraying a look of acrimony in her visage. Kazuka! Jiro exclaimed, looking the girl up and down in surprise, honing in on the fresh UA uniform the girl was wearing. I haven't seen you since Corellia Junior High, Kazuka interrupted her. I can't believe you got into UA, just as you said you would, Jiro said as she picked herself up. Are you by any chance in the other hero class? Kazuka interrupted her again. Oh, no, I didn't make it into either class. Turns out my fearmonger quirk, which conjures people's fears, isn't so good against inhuman robots. Not like you earphone jack quirk. She narrowed her eyes even more, and slowly crushed the empty soda can in her hand. That's just fine and dandy against hunks of metal. I guess you were just destined for heroics. Speaking of heroics, Kazuka continued, her lips closing into a sly smile. Word throughout the school is that the one class got to fight a bunch of villains off campus the other day, and I would really rather not talk about that, Jiro muttered, twirling her earphone jacks around her fingers as she squirmed uncomfortably. It's still pretty recent, you know. And a lot happened that day. I won't press, so no worries. None at all, Kazuka said with a wave of her hand. She deftly chucked her soda can into a nearby trash can, before turning to inspect Jiro's locker. The insides were decorated with stickers depicting a variety of musical instruments, as well as a poster for a concert and old, written-out lyrics taped to the back and sides. "Why, Jiro?" Kazuka said in a sickeningly sweet tone. "What's with this locker of yours? It's filled with nothing but music memorabilia. There's not a shred of anything hero-related in here at all." It's just stickers and old stuff of mine," Jiro offered a meager defense. "You're not still holding on to any of your old musical aspirations, are you?" Kazuka asked. She reached out and slowly peeled a sticker of a guitar off the inside of her locker door. "After all, you can't be a hero and a musician." Jiro shivered where she stood, her eyes averted away from her old junior high companion, as the girl's words drifted into and languished in her ears. Her surprise had quickly given way to uneasiness, and a draining sensation weighed down on her shoulders, compounding her current drowsiness. "It's best that you forget about this music nonsense, Jiro," Kazuka spoke softly as she continued to peel the stickers out of the locker. "You did choose to enter the hero course after all, and a hero always needs to stick by their choices." "Yeah," Jiro quietly agreed. But I don't blame you for thinking you could have the best of both worlds," Kazuka said as she slowly ripped a concert poster down, tearing her sharp fingers through the paper. "It must be nice, having supportive parents that have your back no matter what and plenty of paths to choose from." Kazuka's countenance briefly slipped into one of jaded bitterness. "I wish the same could be true for myself." That twisted, bitter look was swiftly replaced by a mask of cheeriness, and Jiro, in her sheer discomfort, was none the wiser. Kazuka laughed off the air of uneasiness surrounding them, but was silently relishing in Jiro's anxiety. "Just think of this as me guiding you along your path to becoming a true hero." Kazuka laughed as she scrunched up the stickers and papers in her hand, crushing Jiro's childhood aspirations into a bowl of trash. "I'm glad I could help, especially since we fell out of contact during our last year of junior high." Actually, she produced a dark card out of her pocket and handed it to Jiro. "Since we haven't talked in a while, how about you come to the first meeting of a club I got permission from the school to create?" Jiro read the card and tensed even further. "A horror-based club. Oh no, she didn't do anything related to horror." Oh, that's nice of you, Kazuka, but you see." She froze as a dark chill descended upon her, trapping her in a paralyzing grip that numbed every vein in her body and crept into her mind. Kazuka laughed off her pitiful attempt to come up with an excuse. "It's just a book club, silly." She leaned in close, admiring the lull Jiro was forced into by the shadowy ally only she could see. She smiled devilishly. What could go wrong? "You'll definitely come to the first meeting come Monday, right?" Jiro nodded dumbly, not uttering a single sound. "But," Kazuka whispered, tossing the crushed ball of Jiro's dreams into the trash bin. "You can go back to class now." The shadow released Jiro's body and mind and vanished, and the girls stared at one another for a long moment, one incredulous while the other grinned. Finally, Jiro offered a shaky nod and turned around, walking back to class with the same slow steps as when she came to her locker. "See you then, Jiro," Kazuka whispered quietly to herself. "We have so much to catch up on." What the heck?" Yoraka exclaimed as she slid open 1A's classroom door, only to be met with a crowd of inquisitive students blocking the way out. Afternoon classes had just ended, and a bunch of students from other classes had been the last thing any of the 1A heroes in training were expecting. Izuku, floating above his desk and conversing with Aoyama and Tokoyami, was immediately put on edge. He'd gotten a few curious stares when he attended lunch with his friends, but he suspected it was mostly because he was out of his UA uniform, rather than being in an incorporeal form. This, however, was much different. Everyone gathered outside the room were casting inquisitive stares into the room, and more than a few seemed angry. He considered going invisible to avoid their gazes. "What business do you all have with 1A?" Ida demanded before being pushed aside by Bakugo. "They're here to scout out the competition classes," Bakugo said, pointedly ignoring the cry of indignation from Ida as he stomped toward the doorway. "Even though there's no point for any of you extras to scout me out, since none of you stand a chance against me. I can't speak for anyone else here, but I came to get a glimpse of the famous Class 1A, a lazy voice called out through the crowd. The crop of wild indigo hair pushed its way to the front, and a young man with dark, half-closed eyes was soon standing before Bakugo, and he didn't appear even the least bit intimidated by him. "Is everyone in the hero course an arrogant little brat like you?" Bakugo seethed with unrepentant anger as the students behind him all shook their heads vehemently. "Seeing the hero course act like this sure does make me feel disillusioned," the newcomer said as he rubbed the back of his head, leveling his gaze directly at Bakugo. "Did you know that there are plenty of students that wound up stuck in general studies because they didn't excel during the entrance exam? But the school still gave us a chance. General studies students that perform well during the UA Sports Festival can be moved into the hero course if they so desire. Which means any hero course student that performs poorly can also be moved out to make room." The entirety of 1A went rigid at the thought of being forcibly dropped out of the hero course so soon after the first term began. The indigo-haired boy narrowed his eyes. "Like I said, I can't speak for anyone else here," he said. "They could be here to scout out the enemy, but me? I came to declare war on you guys. A tense quiet permeated through the one students before Bakugo scoffed and tried to force was out of the room, brushing his shoulder against the newcomers. Bakugo, Kirishima yelled. You got the whole school on our case. What are you going to do about this? I'm going to win, that's what I'm going to do, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled back. Nothing matters so long as you rise to the top. That's such a manly attitude. Kirishima quickly turned to 180, while Ashido smacked him across the shoulder, rolling her eyes. Enjoy your seat while you still can, Bakugo, the lazy-eyed boy said as the blonde huffed off. Because you're just keeping it warm for me. With that, he stalked out of sight as well, and the majority of the crowd was soon dispersing along with him. The tingly sensation of being watched overcame Izuku, and he glanced out to the hall again. A few students still remained to observe 1A, and the boy who'd been standing behind Shinso while he gave his war declaration was glaring directly at him. At him, not through him. The boy was roughly his height, with dark hair and long bangs that dripped down and covered his right eye. That sole visible eye, however, was glaring at Izuku with the intensity of 10 eyes, and only after a couple more minutes had passed did he finally depart. Izuku sighed with relief. He didn't know what that was all about, but he honestly felt marked because of Bakugo's behavior. I definitely agree with Kaken's sentiment, though, Izuku thought. Everyone's going to be giving it their all during the festival, and I'm definitely going to, as well. Only by aiming for the top will I have any chance of winning. I want to prove that a sorcerer can become a hero after all. Still, I don't like spreading any bad blood when the festival's still 2 weeks away, Izuku continued thinking. That guy with the wild, purple hair, maybe I can find him and set the record straight, so he doesn't think everyone in the hero course is like Kaken. With classes for the day officially over, and after saying his goodbyes to his friends and acquaintances in class, Ida promised to share notes with him when he returned in his physical body after the weekend. Izuku took off down the general studies hall to look for the boy who had declared war on the hero course. The halls became empty very quickly as the students all rushed home for the weekend. Still, Izuku seemed to have located his target, as he spotted those tufts of messy indigo hair cross the hall from the corner of his vision and into one of the classrooms. Izuku floated down the hall toward the room labeled 1D, but came to a halt as the sounds of shouting and raised voices echoed from behind the door. Cautiously, Izuku made sure he was totally invisible before forcibly phasing his head through the wall beside the door, peering in. The boy he was looking for was there with 3 other UA students, and the other student that he immediately recognized was the dark-haired boy that had been glaring at him. I saw him, hi, said boy seethed with anger as he gripped a desk, and for a second it looked as if he was going to pick it up and fling it across the room. There was a guy in the hero course who had the exact same quirk as me. Ryu, calm yourself, the boy beside him said, and Izuku was immediately struck by the similarities both boys shared with one another. They were undoubtedly twins, though the second boy Hayu had his long, dark hair covering his left eye instead of his right. The purple-haired boy Izuku had sought out watched Ryu's outburst with little more than an impassive stare, seemingly unimpressed by the tantrum unfolding before him. Hi, Ryu, please, the other figure in the room, a girl with shoulder-length amber hair and wicked sharp teeth, said, as she moved off the desk. Shinso is our guest, so behave yourselves. I don't have all day, Kazuka, the boy Shinso said. Hurry up and tell me what you want. Kazuka giggled mischievously, wagging her finger at Shinso. Don't be like that. I asked you here because I heard of your little declaration of war on the hero course, and I was mightily impressed. How about you join my club here? Not interested, Shinso said as he spun on his heel, walking away from her. I have a sports festival to prepare for. This could be my only chance of getting into the hero course. You seem pretty sure about that, Kazuka said, grinning. But why wait until the sports festival to get into the hero course? Shinso paused as she spoke, his hands lingering on the doorknob. Slowly, he looked back to Kazuka, silently pressing her to continue. Shinso, why are you putting all your hopes in this sports festival? Kazuka asked with a wily smirk. You're just like us. General studies students who got screwed over by the entrance exam. She motioned to the twins, who'd fallen silent and sullen. All 4 of us have quirks that are useless for fighting against robots. We were doomed to fail before we even knew what we were up against. It's as if the school knew that a group of students with evil quirks were going to try out for the hero course this year. Shinso turned back around to face her, his visage stern and unreadable, though he was still listening, and so Kazuka continued, wedging her hooks in him further. It was clear her evil quirk comment had pushed a button in him. We're fed up with being told we can't be heroes because of our quirks, Kazuka exclaimed. We're fed up with having the deck stacked against us from the very start. How will the sports festival be any different? How can the school guarantee a way in for us when they close the door in our faces with the entrance exam? Shinso was looking down at the ground, clearly mulling Kazuka's words over. Izuku, too, pondered over what Kazuka was saying. Chances to become a pro hero were already limited as it was, and the odds became slimmer still if one failed the entrance exam. Sure, there were other hero schools one could attend, but competition was surely fierce and unforgiving. And Izuku knew better than anyone that all men were not created equal. Just one thing confused him, though what had she meant when she said evil quirks? Fine, I'll join your little club, Shinso said at last. On one condition. You won't force me to use my quirk on anyone. Now, are you going to tell me what you're planning? Kizuka snickered, covering her sharp teeth with a palm. I knew you'd agree. Don't push it, Shinso retorted. Just answer the question. Geez, so demanding. Kizuka laughed him off. To put it simply, you're a dreamer, just like we are. And, just like us, you probably long since realized that sometimes the only way to achieve one's dreams is to stomp out the dreams of those in our way. We're going to clear some spaces in the hero course long before the sports festival even begins. That's not putting it simply, Shinso said wearily. We're going to force some hero course students to drop out, Kizuka continued. And us four will fill in to make up the gap left behind. The school won't wait until the festival to fill those slots. They want to have a strong showing for the public in the wake of the attack on the USJ earlier this week. And then, when the festival does roll around, we'll show the entire world how much more we deserve to be in the hero course than that Todoroki brat or any of the other losers I've selected. And how will you guarantee that the four of us alone get chosen to fill in those slots? Shinso pressed on. I think I've told you more than enough if you're serious about getting on board with our plan, Kizuka responded slyly. You just leave the rest to me. Izuku was stunned, shaking from what he just heard. He knew the tensions between hero course and general studies students were high if today was any indication, but for there to be such bitterness that students would conspire to sabotage one another. We just need to first help a certain benefactor of mine if our plan is to succeed, Kizuka said. Benefactor? Shinso asked suspiciously. Who? My benefactor is the only one who could support dreamers like the four of us, Kizuka said as she reached into her bag. She pulled her hand out, revealing to Shinso a wrinkled red tome in her grasp. The King of Dreams. Izuku pulled himself back out of the wall and clumped a hand over his mouth, making doubly sure no one heard him yell, and became aware of his astral presence. He quickly compassed himself and forced his head back through the wall, staring at Kizuka's book in astonishment as she opened it, displaying its contents for Shinso to see. The wordless red leather covering the pages was not nearly as brilliant as he remembered. Its spine was worn and wrinkled, and the few pages Kizuka had shown off had waterlogged blots obscuring some of the Sanskrit contents found within. But Izuku knew. There was no doubt. It was the exact same tome he'd stolen from Dr. Strange's sanctum the day his hands were crushed. Author notes. Well, I didn't title this chapter Coming Full Circle for no reason. And yes, that is the same magic book Izuku stole all the way back in chapter 1 of this story. I was being serious when I said I'd planned pretty far ahead. Club Fear specifically, my new character Kizuka is now in possession of the Somnum Exterrari, or the Book of Nightmares, officially named in chapter 10. But last we saw it, it was swept away in the same waters that nearly killed Izuku. How has it come into our new villain's possession? And what does she really plan to use it for? How much of what she said to Shinso was the truth, and how much of it was a lie? Hang on to your spectacles, dear readers. This is far from the last surprise I've got in store for this arc. Please feel free to leave a comment and tell me what you think. Were you surprised that I reintroduced something that hasn't been seen since the first chapter of the story? How do you think the Club Fear arc will unfold? What about Shinso's intentions? Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 48. Kazuka Yuku. There were many milestones human beings celebrated throughout their lives upon reaching them. Some considered their 16th birthday, when they received that memorable first car from their parents, to be a significant one. Others thought their 18th year to one, when they took their first real steps into legal adulthood. Others of a more carousing variety thought their 21st year to be more memorable, when they would no longer have to rely on older companions to buy them alcohol. Milestones existed for older people as well, such as their 50th half-century milestone, or the year when they officially retired. Each of these could be considered important achievements in any human life, for any number of reasons, too. They were proof of progress, as it were, evidence of any individual person's growth and integration into society. But none of these were the first milestone that humans celebrated. And many would also say none of these were the most important. No, for those not already born with them, the 4th birthday was widely regarded to be one's first and most significant milestone, because it was by then that a child would see what quirk they would call their own. Quirk parties, as they would come to be called, became cornerstone events implemented by preschools and daycares all across the world, once the regulation of powers were fully instituted. An entire day devoted to one or more children at any given institution in preparation for the special ability fate and genetics would gift them with. As one could imagine, a sizable chunk of these quirk parties ended in disappointment. In the present day, 80% of the world's population possessed a quirk, which still meant that 1 out of 5 children would be diagnosed quirkless, rendered wanting of a unique power to call their own. But even for those 80% who did develop their quirks as expected, a quirk party was still not guaranteed to end in satisfaction, or with a shower of accolades or promises of a bright future to come. Sometimes they ended in terror. Such was the case of one Kazuka Yuku. Being only 4 years old then, Kazuka didn't properly recognize the gradual transition of her quirk party from anticipation to uneasiness, and then uneasiness to outright dread. But she did know when the straw broke the camel's back. Everyone knew it was when the first blood-curdling screams shattered the illusion of elation permeating the preschool. "Alright, Kazuka," her squirrel-faced preschool teacher exclaimed, rallying all the children toward the main table where the birthday cake was situated. "Let's top your party off with a slice of cake." Most of the children, Kazuka included, remained ecstatic as they raced toward the table. A few, however, were less inclined to join them and seemed strangely quieter than the other students. No one would know until the day's aftermath, not even Kazuka herself, that they'd already been subjected to her budding quirk. "Kazuka, you know what to do, right?" the teacher said softly as she placed the cake directly before the birthday girl, candles aglow and flickering brightly. "Close your eyes, make a wish, and blow out the candles." Kazuka nodded her head fervently, knowing immediately what she wanted to wish for. She was hardly the oldest child in her preschool group, and plenty of the other children had already gone through their quirk parties, and those who weren't already born with their powers developed their quirks shortly before, during, or after them. Some were mundane but still cool mutant-type quirks, other kids could transform into different animals, others still showed they'd inherited various emitter-type quirks from their parents. Despite the variety in powers they'd received, Kazuka noticed one thing connecting them all together. The teachers had shown them all encouragement when it came to their quirks, urging them to learn how to wield them correctly, and aside from the occasional scolding, the kids used their quirks freely if not cautiously well under their care. To Kazuka, all she saw was the sense of freedom she believed came with one's quirk. And that was her wish. She wished to use her quirk as freely as her peers were able to. She was entitled to as much as they were, wasn't she? And so she made her wish, running it through her tiny little head over and over again. Except she didn't close her eyes. She instead looked over the cake and candles, at one of the boys sitting across from her. It wasn't something she could describe in exquisite detail at just 4 years old, but she wasn't looking at him, she was looking into him. The unraveling of her party was as subconscious as it was swift. She merely grasped at the image that appeared before her, pulling it to the surface with typical childlike curiosity. And then the other shoe dropped. The boy erupted into bone-chilling screams, flinging himself from the table and swatting his arms wildly at things unseen to everyone else. The teachers all rushed to him in an instant, and the cheerful talk of the rest of the children abruptly dropped into a dreadful quiet as the scene unfolded. Kazuka's eyes trailed up to her head teacher, and again, she inadvertently flipped her mind open like a picture book, pulling up any images she could find. This one was of snakes. She liked snakes. Like the boy, the squirrel-faced teacher shrieked and recoiled away from everyone else, leaping atop a desk and clawing at the wall in a vain attempt to escape something that wasn't really there. The children's quiet dread devolved into open whimpering and uncomfortable cries. Their whines only drew Kazuka's attention to them, and she peeled their minds open one page at a time, dredging up their worst fears, without even fully realizing the consequences of her actions. One by one the children either fell to the ground screaming or were racing around the room in a frenzy. The few adults present fared little better, as they, too, were subjected to the budding power of Kazuka's newfound quirk. Tables and chairs were flung onto their sides, school supplies were launched the room with reckless abandon, and the birthday cake placed right before an unflinching Kazuka was smushed long before she could blow out the candles. Now extinguished after being smothered into the black frosting by a fearful child. Amidst all this chaos, Kazuka remained where she sat, silently observing the anarchy unfolding around her. By now, she knew this was her quirk. This was her quirk. And she was excited at the prospect of getting to use such an exciting power, whenever she pleased as her classmates could with theirs. And so, among the cacophony of screams and weeping, Kazuka Yuku silently smiled. "This is unprecedented for this school," the squirrel-faced teacher said in a fierce yet hushed tone to Kazuka's parents, who hastily arrived when they received news of what had happened regarding their daughter. Said daughter was sitting in the next room over, kicking her legs as she half listened in on the emergency parent-teacher meeting, and half watched a television report regarding All Might that was being shown on the television across from her. "You all have nothing to fear," All Might exclaimed as he emerged from a chaotic scene of smoke and fire with multiple civilians on his back and under his mighty arms. "Because I am here." With the glint of his trademark smile capping off his heroic rescue, Kazuka burgeoned with excitement. She looked up to All Might for as long as her young mind could remember, watching gleefully as All Might used his powers day in and day out to rescue people and beat up villains. With overwhelming public and government support, All Might used his quirk constantly, freely. The life of a pro-hero quickly became the ultimate form of freedom in the young Kazuka's mind. To be able to use one's quirk with that level of public encouragement, that was her dream. To live life as a hero was to live life as a free person. The wild, childish aspirations were interrupted by a clearing of her father's throat, and Kazuka turned toward her parents, with her teacher standing behind them, looking down at Kazuka fearfully. "Kazuka," her father spoke gently, kneeling down to her level, "do you understand what happened today? Do you understand what you did?" "Yes, Daddy." Kazuka responded cheerfully, something none of the adults had been expecting. "Everyone got to see my quirk today. It was super exciting." "And no, Kazuka," her father said in an exasperated voice, "listen, you can't do what you did today ever again." Kazuka's innocent, bubbly smile slowly dropped, replaced by a look of confusion and distress. "You can't ever use your quirk again." Kazuka just couldn't understand. She didn't understand the severity of her actions the day when she turned 4, and that lack of understanding persisted for the following 2 years, culminating in what would be the last time she would ever see her parents again. Again, her parents were in a meeting room of sorts conversing with a suited, bespectacled man. Her father maintained a calm, collected visage, but her mother was openly distraught, weeping into her sleeve. The weeping, much to Kazuka's annoyance, was highly distracting, as she was once again one room over, half listening in on their conversation and half watching yet another news report about heroes, this time about the exploits of Endeavor. "I understand this must be a difficult decision," the suited man whispered. "We just can't," Kazuka's mother sobbed. "She's too much. We've tried our best," but her father muttered dejectedly. "Nothing more we can do. Her quirk is just." "I understand," the mystery man said. A sliding of papers. The clicking of pens. The deed was done. "Yuku." Kazuka looked up from the television to see the suited man approaching her with a cautious smile. He reached out to her with his hand, and his eyes were shielded behind black lenses. She almost instinctively peered into his mind, drawing forth whatever images and creatures appeared before her, but the man did not flinch in the slightest, confusing her greatly. "Follow me, child," he said, and he turned around once her hand was in his. Kazuka looked up at the man curiously as he led her down the hall, one hand gripping hers and the other clutching both a small stack of papers and a cane, which he tapped against the ground with each step he took. She turned back toward the conference room, but her parents were nowhere to be seen. The man led her out of that smaller office building, and into a quaintly stylized garden before a much bigger building, spanning several floors high and many rooms across. To Kazuka, it was grander than the building they were just in, but it also seemed much older. There were various cracks in the brickwork, the ceiling seemed one storm away from collapsing, and not a single window wasn't caked with dirt and grime. "Sir?" she asked, tugging at the bespectacled man's hand. "Where are we going?" "I'm taking you to your new home," the man replied guardedly. It would take about 2 weeks for young Kazuka to understand and come to terms with the fact that this was a residential home for orphans or surrendered and troubled children with nowhere else to go. Her parents had surrendered her to the state. Settling into her new home was done out of necessity, not desire. And the one thing that remained constant in Kazuka's life that she despised more than anything was the continued abhorrence of her quirk by the children and adults around her, and the continued demands that she cease using it no matter what. Of course, these demands that had been met with childish resistance were now met with open resentment and defiance, and Kazuka continued to use her quirk on anyone she pleased. It wasn't as if she had no control over what was once regarded as a terrifying, unstable quirk, quite the opposite. Her years of studiously tormenting the other children allowed to reach an even deeper understanding of her powers. "Interesting," she muttered as she flipped through another of the children's minds. She had to make the most of every opportunity she had before they inevitably ran crying to one of the adults, and she was punished by the blind man. Her powers didn't work on the blind man. It was infuriating. She hated him more than anyone else in the home. Kazuka had come to name her quirk Fearmonger, as it allowed her to peer into people's minds, see their fears, and conjure said fears before them as illusions only they could see. That's right, fears. Kazuka came to understand fairly early on, much to her delight, that her powers didn't simply let her see one's biggest fear, she could see all of them, and pick and choose which ones to show before her victims at her leisure. And what's more, she liked it. Enjoyed it even. And why shouldn't she? This was her quirk, wasn't it? Quirks were never meant to be feared, they were meant to be used and embraced by everyone. Wasn't that what her parents and preschool teachers had always been prattling on about when she was younger, how one's quirk made everyone unique and special in their own way? So why was she any different? None of the other children were punished with solitary confinement in a dim, cramped room for openly using their quirks. None of them were spanked or yelled at or cursed at or humiliated by any of the adults to the extent she was. None of the other kids were ostracized by their peers, avoided like a walking, breathing plague to be ridiculed and insulted and demeaned behind her backs. None of the other kids were told their quirk was evil. Of course, this mutual disdain only caused kids to provoke Kazuka from a distance, which in turn caused Kazuka to render them screaming and crying with her powers, which in turn ended with her in isolation for the evening, with minimal dinner portions, and a severe scolding or spanking. And so, the childish resistance that grew into open defiance evolved once more into a simmering hatred for everyone around her in the home, adult and child alike. How dare they play with their quirks without so much as a care in the world, Kazuka would rage to herself night after night while in isolation. How dare anyone use their quirks freely while I get stifled again and again. Noxiously enough, Kazuka's hatred alone was not what sustained her and kept her going. It was her hatred combined with her admiration for All Might and Hero Society. She never forgot her feelings of wonderment at seeing All Might, Endeavor, and numerous other heroes going out and using their quirks against villains freely, all with the people's support to boot. It was a level of freedom she once envied, but now craved and openly hungered for. She swore every evening that she was put into isolation that she would become a hero. And she would tolerate people obstructing her dream no more. Kazuka remained stagnant but persistent during her years staying at the residential home, clinging to her dream almost vainly until she reached her junior high years. Events there took an interesting turn, to say the least. The children of the residential home had options when it came to public education. They could choose which junior high to attend, so long as it was within proximity to their residence, or opt for a basic online education. After some deliberation, Kazuka wound up attending Corellia Junior High over Aldera Junior High. Unfortunately, she wasn't the only person from the residential home attending Corellia. And with them came the gossip, and with the gossip came her continued ostracization and isolation, which only served to fuel her hatred. Stay away from that girl. She forces you to see your fears. She has an evil quirk. That last one was always enough to stoke her anger and cause her to lash out in retaliation. She was careless at first, lashing out at other children from the residential home who were already familiar with her and her tactics. This resulted in her ending up before her teachers and the principal on numerous occasions. As the months went on, Kazuka began to torment the other students in a more calculated manner, preferring to target those who didn't live at the same residential home as she did. She also began to choose more subtle fears, which didn't frequently result in her target sleeping up and yelling out in fright. In doing this, Kazuka could always hide behind a shield of plausible deniability, with each incident brought to a teacher's attention being forcibly dismissed as a he said, she said scenario. But that all changed during her second year at Corellia Junior High, when she met a girl by the name of Kyoka. Kazuka hadn't thought of her at first, just a petite quiet girl with elongated earphone jacks on her ears, who didn't look too impressive in any significant manner. She mindlessly assaulted her mind with her subtle dislike of spiders, and went on her way during lunch one day, preparing her usual excuse for when the incident was inevitably brought to teachers' attention. Except it never came. All Kazuka had to show for her deed was an uneasy wave from Jiro the next morning. No tears. No bitterness. No scolding from the teacher. No scornful gossip from the girl with the earphone jacks. Kazuka was far beyond confused, she was outright floored. She didn't know what to think, didn't know what to feel, didn't even know what there was to understand. She found herself mulling over the lack of admonition the next day and the day after, wondering why Jiro never ran to a teacher to relay the uncomfortable experience Kazuka had surely forced her to endure. It was only spiders and bats she forced Jiro to see, things plenty of people feared to some small degree, and not what Jiro feared most, but she was confused by the lack of animosity nonetheless. Hey. It was an awkward voice, and a quiet one to boot, but it was more than enough to snap Kazuka out of her confused musings. She glanced up and saw Jiro standing beside her desk, eyes averted as she twirled one of her fingers around an earphone jack uneasily. Kazuka instantly narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What? She ground out a bit more forcefully than she probably should have. I hear what most everyone says about you, Jiro said quieter still. Hard for me not to with my quirk and wetnut. I just want you to know I'm not upset about what happened a couple days ago, alright? What? Kazuka blinked as Jiro merely offered another uneasy wave and walked back to her desk and other friends. Perhaps in another world, this incident proved crucial in steering Kazuka away from a hate-fueled fate. Perhaps it led her to appreciate the intricacies of proper quirk usage, and believe more firmly in regulation over rampant freedom. Perhaps it led her to walk a more proper path toward becoming a hero. This was not that world. In this world, as Jiro walked away from Kazuka to rejoin her friends, the fearmonger girl instead narrowed her eyes in disdain, deciding then that Jiro was actually looking down at her, as if she wasn't even worth scorning. In this world, Kyoka Jiro was not someone to be made into a friend. Here, she was made into a target, all the more proper since Kazuka now figured she wouldn't rat her out like the other students would, and seemed intent on taking her slight, occasional torments in stride. Their relationship became all the more toxic as their second junior high year dragged on, and Kazuka got to learn more about Jiro through her frequent eavesdropping. Wow, you so skilled with musical instruments, Kyoka. One of her insignificant friends would rain down praise on the musically gifted girl whenever she could. You'll definitely become a great musician or singer like your parents are, another friend would pipe in, adding to Jiro's bashfulness. Why yeah, but Jiro muttered, softly tapping both ends of her earphone jacks together. What is it? Her friends asked simultaneously. I don't know if I want to become a musician or a singer after school, Jiro confided to her friends as Kazuka sat nearby, listening in. I really want to go to UA after this and become a pro hero. Kazuka nearly dropped her belongings as Jiro's friends all got over her scandalously, erupting into an endless procession of questions. What did your parents say? One friend asked. They said they'd support my decision no matter what, Jiro said, trailing her gaze to the floor. They said that, but I just can't help but feel I'd be disappointing them if I take the path I want. Ah. Kazuka blinked in understanding. That explained Jiro's biggest fear. Above the base, primal fears she'd used to torment her and the personal aversions to things such as nudity. The thing she feared above all else was disappointing her parents. Her parents, which supported her decision no matter what. Kazuka broiled with envy. Jiro had a quirk she wasn't shamed for and parents that hadn't abandoned her, but instead supported her no matter what and wanted her to live freely. She had paths aplenty open to her. Kazuka put herself side by side for comparison. What did she have? The quirk she was constantly told to never use, parents who abandoned her because they probably couldn't stand the thought of such a horrid power being used freely, and no paths available that didn't lead straight down. Down, like everyone seemed to want. The broiling envy burned over into a bubbling hate. She wanted to become a hero, live freely like a hero. More than anything, this is what she desired most. If that earphone jack loser wanted to become a hero, then she would strive towards it with even more passion than before. Kazuka, you can't be serious. It was just her and her homeroom teacher, sitting across from one another in a bleak conference room. It was just an informal parent-teacher meeting before the second term began, student meeting in her case, and official forms wouldn't be given out at Corellia until spring of next year, but it was still an opportunity for teachers to learn what their students were seeking for the future, and to help them wherever possible. But this. I want to go to UA, Kazuka repeated herself. I want to become a pro hero. Kazuka, please be serious about this, the teacher set his spectacles down. He kept his eyes closed, as all the teachers did whenever they spoke with her. He sighed in exasperation, but the girl would hear none of it. I am being serious. Kazuka screamed, rising to her feet in a rush of anger. I will become a hero with my quirk. And then I'll. You stupid girl. The teacher rose in an equally fierce show of anger, rising to his feet and towering over Kazuka, forcing the girl to step back in surprise. All these years, and you still don't understand you cannot become a hero with that evil quirk of yours. The room fell deadly silent aside from the tense pants of teacher and student. Kazuka glared at the man furiously, sifting through layer after layer of his mind, and conjuring absolutely every fear she could find, but with his eyes kept firmly closed, he couldn't see any of it. The visage of fury became blurred behind a sudden veil of heavy tears. Kazuka uttered a sharp gasp as her body, mind, and spirit became racked in a surge of weakness. She turned tail and fled the office without looking back, the teacher calling out to her regretfully. But she couldn't hear any more of what he had to say. He was just another person who put her and her dreams down because of her quirk, and she just had to run, keep running. She burst forth through the front school doors into a haze of countless rain droplets, which quickly obfuscated her form from anyone who might have tried stopping her from fleeing the school. She could vaguely hear her name being called from the building as she sprinted from it, and she drowned it out beneath the sound of the rumbling storm overhead, and the panic-pulsing heartbeats pounding against her sternum. Kazuka kept her face raised as she dashed through the rain, allowing all the water droplets that splashed against her face to mask her bitter tears. I do not have an evil quirk. Kazuka screamed in her head as she ran. I do not have an evil quirk. She ran with no destination in mind, and certainly no desire to stop if her legs could still move, running long after her clothes were thoroughly soaked, and her hair became heavier on her head, condensing into damp, matted threads that clung to her shoulders and face. Kazuka only gave pause as she crossed a small bridge that was adjacent to a vaguely familiar neighborhood park, one which she recalled visiting once or twice when she was younger. It was barren and empty, devoid of any activity due to the storm. She leaned against the bridge's railing as she caught her breath, glancing down at the turbulent waters below. The muddy banks of what was usually a calm and quiet creek appeared whitened and gouged by the rapid floodwaters, rising until they threatened to spill over into the park itself. Kazuka leaned over the railing, staring into the torrent as the rain beat down on her body. It did nothing to calm her. If anything, the turbulence only resonated with her anger and bitterness. The sound of a siren blaring out across the deserted streets stirred her into a second wind, prompting her to run off the bridge and dart across the road into the woods downstream from the park. She initially suspected that it was the police coming to snatch her out of her truancy and bring her back to the school, but as she peered out from behind a copse of trees, she saw that the sirens were emanating from an ambulance pulling into the park, and not a police cruiser. Still, she did not feel overly relieved. It may have been only an ambulance, but Kazuka was not willing to stick around to see if any police would follow. She turned and fled the scene, following the flooded creek, and trying to get as far away from the park as possible. She didn't want to be around anyone right now. She ran along the muddy banks until her second wind expired, collapsing onto her hands and knees as she caught her breath. Even her anger couldn't keep her going. It inevitably morphed into a vitriolic lethargy, leaving her drained in the mud. Kazuka just felt so damn tired of the admonitions, the scathing words, the isolation, the trampling of her dreams. She slipped into a sudden case of the heaves, clutching her chest as she fell onto her side, wallowing in the mud as her body tried vainly to retch. What was she even trying to vomit up? Was her body just trying to expunge itself of its despair? Her eyelids fell, and even in her vivid imagination, her dreams seemed no closer than they were in reality. Child. The voice induced a spasm that jolted Kazuka back into consciousness, and she jumped to her feet, glancing around wildly for the voice she swore she heard. An imperceptible tug roped itself around her brain, compelling her to approach the river's edge. Come closer, child. Confused but curious, Kazuka edged herself to river's edge, unable to explain what was compelling her to seek out this soundless voice echoing in her head. Inching as close as she could, Kazuka peered down the muddy bank, scanning it until she caught sight of a flash of red jutting out of the embankment. She reached out for the object, again feeling compelled to seek this voice out. The object, a red tome of sorts, was barely within her reach. She held the book in her hand, feeling the marred leather and wiping away specks of the mud that it was caked in. There were no words on the cover. She gazed upon it curiously, inferring that it must have been deposited near the top of the bank by the violent floodwaters. Are you speaking to me? Kazuka asked aloud, half wondering if she was spiraling into insanity. You have done well in retrieving me, child, the voice spoke soundlessly, and Kazuka became aware that the words seemed to flow directly into her mind from the book itself. Her curiosity growing insatiable, she began carefully flipping the book open, careful not to rip any of the waterlogged pages off as she scanned through line after line of indiscernible text. I was able to reach out to you, unlike the boy that preceded you. I can't believe this, Kazuka muttered as she flipped through page after page while the voice spoke, eventually settling on one particular section depicting a large intricate lunar symbol of sorts, which took up the entire page's width and length. There were triquetras and quadrilaterals and ovals, shapes combining into an elaborate design that absolutely boggled her mind. How are you speaking to me? This is my prison, the words flowed into her mind with much more clarity. I was able to reach out to you because you gave me a voice to reach out with. The child before you did not. I have been without a voice for 5 years now. A voice? From her? Kazuka racked her brain trying to make heads or tails of this development. How could she have given this book or whoever was trapped within it a voice? She had just been lying in the mud, despairing over her dreams. Yes, the voice suddenly spoke up once more. Your dreams. It was the power of your dreams that gave me a voice once more. Only a mortal with powerful aspirations such as yourself could accomplish such a feat. And how fitting, given one of my many titles. Just who are you? Kazuka whispered. I am the voice. Paused for a couple seconds, the King of Dreams. Now tell me, child, the King of Dreams continued, what dreams do you have that are so powerful that it would restore even my voice? Now that gave Kazuka pause. She was silent for several moments, and the voice fell silent as well, an air of patience exuding from the rune, not demanding an immediate answer. Kazuka began, I want to become a hero. Another moment passed. A noble dream, the voice replied plainly, causing Kazuka to take a step back in astonishment. The response had been simple, without encouragement, but more importantly, without any disregard or contempt. A dry sob escaped her lips, prompting Kazuka to slap a hand over her mouth to stifle any that threatened to follow. The surge of emotion was no surprise to her. After all, no one had ever responded to her dream like that before. But that was not all that Kazuka desired. I want to crush everyone that's looked down on me for my dream, and my quirk. Kazuka's lips twitched into a snarl as she dug her fingers into the book's marred leather. Everyone who thinks I shouldn't have the freedom to use my quirk freely and should just stay shackled by society, I want to grind them all into the ground. Not just noble, but powerful as well, the voice responded, and Kazuka couldn't help but feel that the King of Dreams was pleased by what she'd said. But it's pointless, Kazuka said lamentably. Those aren't dreams I can accomplish the way I am now, and I'm very much alone. I don't have anyone to support me in these endeavors. Everyone at my school and residential home, the students, the teachers, they all oppose me. What you need is a strong ally, the King of Dreams spoke. Someone so powerful that they would be helpless to stand against them. Kazuka Yuku, it continued, I am willing to be that ally. Kazuka nearly dropped the book, floored by this enigmatic stranger's proposition to help her of all people. She was so dumbstruck that she didn't even question how the voice knew her name, when she hadn't yet introduced herself. However, the King of Dreams continued before Kazuka could interrupt, there is little I can do while I remain in prison within this rune. And should you manage to loosen it enough for my essence to leak freely, I would still be unable to lend you my full power without a suitable vessel. I'll do it, Kazuka cried out. If you can really help me become a pro-hero, then I'll do whatever it takes to free you. I swear, King. Formalities do not suit you, the voice chuckled. Please, call me Nightmare. Nightmare, the name certainly rolled off the tongue, though the name did strike Kazuka strange. Confused. Nightmare said, as if picking up on Kazuka's befuddlement. I feed off of nightmares more than just regular dreams. I cannot help it, it is merely my nature, the power I've had for as long as I can remember. And much like how there are those that conspired to keep you shackled, there were those that sought to keep me contained, unable to live freely. You and I are not so different in this regard. Kazuka pondered over Nightmare's words, and the parallels between the two were striking. Would she eventually be thrown into a prison of her own as he was if she continued to defy everyone's wishes that she never use her quirk again? Plausible deniability would only get her so far through school, after all. Then neither of us will be shackled for much longer, Kazuka swore. Excellent, Nightmare chuckled. Free me, Kazuka Yuuku, and you will get everything that you deserve. Kazuka leaned against her UA locker as she flipped through the wrinkly pages of the Somnum Extrarary. It had been a pain drawing out each individual page of the tome, but preserving as much of the text as possible was going to be worth it in the end. Her knowledge of Sanskrit was rough, having only 18 months to learn, and there was so much more to decipher, but that would have to wait until after her ally was freed. She turned to the page depicting the rune that kept her ally's full essence contained. She had roughly translated it out as the Rune of Ni, or the Rune of Dreams. She had managed to finally loosen it over the last several weeks, and true to his word, Nightmare's essence was able to leak out of the book. He materialized as a shadow, latching onto certain targets at their choosing to maintain what meager strength he had before regaining it all after today's ritual. She closed the book and slipped it back into her locker, snickering to herself at how well laid out her scheme was, how everything was finally coming together, and then some. She particularly enjoyed latching Nightmare onto Jiro, and watching her unknowingly wither under his touch, and picking up Shinso was just window dressing at this point. He was impassive and unreadable, but he still seemed to be on board all the same. She would have the Yama twins Ryu and Haya keep an eye on him and their backup vessels all the same, especially if he were to try anything while the ritual was underway. The bell dinged, sounding an end to the lunch hour as the students began filing out of the cafeteria and returning to their respective classrooms. Kazuka managed to slip into the crowd as she walked back to 1D, bumping her shoulder against the white and crimson-haired boy she'd selected as her prime sacrifice, since before classes even officially began. Todoroki Shoto shot an uneasy glance at Kazuka after they bumped shoulders, and the girl responded with a knowing grin. The two continued on their way to their classrooms without sharing any words or bumping into each other again. Endeavor's brat was only here at UA because he was just that, Endeavor's brat. Kazuka had decided that he, among other students of the now infamous 1A, did not deserve to be heroes more than she did. She would rectify this problem once and for all after classes today. After all, it was just as she told Shinso. Sometimes the only way to achieve one's dreams was to stomp out the dreams of those in their way. Author notes. Kazuka Yuuku, quirk, fearmonger. Allows Kazuka to gaze into people's minds and see the sum total of their dislikes, fears, and insecurities, and then conjure these things before her targets, in the form of illusions that only they can see, tormenting them. As an emitter, the illusions last for as long as she wills it or until a considerable amount of distance is placed between them and her. Keeping one's eyes closed is a potential check to her power, as one would be unable to see the illusions she conjures, though they would be rendered sightless. Much like Shinso, she can have multiple people under her influence at once, but she can only do so one at a time. Until next time. Plus Alter. Chapter 49. An Astral Clash. An A03 user by the name Repusin was generous enough to create a TV tropes page for this story. French Franks won't let me copy a link to the page on here, but if you Google of Quirks and Magic, you'll be able to find a link directly to the page they made. Feel free to go through and add whatever tropes you can think of that appear in this fanfic to the page. It had been a long weekend for Izuku. His following Shinso after classes and the unexpected eavesdropping of Kazuka's machinations with this club fear gave him a lot to worry and muse over. Luckily, the hectic nature of the previous week seemed to ensure that he'd have little schoolwork to distract him over the next couple days. This gave him plenty of time for deliberation and recovery. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, inspecting himself up and down, as the dimming veil that had been woven over his body faded entirely, its golden glow dissipating, as the morning sun peeked through his green shades, shining upon the All Might posters plastered on his wall. Even on poster paper, All Might's smile seemed to glint brighter with natural light illuminating his face, greeting Izuku and spurring him into a brand new morn, energized for whatever the day had to throw his way. And even with everything he knew from overhearing Kazuka's plot, Izuku still remained unaware of what this day was going to bring when all was said and done. He took a deep breath and stretched. Over 100 hours of straight rest on top of spending the weekend in his astral form preparing for today did wonders for the body, he guessed. Gently clenching his scarred hands and tensing his other muscles, Izuku truly felt revitalized, flesh and soul beating as one once more. Izuku? Inko's voice sounded from the other side of his bedroom door, followed by the barest of knocks against the wood. Are you up? Do you need any help changing into your UA uniform? I'm up, Mom, Izuku replied, and I'm already changed. I feel good as new. He heard an audible sigh of relief from the other side of the door. That's good to hear. Oh, and I have breakfast prepared on the table. Make sure you eat before you leave, Izuku. I will. Thanks, Mom. Izuku said as he heard his mother shuffle away from his door. As much as it likely relieved her to know her son's body had finally healed from the USJ incident, Izuku was equally relieved to hear his mother was relieved. Her stress seemed ceaseless ever since he'd come back from training at Kamertage, and to practically hear the smile on her face, Izuku always wanted to see his mother smile more, especially after all she'd endured for him over the years. Izuku frowned right then. His mother's expression was not likely going to carry a smile by the end of the day, not with what he had planned. His thoughts invariably drifted toward the main focus of many of his musings over the weekend. The tome that was now in Kazuka's possession. The Somnamexerary, Izuku thought gravely. Almost instinctively, Izuku's hand twitched toward his right pocket, where his calling card for his sensei resided again. It had been returned to his body by All Might and Strange the day after USJ, and in the brief instant where his hand shuddered, he seriously considered summoning Dr. Strange at once. But Izuku had also considered that his sensei had not yet fully recovered after his battle against the League like he had. Strange had, after all, taxed himself heavily not just during the fighting, but also in its aftermath during the reveal to Jiro, Kaminari, and Yaoi Rozu, and also in constructing the recovery veil with Wong's help. The fledgling disciple couldn't help but be awestruck by his teacher's fortitude even on his last legs. Strange always held himself high, and did his best to not show any obvious signs of weakness. Izuku also considered that, at least in his perspective, this entire Club Fear fiasco that was beginning to unfold was a problem of his creation. He wasn't aware yet precisely how Kazuka came to possess the tome, but he knew all the same that it was in her clutches because of him, because he'd stolen it that fateful day. And because he'd stolen it, this spiteful, bitter UA student with an axe to grind against the school and the hero course was going to attempt to inflict harm against his fellow classmates. Because of him. From what he could recall from his time at Kamertage in the months afterwards, several magical tomes of power had been stolen from what was now Strange's personal library by Master Caecilius and his zealots, chief among his underlings being Ikiji. The only one to be returned from that incident was the Book of Cagliostro, but Ikiji had returned for it with the League last year, escaping with a dark ritual. But the Somnamexerary hadn't been one of the tomes lost that day. No, that particular tome was lost only by Izuku's own self-perceived incompetence and thievery. He recalled the thinly veiled exhaustion of his teacher in the days prior to the Sanctum's return to New York, and the open display of disappointment from Wong, who undoubtedly knew of the tome, and its reason for being missing. Because of him. As far as he knew, his sensei was still searching far and wide for those tomes, juggling that task with personally training him for months on end. And Izuku had unwittingly added to Strange's workload by bumbling through the Sanctum on a silly dare. And now the tome he'd lost had shown up again on the premises of UA of all places, practically within arm's reach. Easing the burden I ended up causing you is the least I can do, sensei, Izuku thought as he withdrew his hand from the calling card resting in his pocket. I'll get that tome back for you before Kazuka can use it to harm my classmates, I swear. If there was anything that Izuku had missed since the ending of USJ, it was physical sensations of any kind. There were definitely sensations he'd experienced and experimented with while lingering in his astral body, but nothing could compare to the simple yet gratifying waves of warmth that washed over his head and ran down his body whenever he stepped through a portal of his making. It had been over 4 days since his physical body had last stepped through a portal, and he actually felt slightly tickled by the familiar tingling of warmth fluttering down his shoulders as he stepped into the courtyard just past the UA barrier, off the main path to the school, to avoid as many prying eyes as possible. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the premises, Izuku was racked with another familiar tingling sensation that made him shiver with a prominent dread. Like the Friday before, he was being watched the moment he'd entered the school grounds, icy eyes glaring him down with malevolent scrutiny. Izuku's suspicions immediately tuned to his always sensei, since Strange had apparently gifted his injured sensei with a bag of tricks since USJ, one of which allowed him to see Izuku, even when rendered invisible in astral form. He quickly dismissed it. There was never any sort of malice that accompanied his always gaze, and whatever was glaring down at Izuku was exuding contempt in waves. Not even Kachin's glare was this spiteful. The only time Izuku could clearly recall a gaze so hateful was from the dark-haired guy he saw after Shinso gave his declaration, the one who was with Club Fear. Izuku suddenly snapped his eyes upward toward the upper floors of UA, scanning each window he could see, even though the impeccably clean glass exterior coupled with the glare of the morning sun made it impossible to see who could have been on the inside, looking down on the courtyard and him, too. Regardless, Izuku's instincts were loud and clear. Whoever was keeping tabs on him was definitely inside, and likely above the ground floor where most students were still crowding. He tightened the backpack straps around his arms and rushed for the front entrance, weaving and pushing through the crowd as best he could. Hey Midoriya. Your body's all healed up. Kirishima's voice rang out through the crowd, but Izuku didn't stop to reply or swivel his head around to see where he might have been. He'd apologize later. Midoriya. Iida's voice. I appreciate your eagerness to get to class quickly, but you shouldn't run, hey. Izuku didn't stop. He couldn't. His intuition and gut instincts were screaming in tandem as he wormed his way into the first floor hall of UA, that he just had to locate whatever presence was fixated on him so scornfully. He didn't know how, he hadn't connected any dots yet, but a heavy dread in his stomach told him that this, the enigmatic darkness lingering over Todoroki, and the machinations of Kazuki Ukude, all led back to the Somnum Exterrary. And Izuku was determined to see this through by today's end, to retrieve what he had lost, and to put a stop to Kazuka's traitorous schemes. But the day was not going to be easy on Izuku, and neither were the morning crowds. He barely made it to the second floor, squeezing past torsos and avoiding elbows and nearly tripping over other people's legs more than once, before he saw the flash of white. His guess had been correct, it seemed. The enigmatic white flash was bright and wispy, but it was heavily obscured by the throng of UA uniforms moving up and down the hall, so Izuku couldn't identify any features. It was quick as well, hastily rounding a corner and disappearing without so much as a notice or glance from any other student present aside from Izuku. He'd been the only one to notice it, and he wondered why that was. Pressing onward, Izuku forcibly shoved himself past another choke point of students, as he rounded the same corner, groaning to himself as he briefly saw the white enigma already at the end of the hall, rounding yet another corner and vanishing from view. Again, no one reacted to it, and Izuku briefly wondered if this mysterious figure knew he was following it. Was it simply leading him on, helping to use the sea of students to discourage his chase? If that's the case, Izuku thought as he kept to the wall, inching his way toward the nearest boys' restroom, then I'll chase it another way. Entering the restroom, Izuku slipped into his stall and locked the door behind him. Sitting down on the toilet seat, Izuku closed his eyes. Deep breath, Izuku. He reached inward and gripped at the spiritual contours of his body that he'd grown so familiar with these past several days. As spirit pulled away from flesh, Izuku sensed his mind stirring as the pulsing in his chest, the rhythmic shrinking and expanding of his lungs, the bodily warmth of his physical form all faded. Izuku's astral body rose, and he glanced down at his physical self, leaning back against the stall's wall with no threat of falling over, breathing peacefully in its sleep-like state. Ensuring that he was truly invisible as he phased through the stall door, Izuku floated out into the hall to resume his search for the enigmatic flash of white, hovering over the rest of the students' heads, for a better vantage point, anything to get an advantage over this mysterious foe of his. Nothing. Izuku floated down the hall where he last saw the white figure, and rounded the corner. Nothing again. There was no quick glimpses before. The figure had now become even more elusive, evading even detection, much less capture. Izuku stuck to phasing only through walls and lockers as he approached hallway corners, still feeling a bit conscious at the prospect of moving through a crowd of people, or even letting a bunch of people move through him. After several more minutes of cautious yet fruitless searching, Izuku sighed in defeat. He hadn't spotted the white figure again even after his tireless hunt, and he guessed he likely wouldn't see it again the rest of the day. Assuming that was that, he turned a 180 in the hall, intending to return to the restroom where his body was resting when something most startling occurred. He was grabbed. There was no mistaking the sensation of two hands grasping at and clutching onto his legs. Before he could utter a simple gasp or even glance down, the two hands gave his body a vehement tug, dragging Izuku down to and then through the floor. Hands flailing in response to the unexpected touch, Izuku managed to reach up through the ceiling above him and hoist himself back onto the second floor. He instinctively flinched as his vision was suddenly filled with the quickened feet of UA students, hurrying to their homeroom classes, boots and heels, phasing harmlessly through his astral face. What was that? Izuku thought as he floated back above the crowd, eyeing the crowd wildly as he registered what just happened. He hadn't just been touched while in his astral state, he'd been grabbed and violently tugged by an unknown assailant. He recalled what his book on projection entailed when it came to astral encounters in combat. The only thing that could harm an astral body was another astral body. That could only mean one thing. Another user of astral projection was at UA. A veritable shiver ran up his ghostly back as the tingling returned in full force, compelling Izuku to turn about and face the white enigma that he now assumed to be his attacker. Too slow, Izuku perceived naught but a spectral blur before being slugged across the face by an astral fist, sending him reeling through several lockers. Izuku quickly corrected himself as he phased out of the lockers, floating above the crowd, and nursing the dull pulses of pain emanating across his cheek and jawbones. At least it was the same, whether it was his body or his spirit, pain still felt the same as it always did. He had little time to ponder that, however, he was too busy seeking out the location of his astral foe. Izuku whirled about, looking over each student still in the hall. They continued to walk past blissfully unaware of his plight and presence. And more distressing, the enigmatic ghost was once again nowhere to be seen. He cautiously descended to the ground level and mixed in with the bustling crowd, weaving past people and avoiding overlaps with their bodies as best as he could. Perhaps floating above everyone's heads only made me an easier target, Izuku reasoned. All his reasoning was swiftly dashed upon the rocks as a pair of hands found his legs yet again, firmly gripping him in place. Instead of dragging him through the floor, however, they gave Izuku's leg a tug backwards, tripping and disorienting him. As he fell forward, Izuku caught a glimpse of two ghostly hands sticking out of the floor before sinking and phasing out of sight. "I'm a bit underwhelmed," a vaguely familiar voice, loud and haughty, called out to Izuku, raising above the idle chatter of the flock of UA students still moving about. "I expected better from someone with the same quirk as me." In his dazed state, Izuku could barely discern the streaks of white briefly flashing into view as his enemy moved amongst the student body with formidable agility. He'd hardly righted himself from the tumble the ghostly foe had just given him before its white fist phased straight through a passing girl's head, landing a ferocious blow across Izuku's cheek. Caught completely unawares, Izuku went flying from the surprise punch, yelling out in pain as he spun through a wall and into an adjacent classroom. "That seriously hurt," Izuku bemoaned as he skidded to a halt in midair, nursing the second blow on his cheek that morning. Physical combat was never and could never be a specialty of his, and having your very soul punched was a pain even Izuku thought twice about quantifying. He spun himself right side up, and found himself staring face to face with a familiar figure. The dark hair, the long bangs that drooped downward, covering his right eye. The left eye glaring with all the searing intensity of Strange's seven sons of Sineibus. It was the boy he'd seen standing behind Shinso and later with Kazuka after the end of classes that very same day. "Why you're that guy from before," Izuku cried out. "It's an honor for a lowly general studies student like me to be remembered by a prestigious hero course student such as yourself, Midoriya," the boy replied sarcastically. "I am Ryuyama." "That's right, Ryu and Hayu," Izuku thought, recalling the twins he'd seen with Kazuka when she invited Shinso into their club. "You know me?" he asked. "I made it my job to learn the names of all the 1A students during the first week of classes," Ryu said, casually hopping from desk to desk as he circled Izuku like a wily fox about to pounce. "Although with you I decided that today I'd get to learn a little more before a ritual. I just didn't expect to be so underwhelmed this early on. I thought you'd be a bit more adept at fighting in your ghost body. Surely you're not faking that exhaustion, are you? How can you use astral projection?" Izuku asked, eyeing Ryu warily in case he suddenly went on the attack. Ryu paused. "Astral projection?" he asked. "Is that what you call your superpower? The quirk by any other name, I guess." The quirk by any other name? Izuku thought. This guy, he can go into the astral plane with the quirk instead of with magic. Does he even fully comprehend what he's doing? "Not that it matters, if what I've seen so far is any indication anyway," Ryu spoke again. "I just wanted to let off a bit of steam before the sports festival." He crouched down to attack again. "Stop!" Izuku cried out, thrusting his hand forward to fend Ryu off, who floated to a halt with an annoyed grunt. "Stay back or I'll make myself visible in front of everyone in this classroom." It was a baseless bluff, born out of panic as Izuku still racked his mind for a proper solution. Ryu seemed to understand that as well, since he responded to Izuku with a shower of condescending laughter. "Go ahead." Ryu laughed out. "You can make yourself visible, but I highly doubt you could force me to do the same." "And what would you do then?" "Go running to the nearest teacher to tell them what I did with no real proof. It'd just be a he said scenario, and I would have all the plausible deniability I would need to stay out of trouble." Courtesy of you, Kazuka, Ryu thought back to the devious lessons Kazuka had taught him and his brother in the past week regarding punishment and how to avoid it. "And you would do all this just for the chance to blow off some steam?" Izuku asked. "I don't know if I'm willing to believe that." "Why are you really doing all of this, Ryu?" Izuku was prodding Ryu for answers, hoping he'd let something slip regarding Kazuka and Club Fear, hopefully without getting suspicious that Izuku already had an inkling about what they had planned. Ryu's anger visibly diminished. His glare softened and trailed to the floor, his fist became lax, and his offensive stance loosened considerably. "You know, I thought at first you might be able to understand," Ryu said after several moments of terse silence. "Hell, I was hoping for it. But you can't. You're in the hero course somehow, so I don't think you can possibly understand what it's like to be told over and over that you can't become a hero with your type of quirk." Izuku felt his mouth hang open as he saw an all too familiar pain reflecting off of Ryu's sole visible eye. He wanted to interrupt, to tell him he did understand, but he let Ryu continue. "And that makes it all the more frustrating since you and I have identical quirks." Ryu seethed, curling his hand back into a fist. "You can't even comprehend how lucky you or Midoriya and all the other wretched hero course students to not know what it's like to constantly grasp at broken dreams. But soon," Ryu raised his piercing glare back at Izuku, "our dreams are going to be made reality. You know, society will no longer keep our ambitions pressed beneath its thumb. We have the King of Dreams on our side, and once he's free my brother and I will be, too. UA, Japan, and then the rest of the world will have to embrace us as heroes, and finally let us use our quirks as freely as we wish, without judgment. An evil smirk crossed his lips. They will have no choice but to accept us, evil quirks and all. That's why you want to become a hero, Izuku exclaimed, mortified. To just use your quirk as you see fit. Is that really what you think being a hero is all about? Freedom is the true essence of a hero. Ryu replied. Endeavor, the Avengers and especially All Might. They're all pinnacles of freedom. No, Izuku replied softly, shaking with anger at hearing Ryu use his idol to justify his actions. You have no idea how wrong you are. If that's really what you view being a hero is like, then I won't allow you to join the hero course. Ryu's smirk ballooned into a full-blown sneer. And as I said before, you've nothing but your meaningless word against mine. Cry to your friends, run to your teachers, there's nothing you can do. You don't even have the slightest idea what's about to happen here in this school, do you? You're all alone, Midoriya. Ryu paused and snickered. You'll go alone, and you'll fail alone. You're almost noble. Izuku interrupted Ryu's monologue with a quick jab, but his indignation quickly evaporated as the general studies student effortlessly caught his hand. He uttered a brief cry of pain as the hand was firmly squeezed. Izuku tried in vain to tug himself out of Ryu's grasp, as the hand was lifted before the other boy's face, and he squirmed uncomfortably as Ryu inspected the numerous scars that remained visible even in his astral state. You couldn't throw a proper punch to save your life, Ryu said matter-of-factly before abruptly surging back into violence, striking Izuku across his face and chest with quick, successive blows. How the hell did a weakling like you get into the hero course with a quirk identical to mine? Ryu was suddenly upon Izuku, grabbing him by his shoulders and flinging him out of the classroom. Izuku's astral form slowed down only minimally as it phased through the wall and spun back out into the hallway. He dizzily zoomed down the hall without stopping to right himself first, knowing he had to put as much distance between himself and Ryu as possible. I don't think I can fight him one-on-one in my current state, Izuku thought as he kept himself raised above straggler students' heads. I'm still fairly new when it comes to astral projection, and if I was right about Ryu, then he's had the ability to traverse the astral plane with his quirks since he was a toddler. Izuku grunted and clutched at his chest as he flew. And I really am feeling increasingly exhausted. With the veil gone, I can't sustain my astral self for nearly as long. I'll have to return to my body soon, but I don't want to lead Ryu straight to it. I also don't know what all he can do compared to me. If he's not actually aware that he's going into the astral plane when he's using his quirk, then he may not know everything an astral body can do. For now, escape is my best option. I just wish the rest of my spells weren't next to useless while I'm in this form. As he zoomed over the heads of those in the hall, Izuku glanced back and nearly gasped as he saw Ryu on his tail, face contorted with rage. I don't think I'm going to get any more answers out of him, Izuku thought. Desperate to lose Ryu so he could return to his body safely, Izuku suddenly dropped down into the crowd, phasing through numerous students, in an effort to throw his pursuer off. He nearly regretted it, as the constant phasing through physical bodies felt off. When he normally phased through another person, as he did with Tokoyami last time, he didn't really feel anything. But that had just been his arm, and now he was using his entire astral form. Moving through entire people's bodies with his astral one felt like moving through a solid smoke of sorts, and the sensation perturbed Izuku greatly. He mentally apologized to each person he phased through, noticing in his periphery how they buckled or shivered as he passed through them. As he phased through the last group of students at the end of the crowded hall and rounded a corner in a flash, the peculiar sensation of being watched had all but faded. Izuku slowed to a halt to catch his breath, though he didn't lower his guard in the slightest. His eyes were still on the lookout for Ryu. As he gathered his bearings he turned around, taking in the large, imposing steel doors towering over him where he stopped. Is that? It was. Izuku had stopped before the great steel doors of the UA development studio. His quaint yellow sign appeared tainted by a black soot, perhaps from a recent explosion of some sort. Izuku realized it had been almost a week since he'd last seen Hatsune right before the USJ incident and wondered how she'd taken the news. Had she thought about him? Had he worried her? Should he have at least gone to see her the day classes resumed? Snap out of it. Izuku accosted himself, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He instantly regretted it as a fresh wave of pain pulsed across his astral form. He grimaced, reaching up to gingerly touch where Ryu had struck him across his jaw and shoulders. Speaking of Ryu, did I finally lose him, Ga? Izuku's thoughts were cut off as he was barreled into from behind, the attack landing quicker than he could even register the tingling that usually alerted him to his presence. Found you, Ryu yelled as he slammed into Izuku's back. They both went flying into the doors of the development studio. The steel entrance offered a modicum of resistance to their phasing, dazing them both as they came out the other side and spun in the air. As Izuku whirled above the empty workstations lining the studio, he caught a glimpse of one that was being occupied. One that had a flash of pink every time he caught sight of it. Hatsune. The pink-haired inventor was at her workstation, conspicuously dressed in the standard UA uniform, and not her usual workshop attire. She was tinkering away at the red and gold goggles Izuku had seen her wear before, the same ones she'd used to bash in Brigand's nose several weeks prior. Hatsum. Power Loader yelled as he peeked his head through the door leading into the classroom adjacent to the studio. I may have given you permission to use the studio before homeroom class begins, but I expect you to not be late, understand? I'll be in shortly, sensei. Hatsum replied. Power Loader eyed her for a minute before giving a grunt of acknowledgement and returned to the bustling chatting of Class 1H, closing the door behind him. Izuku and Ryu railed through the air as Hatsum and Power Loader briefly conversed, and Izuku slowed to a halt halfway phased through a hydraulic press of sorts in the middle of the room. Ryu recovered first, however, and helped push Izuku all the way through the press with a fist to his astral gut, punching him through. Izuku could practically imagine the spectral spittle he'd be spitting out right about now if he could. He covered his abdomen with his arms as Ryu pressed his attack. How are you holding up, Midoriya? Ryu laughed spitefully as he grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and began spinning him around. Me? I'm holding up great, thanks for asking. He gave one final spin before flinging Izuku across the studio, directly toward the workstation occupied by Hatsum. Hatsum. Izuku cried out as he spun toward her, and it seemed for a split second that she paused her work, as if she'd actually heard his cry. Izuku's arms flailed as his astral body was thrown through her, and she very clearly tensed from the sudden chill from his phasing. As he phased through her, Izuku became acutely aware of that same solid smoky substance he'd encountered when going through the student bodies out in the hall moments ago. As he panicked and flailed his arms, Izuku did what he did not before and grabbed onto that substance as he passed through Mei's body. He grabbed and pulled. Mei's body quickly followed, or rather, her astral body did. One audible gasp from Mei later and all the action in the studio came to a crashing halt. Ryu had been floating forward to deliver another punch to Izuku, but remained frozen in midair, staring at Mei with wide, startled eyes, clearly surprised by this new turn of events. Izuku scrambled to right himself after phasing through Mei, resting atop her workstation with her goggles and work tools, as he stared up at her with surprise that outclassed Ryu's. He glanced between his ghostly hands and a look of shock etched onto Mei's face, stunned by what he had apparently just done. He had no idea he could forcibly remove other people's astral forms, let alone those belonging to people not trained in the mystic arts. His surprise and confusion quickly turned to panic. She couldn't stay out of her body for too long. Mei let out a shriek as her body slumped to the ground, landing face up. Her eyes had closed and her breathing was slow but steady, and to anyone entering the room, it would look as if she had simply dozed off. What the hell? She screamed, looking first at her ghostly white hands, and then up and down her equally phantasmal body, whirling about as she took her new appearance in. Am I dead? She glanced up at Izuku and let loose another squeal. Izuku. Are you dead? She whirled her head, catching sight of Ryu. Ah. You too, person I've never seen before. I can see dead people. Hatsum, calm down. Izuku flew into an open panic as he tried to explain what just happened to her, even though he could scarcely believe it himself. I can explain. As Izuku tried to explain the situation to a justifiably spastic Hatsum, Ryu watched on quietly, trying to make some sense out of all this. What the hell? That can't be, there's no way in hell there's another ghost body quirk user attending UA as well, Ryu thought. This must be Midoriya's doing from when he went through that girl's body, but not even I can do something like that to other people. Ryu clenched his hands into fists as newfound jealousy raged through him. The more I find out about you, Midoriya, the more you piss me off. Just what the hell else sets you apart from me that got you into the hero course, huh? How in the hell did you do that, Midoriya? Ryu snapped out loud. Izuku turned his attention away from Mei, who remained floating about the room, completely bewildered out of her mind, as she gawked down at her physical body resting below. I'm not completely sure myself, Izuku replied. Although given what I know about astral projection and adding on to what I've experienced today, it seems I definitely pulled Hatsume's soul out of her body. Izuku posited. I didn't just knock it out. Now I just have to guide her back into her own body. Not sure? Ryu asked as he began to shake with rage. Not sure? Are you even taking this seriously, Midoriya? He flew forward in a frenzy, fist drawn back to slug Izuku with a wrathful punch. Izuku was ready this time, however, and crossed his arms over his face to block the brunt of the blow. He withered much of the force behind Ryu's punch with his block, and didn't go reeling or flying back as he had before. Stop. Ryu and Izuku paused as Hatsume cried out indignantly against Izuku's attacker. She caught both of them off guard by barreling into Ryu, grabbing onto his waist as she tried to force him away from Izuku. Get off of me, you wretch. Ryu yelled as he knocked her back with ease, following up the knockback with a savage blow across the head that sent her ghostly form sprawling toward the floor. Hatsume. Izuku screamed, watching in shock as Mei's body was savagely struck. His horror-stricken eyes slid to Ryu and something within him snapped. Izuku's brows scrunched with uncharacteristic anger and he snarled, lunging at Ryu. No, Izuku would never be the best at physical combat, despite being fit. No, he couldn't throw a strong punch as Ryu noted earlier. But he didn't need to rely solely on his fists to strike Ryu. Ryu had hardly turned back toward Izuku before his head abruptly jerked upward from a kick to the chin. He recoiled with a loud groan, and before he could fully recover, Izuku jammed an elbow directly into his gut, nearly causing him to buckle. His ire not yet satisfied, Izuku grabbed Ryu by the head and lifted it up, glaring at his pained expression before sending him sprawling with a headbutt, one which he immediately regretted. Now what was I thinking? Izuku chastised himself as his anger faded, and his rationality returned as he shakily floated over to Mei's side. Nobody wins with a headbutt. The blow sent Ryu spiraling down to the floor. He uttered a groan as he gripped at his forehead, rocking back and forth, and cursing Izuku repeatedly, until the pain dulled enough for him to get back up. But when he got back up to pay Izuku the pain he just inflicted tenfold, he was nowhere to be seen. The girl's ghostly body was gone, too. He scanned the room, but it was seemingly bare of all life and activity, aside from the girl's unmoving physical body. He hovered over it for a moment before electing to focus on Izuku. Instead, the girl was little more than a distraction, and she wouldn't catch him off guard a second time. Midori Ryu grumbled as he flew straight toward the nearest wall, phasing through it to stalk the halls for his prey once more. The development studio was silent and devoid of any activity for several seconds before Izuku and Mei reappeared in the room. Not through any of the walls, they rose up through the floor instead. Izuku breathed a huge sigh of relief. It seemed he'd managed to fool Ryu, and finally throw him off his tail. Determining they were safe for now, Izuku turned his focus to Mei, who he held onto as he inspected her astral self. She was still shaking, rightfully spooked from this entire ordeal. Izuku could hardly blame her, and he felt incredibly guilty for unwittingly dragging her into his fight. It's alright, Hatsune, Izuku spoke softly as he tried to comfort his friend, though he couldn't tell if he was doing any good, considering he needed quite a bit of comforting himself, and the school day hadn't even officially begun yet. He took Mei by the hand and began slowly leading her back to her body. Izuku noted that the entirety of her soul was slightly fluctuating and felt agitated, as his was, though where their hands had connected was smooth and felt serene by comparison. It's fine now. Oh, you sure seem certain about that. Mei snapped back in a teasing manner, but she didn't resist Izuku's guidance. Has any situation with you ever been fine since I first met you at last year's Stark Expo? Will there ever be a time where you don't make me constantly question everything I thought I knew about the world? You, Izuku Midoriya, she jabbed a finger into his face, are a constant enigma, one that I'll figure out eventually, mark my words. Izuku stayed deathly quiet and gulped, his soul feeling even more agitated than before. It emanated a slight reddish glow as he hurriedly nudged Mei's soul back into her body. Mei's eyes snapped open, but she made no attempt to move immediately. She remained on her back, staring straight up at where Izuku was floating, now unseen. I may not be able to see you anymore, Midoriya, but I can still feel your hand, Mei said playfully. Izuku looked down and flew back after realizing his ghostly hand had indeed remained around hers, even after he guided her soul back into her body. Sorry about that. He stammered as he made himself visible before her. Mei chuckled as she picked herself up, patting dust off her back and straightening out her uniform. I think it goes without saying that I deserve some answers. There's been a lot of that going around lately, Izuku muttered, and he had a feeling that wasn't going to change anytime soon either. I'll tell you what I can, but not now. He held up a hand as Mei moved to say something in protest. I really have to return to my own body soon, Hatsune. Find me during lunch and I'll explain, I promise. I'm sorry, I really have to go now so I'm not late for homeroom. Wouldn't be good for the class rep to be tardy. Izuku offered Mei a timid wave before going invisible once more, but Mei could still feel his presence hovering about. He was lingering. A bristling tingle reminded Mei of an iciness that also lingered. She glanced down at her right hand, which Izuku had been holding. It still shivered, and she could still feel some remnant of Izuku's chill that had been touching her. The chill wasn't off-putting to Mei, it felt rather pleasant, like his eldritch embers in its own way. Mei grabbed the red and gold goggles she'd been tinkering away at before Izuku came flying through her body, and slid them over her eyes to inspect her work. She let out a soft gasp and quickly pulled them off, staring out across the empty studio before slowly sliding them back on. She had briefly seen Izuku's spectral self as he phased through the studio doors, and the room was littered with a similar wispy, white substance that was shrinking until it faded entirely. Mei quickly raised and lowered her goggles repeatedly, as if to confirm what she was seeing. Were her goggles detecting trace amounts of energy? Was it astral energy that had been given off by Izuku and his attacker? As she set the goggles back down at her workstation, Mei recalled how after Izuku phased through her body, he stopped himself atop her counter space, and lingered there for several moments. Had some magic from his soul become imprinted onto her goggles as he remained overlapped with it, imbuing it with the ability to now see astral energy for a brief moment? May let out a louder, more audible gasp, as her train of thought reached its inevitable destination. Magic and technology can be combined. Izuku zigzagged down the halls, phasing through walls and lockers much more frequently, as he made the return trip to his body in the second-floor restroom. He remained wary of Ryu, and certainly didn't want to confront him again, let alone lead him back to his own body. He bristled as the dreaded tingling suddenly returned, and he sensed Ryu approaching his location. His surprise spiked yet again as he rounded a corner and caught sight of a familiar face. Tokoyami. Indeed, Izuku's classmate and fellow defect was not but a few feet from where he was floating. Tokoyami was leaning up against the locker and staring down contemplatively at something in his hand. Was he reading something? The tingling intensified. Izuku had to do something, go somewhere before Ryu caught sight of him and resumed his attack. He could simply phase into a locker or another room and wait for Ryu to pass, but he felt considerably drained as he was, and waiting it out would waste precious time needed to get back to his body. But another idea sprouted in Izuku's head. He looked over at Tokoyami, and realized he could still return to his resting body undetected. He also felt confident Tokoyami would accept his apology with what he was about to do. He flew into Tokoyami's body and nestled within it. It felt cramped, not completely dissimilar to the sensations he'd felt rapidly phasing through multiple people, but Izuku guessed it was to be expected with two souls now occupying the same body. Tokoyami, Izuku spoke into his friend's mind as he shuddered from the unexpected possession. Midori, Tokoyami whispered aloud, his eyes darting up and down the hall incredulously, as his thoughts went entirely off the rails. SHH, not out loud. Izuku said. To make a long story short, my astral body is now briefly residing within yours, and I'm speaking directly into your mind. I'll explain afterwards, but for now remain calm. Do whatever it was you were doing before I interrupted. Tokoyami remained silent as he registered Izuku's instructions. Shutting off as much shock and bafflement as he could, he leaned up against the locker once more and stared back down at the piece of paper in his hand. Izuku stayed completely still as, sure enough, Ryu's astral form floated by. Looking through the periphery of Tokoyami's eyes, he could see that Ryu looked especially frustrated at having failed to find him again. Ryu glared at Tokoyami contemptuously before continuing on his way, hopefully back to Class 1D, and out of Izuku's hair for the remainder of the school day. Alright, Tokoyami, Izuku said as he released a huge sigh of relief. Now I need you to go into the boys' restroom a couple halls over where. Tokoyami blinked as Izuku's voice suddenly cut off. Midoriya. He thought, hoping his classmate could hear him. Tokoyami, Izuku spoke with an air of caution. Where did you get that card? Tokoyami blinked again in confusion as his attention was drawn back toward the card he'd received mere minutes before Midoriya's intrusion. It was an invitation of sorts, one that piqued his interest greatly. It read, "You are hereby invited to attend the first meeting of UA's first horror-themed literature club. Club Fear." Midoriya. Tokoyami addressed Izuku as the lunch period began with the end of Cementus's class. He perched himself atop Izuku's desk and looked down at him expectantly with his arms crossed as the other one as students began filing out. You swore me an oath to answer all of my inquiries during our lunch break. Please begin with the circumstances that led to my possession earlier this morning. Before any of that, I need to ask you a more urgent question, Izuku said in a hushed tone. Where did you get the Club Fear invitation? Tokoyami raised a brow, recalling how jittery Izuku seemed to get this morning when inquiring about the card. This was gifted to me by Todoroki, he answered, continuing even after Izuku responded with widened eyes. He believed such a clique would catch the combined interests of Dark Shadow and myself. He was correct to reach such a conclusion. I was told to meet the one named Aoyama in the 1D chamber, once afternoon classes had concluded. Aoyama. Izuku mused over Tokoyami's words. Ryu was the one that attacked me, so that must be the twin brother who I saw last week, too. But the invitation came not from them, but Todoroki. Izuku cast a sideways glance over at Todoroki, who remained sitting at his desk, face angled down, and lips mouthing words seemingly to himself. Tokoyami, too, looked over at him as he whispered incomprehensible words quietly but furiously all the same. Izuku notices a perk in his right ear as his lips stopped moving, as if something unseen was whispering back to him. Izuku unconsciously shuddered. There was definitely an unsettling presence about Todoroki had been since Izawa's test, but it seemed more palpable than before. It was definitely different and darker than what he'd felt when fighting Ryu. Todoroki suddenly glances up and glares at Izuku and Tokoyami, who both swiftly turned their attention back to each other instead. This invitation he conferred upon me may have indeed piqued my interest, but I am equally curious into his degraded nature, Tokoyami quietly confessed. If you would be so kind as to supply the answers that I require to satisfy this curiosity, Midoriya. And so Izuku related all that he knew and also could say to Tokoyami, beginning with the events transpiring the day classes resumed, leading up to his eavesdropping of Kazuka's schemes, and how she intended to force certain selected students to drop out, so they could take their place before the sports festival. Naturally, he left out all mention of the tome and all mentions of magic. Tokoyami's face remained stoic and unflinching, but his hands had clearly curled into fists, shaking vengefully. 1,000 curses upon such dishonorable plotters, he seethed. And to think I was going to grace their so-called club with my illustrious copy of the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. Tokoyami? Izuku asked. I thought you just received the invitation this morning. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes. I do not require a reason or an invitation to bless the halls of UA with exquisite and timeless literature. Now what more do you know of these schemes? Unfortunately, not much, Izuku conceded. Even when I unintentionally eavesdropped on them, Kazuka stayed fairly vague. She never explicitly explained how she was going to carry this out, something about a king of dreams, and she only mentioned Todoroki directly by name. I don't know who else she intends to involve. I see, Tokoyami said, rising to his feet. Then I will alert Izawa-sensei. No, wait. Izuku hissed, reaching out and grabbing Tokoyami by his arm. I don't actually have any recorded proof of their plans. If we alert any teachers and have them questioned, it'll just be a they said scenario. What do you mean? Tokoyami asked. Izuku sighed, exasperated. This morning one of them attacked me in the halls. He has a power similar to mine that lets him split his soul from his body. He was the one who caused me to seek refuge inside your body before homeroom, Izuku explained. He told me while we were fighting that they could use plausible deniability to avoid any sort of trouble I try to get them into, since I don't have any proof of what they're trying to do. They would simply bide their time and wait for another opportune moment before the festival, but I want to catch them red-handed and stop them all at once. Tokoyami nodded his head in understanding. I need a way to record proof before I try to infiltrate their meeting after classes today, Izuku continued. Luckily, they don't know that I know about their plans yet, and I know someone who can help on the recording front. Are you sure that infiltration would be the wisest course of action, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked. After all, there are plenty of other factors that need to be accounted for, such as your true primary reason for wanting to infiltrate this clandestine gathering. Izuku tensed as he saw Tokoyami's perceptive eyes boring into his, as if daring him to disagree. I won't lie when I say I have a personal reason for wanting to do this aside from protecting my classmates, Izuku said, looking down. I need to do this because this is all my fault. He didn't look up to see what Tokoyami's reaction was. It's really hard for me to properly explain, but I caused this whole club fear mess nearly 2 years ago, and it's something I absolutely have to fix, even if I have to do it alone. Tokoyami's hand slapped down onto Izuku's shoulder, cutting his words off. Not alone. Izuku looked up. Tokoyami's normally stoic face was now displaying a small smile brimming with trust and confidence. A movement of shadow along his abdomen caught Izuku's eye as well, and he saw a dark shadow peering out of Tokoyami's body, and flashing him a thumbs up. We got your back, bro. From one defect to another. Dark shadow chirped. Now let's get some grub. Todoroki's voice cut through the camaraderie like an icy knife through melted butter. Both Tokoyami and Izuku turned toward him as he stood up from his seat and approached the two of them. Will you be coming to the first club fear meeting after classes today? Izuku and Tokoyami shared wary glances. I will be, he answered as nonchalantly as he could. Todoroki said nothing in response, merely offering a nod and passing them on his way to the classroom door. Excuse me, Tokoyami called out to him before he could leave. Todoroki paused and turned his head just enough to glance back at Tokoyami. Forgive me if this seems like prying, but why are you joining Club Fear? You don't particularly strike me as a fan of literature, let alone horror-based literature. You're correct, I'm not, Todoroki replied. But it's something that my sister recommended that I do. Your sister? Tokoyami inquired. Todoroki raised his left hand and looked down at it dejectedly. My beloved sister has been guiding me along my destined path for a while now. Soon with the help of her and Club Fear I'll be rid of my wretched left half forever. On that note Todoroki departed, leaving a bewildered Tokoyami and Izuku behind. I'm definitely not going to let that happen, Tokoyami heard Izuku mutter. He glanced down to see his classmate and fellow defect shaking as he had been moments prior, though not with anger and indignation. No, Izuku was shaking in determination, his body brimming with resolve. We're going to put a stop to this today, Tokoyami, Izuku said, eyes fixed on the doorway Todoroki had just departed through. I would allow Kazuka to use my mistake to torment our friends any longer. Author notes. And that's a wrap for this chapter. The clash of astral proportions and the beginning of preparations for an infiltration by Izuku and Tokoyami. After the flashback chapter last time, I was pleasantly surprised to see a dichotomous reaction to the new Aok, Kazuka, with some absolutely hating her guts and others really wanting to see her redeemed. I will admit, when I first began plotting out the Club Fear story months ago, I had every intention of killing Kazuka by the end of the arc, but seeing the level of interest she's generated in people's comments and reviews and PMs has changed my mind. I'm going to keep Kazuka in this story and integrate her into future arcs down the line. As for what will happen to her and the rest of her posse by the end of this arc, well, you're just going to have to stick around to find out. None of you know what's coming, I can say that much. Also, Mei's taking her first steps down the path of reconciling magic with science. Next chapter. Crashing Club Fear. Izuku and Tokoyami begin their infiltration to save an unsuspecting Todoroki, Jiro, Kaminari, and Uraraka from Kazuka's clutches. And the mysterious shadow tormenting our heroes will finally be revealed in full. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 50. Crashing Club Fear, Part 1. AN. This story now has a TV tropes page. Just search up of Quirks and Magic, and feel free to fill the page up with as many tropes you can think of that this story has. The bell signaling the end of afternoon classes rang out as the students of Wano were depositing their hero costumes back into their individual compartments. With UA being UA, hero course students did not have to bear the responsibility of cleaning their costumes as they did their standard uniforms, and the school did that for them. It mattered little to Izuku, for the disorganized rush of students trying to return their dirtied costumes all at once, much to Iida's chagrin, gave him enough time to slip his green cloak of levitation back into his backpack, much to his chagrin. Sorry, Iida, Izuku thought consolingly as his stern friend gave several strained farewells and departed with a slunk, after unsuccessfully trying to manage the classroom chaos. Normally I let everyone up row by row as you prefer, but I needed it to be hectic today. He threw his backpack over his shoulders and felt the cloak punch through the fabric. All Might had given a hasty farewell and congratulations for the day's performances, the moment the bell had rung before zooming out of the classroom, leaving only a trail of dust in his wake. All Might sure left in a rush, Asui said aloud. He must be rushing to get all his grading done, Mina added, joining Asui as they departed the Wano room. He's new to teaching, yet he's so adamant about doing his best for us as we are for him. Midoriya and Kirishima, lingering at their seats, overheard Mina's speculation and doubted them, though neither was aware the other was thinking the same thoughts. It was far more likely that All Might was rushing to the teacher's lounge before he reached his time limit. Bakugo wasted little time with sticking around after that, sending obligatory nasty glances to Izuku and Todoroki before leaving with a huff, with Kirishima trailing behind him. Izuku looked askance at the rest of the class. Shoto was still seated, as were Jiro and Kaminari. Uraraka was hovering over the latter's desk, and Tokoyami remained his seat as well, eyes closed, patiently waiting for Midoriya to be ready for their clandestine infiltration. Shoto and Jiro were next to leave, the first rather briskly, with an air of uncharacteristic impatience in his step, while Jiro departed rather ambivalently, as if uncertain of her own destination. Izuku stood back up as Shoto left the room, and Tokoyami mimicked his moves with eyes still closed. As the two approached each other to converse quietly, Kaminari and Uraraka left for their ill-fated meeting with Club Fear. Ooh, I'm excited, Uraraka said in a bubbly voice that nearly made up for the thinly veiled apprehension that lingered on Kaminari's face. In her arms were several books of varying thickness. A literature club. I wonder what it'll be like. You like literature, Kaminari, are you excited? Why yeah. Kaminari gave a half-hearted response to Uraraka's cheer. Unlike her, he carried no books, though Uraraka seemed more than eager to share. Should be fun. And then afterwards, we can go for some mochi like we talked about earlier, Uraraka said. I know of a place with some real cheap stuff. Kaminari's face reddened considerably as Uraraka droned on in her excitement, leading him out the classroom, and toward the 1D room where the supposed literature club awaited and where Kazuka had lain her trap. Shortly after they had departed, Izuku and Tokoyami made their exit as the last one of students to leave, unaware of the former duo's destination. They had few if any instances to converse throughout the day, as they were not seated next to each other in class, and they could not openly discuss their plans to foil Kazuka during lunch, when they were surrounded by their friends, though Izuku did manage to formally introduce Tokoyami and Hatsune. They had precious little time to iron out their plan before the Club Fear meeting began. Todoroki is nowhere in sight, Tokoyami observed, his keen perceptive eyes glancing about a throng of departing and lingering students alike, for the familiar crop of perfectly split red and white hair. He vacated the classroom with the rest of gait. His beak mouth became tight. If he hurried to the wretches of this Club Fear, then we may have even less time than we originally thought, Midoriya. Yeah, I agree, Izuku said, mirroring Tokoyami's grim countenance. The festering dread hung in the air like a bad omen throughout the day, a tenseness so palpable and suffocating, that it could probably choke Izuku if he so much as willed it. But Izuku was not going to tolerate the seeds of terror sown by Kazuka or her cohorts any longer. He knew the risks were great. Tokoyami had brought them up himself, but Kazuka was not waiting any longer, so neither would he. Todoroki would be saved, Kazuka would be stopped, and the Somnum Extraere would be returned from whence it came. Izuku's conscience demanded it. The device you spoke of earlier, Tokoyami said, do you believe it could be finished now under such short notice? Izuku gulped hard. If anyone could do it, then Hatsune definitely could. So let me get this straight, Hatsune addressed Izuku and Tokoyami in an otherwise barren development lab, her attention focused squarely on the red and gold goggles of her workstation as she spoke. You overheard last Friday that this Kazuka Yuku formed a Club Fear as a way to kick out select hero course students and wiggle her way into their place. Then this morning you found out that one of Kazuka's cohorts, Ryuyama, could separate his soul from his body like you could and attacked you. She threw a sideways glance at Izuku. A fight which led you both to this very lab, by the way. Tokoyami turned to look at Izuku as well, and the boy offered only a mousy chuckle. Aside from those two, Mei continued, you know of two other members of Kazuka's little club. Ryu's twin brother Hayu and that Shinso guy. You don't know their plan beyond this fake kick out one of students and take their place scheme. You don't know their quirks besides Ryu's, and you don't have any proof of their plot to show to any of the staff. Mei finally turned around and sighed, leaning against her workstation and looking at Izuku with arms crossed. Midoriya, what exactly are you working with here? Not much, Izuku conceded with a sigh of his own. You pretty much summed it all up. Mei turned to Tokoyami. And you're joining him in this infiltration scheme of his? Against my more clearly honed instincts, Tokoyami replied. Despite my reservations and the obvious risks of going into such a situation effectively blind, Midoriya is right about needing proof of their illicit activities. Without it, they can employ plausible deniability to their heart's content and avoid any real consequences from the teachers. The fate of Todoroki and perhaps other classmates are resting squarely on our shoulders. We have no choice but to make our move today, because Kazuka is going to make hers whether we interfere or not. That's why I asked for your help on such short notice right before lunch, Hatsune, Izuku added. It's also why I brought this. Izuku plopped his backpack onto the nearest table and unzipped it, only to have his face immediately assailed by the sentient fabric stuffed within. He let out a string of muffled yells as the cloak clasped to his face and coiled around his head, tugging him this way, and that until Izuku finally lost his footing and fell to the floor, as he fought vainly to force the vengeful cloak off his face. Oh my gosh, you have that cloak with you again. Mei immediately began gushing over the sentient cloak, remembering fondly when she had first inspected it months prior at the Stark Expo. She dropped all pretense of worry and ran to Izuku's side as he tussled with the cloak. Lem see it. Lem see it, lem see it, lem see it. Tokoyami and appearing Dark Shadow could only stand aside in utter confusion at the scene playing out before them. Another minute had hardly passed before this comedy of errors finally ended. The cloak removed itself almost hesitantly from Izuku's face and floated silently beside him, but not before giving his cheeks a painful pinch with its bottom tips. Izuku winced and nursed his cheeks, giving the cloak a disdainful look before turning back to a mesmerized Mei with a huff. So do you have a recording device ready for us, Hatsune? Eh? Mei blinked, her enraptured eyes still zooming in on the now placid cloak, before she managed to snap herself out of her bewitched state. Oh, yes. In fact, I do. She motioned for both Izuku and Tokoyami toward her workstation, brushing her goggles away and directing their attention to a smaller, slimmer device resting on the tabletop. I give you. Mei snapped her fingers. My 56th invention. The centicum. With the snap of her fingers, the slender device unfurled itself, sprouting a multitude of incredibly thin legs, spanning the length of his centipede-like body. It was perhaps a foot total in length, no more than an inch wide, and its head was compassed of a single spherical lens. Izuku, Tokoyami, and even Dark Shadow leaned in to get a closer look at the device, wowed by its appearance. The centicum is exactly what it sounds like. A centipede camera. Mei exclaimed with an excitement that could only stem from showing off one of her babies. It's a mobile camera unit designed to squeeze into tight spaces that can capture footage in visible light and infrared, as well as audio. And when you tap right here on his forehead. Mei tapped the insect-like robot right atop his head. A shudder ran down the length of its body before its entire form broke apart into many individual segments, revealing an additional spherical camera lens on each section that was hidden when the pieces were all connected. All in all, there were about a dozen separate pieces, each with its own camera lens and operable legs supporting it. And when split apart like this, you can capture footage from all kinds of angles. Izuku finished Mei's sentence, absolutely ecstatic. His elation somewhat faded, however, when he noticed the individual segments all bumping into each other haphazardly and falling over. Seems their independent motor functions need some fine-tuning, Mei muttered, jotting down notes. Tokoyami remained impressed, even with the revelation that they wouldn't be able to use the centicum at maximum efficiency. You said this was your 56th invention? He asked. Classes only began last week. Have you invented that many devices in such a short span of time? I wish, Mei said. No, I've been inventing things since before starting UA. I even attended last year's Stark Expo and met Midoriya there. Mei suddenly bit her tongue before she accidentally revealed too much, realizing Tokoyami was likely not privy to Izuku's secrets as she was. You've been to the Stark Expo in the States? Tokoyami asked Izuku with a raised eyebrow. Why yeah, it's a long story, Izuku said sheepishly. Anyway, all you need to do is keep the centicum hidden on your person or tuck it away into an enclosed space. Mei forced the conversation along by hastily reassembling the device and thrusting into Tokoyami's hands. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed marginally, but he didn't question the sudden segue, abrupt and suspicious as it was to him. He let the centicum crawl into and curl up in his pocket. All audio and visuals the centicum captures will be streamed straight back to me, Mei informed them. And I'll compile it into the proof you need to show Power Loader and Principal Nezu. Power Loader. At the mention of the head of the development studio, Tokoyami glanced about them, remembering that the studio was barren of anyone else, even its head teacher. Why are you the only support course student currently present? Oh, I have free reign of the studio once afternoon classes are over, so long as I'm out before sundown, Mei said with a frisky grin. After all, I'm the only student among the 3 support courses working on any extra projects for the upcoming sports festival. So long as I don't cross any lines again. Mei made sarcastic finger quotes as she said this. Power Loader said he'll keep tolerating my presence. Izuku cocked his head. What does she mean by cross any lines again? And what extra projects was she preparing for the festival? Besides, with the footage you collect, I'll be able to show off the capabilities of one of my babies to Power Loader, Mei said nonchalantly, as Izuku nearly fell over by her sudden crassness. She blinked at Izuku's reaction. What? It's a win-win. You're going to take advantage of our situation in order to show off to Power Loader, Izuku cried out indignantly. There's no interest like the self-interest, Tokoyami thought. It's only fair given your last-minute request alongside what you put me through this morning, Mei retorted. In fact, I say you'll still owe me after all this. So how about it, Midoriya? Mei flashed him a demure smirk. After you curb stomp Club Fear, you'll help me put the finishing touches on my babies, right? Thanks for the help, Hatsune. A flustered Izuku exclaimed as he hurried out of the studio, dragging a bewildered Tokoyami behind him. Was she flirting with you? Tokoyami asked aloud, turning toward Izuku only to find he wasn't paying attention to him whatsoever. He was instead arguing with his floating cloak once more, a sight Tokoyami found to be equal parts perplexing and disturbing. I know you don't like it, but you can't be seen out in the open, since you're technically part of my hero costume. Izuku hissed as he dangled his unzipped backpack in front of it. I can't get in trouble before we even get started. I'll make it up to you later, I promise. The cloak did not respond with words, though it appeared to Tokoyami that Izuku understood its silent response well enough. It shuddered, shook, and bobbed in a language only Izuku seemed to decipher, before ultimately resigning itself to the pack, folding itself gently and neatly into its confines, with Izuku muttering a softer apology as he zipped it up. Tokoyami turned away from Izuku before the boy could realize he'd been staring, thoroughly puzzled by the seemingly sentient cloak. He'd wondered about it ever since the battle trials, but the more he thought about it, the less and less it seemed like the highly experimental tech Izuku had always described it as being. A sharp chill blew past Tokoyami, just as he decided to file the issue away for future consideration, snapping him back to reality. The blast of cold blew from behind a door he just walked past, a door leading into the expansive halls of UA's restricted maintenance rooms. Midoriya. Tokoyami called for his friend, waving him over to the door. Izuku approached as he slung the backpack over his shoulders once more, shivering as he neared the door. Sure enough, a visible chill was emanating from behind it, oozing out of the bottom, top, and side gaps. The hinges were frozen over, likely from the inside. Izuku reached out to give the doorknob a jiggle, but to no avail, it wouldn't budge. Not even Dark Shadow, with all its strength, could wrest the door out of its frigid imprisonment. It was clear to both Izuku and Tokoyami that Todoroki was responsible for this. But why had he frozen it from the inside? What was he even doing in the maintenance rooms to begin with, and how had he gotten in there? We should hurry, Izuku said quietly. I agree, Tokoyami concurred, reaching down to feel the centicum curled up in his pocket as he walked alongside Izuku toward the 1D room, perhaps a bit faster than before. My role for this infiltration of ours is to remain simple, correct? I meet Aoyama as planned and record their meeting with the centicum. Using Dark Shadow to physically intervene only when or if necessary, Izuku added. And what of your role? Tokoyami inquired. It would be counterproductive for me to physically be at the meeting with you, Izuku mused aloud. Ryu already sought me out for a fight this morning, and if he sees me there, it could tip him off that we're somewhat onto their plan. I definitely want to avoid a fight if possible, so I'll build on what I did before homeroom today. I'll hide my body somewhere secure and go astral for recon. If I'm right, and Ryu's astral powers are identical to my own, then he can't be at the meeting and be using his quirk at the same time. So long as I'm careful and distant, I should stay safe. The less overt I am, the better we'll be. Tokoyami hummed dubiously, thinking the plan over. All he could think of were the unaccounted factors he'd mentioned to Izuku earlier as well as all the possible ways this could go wrong. Well, I certainly agree with you there. Tokoyami and Izuku's eyes snapped forward, catching sight of a familiar crop of wild, messy indigo hair. Standing before them in the middle of the otherwise empty hallway was the very guy who declared war on their entire class. Up to no good, hero students? Shinso asked impersonally. You're that Shinso guy. Izuku exclaimed while Tokoyami took a defensive posture. Figures you try to meddle with Club Fear, Shinso said, lazily scratching a finger into his ear as he addressed Izuku and Tokoyami. If you know what's best for you, then you won't get involved. As if we would just stand by while Kazuka tries to undermine our friends, Izuku retorted, glaring at Shinso. You say we shouldn't get involved, but why did you? I remember that declaration you made against us. I remember how sincere and determined you sounded. I don't think you'd willingly help someone like Kazuka, not if you were as serious about joining the hero course as I thought you were. Of course I wouldn't help Kazuka, Shinso replied. And I'm as serious now as I was then about joining the hero course. He leveled his gaze directly at Izuku, his lethargic eyes now suddenly brimming with resolve. That's why I'm going to be the one who stops Club Fear. Izuku and Tokoyami were visibly taken aback by this new declaration, casting glances at one another as they processed it. I intended on doing this ever since she invited me, Shinso explained. As if I was going to ruin my chances at joining the hero course by joining a damn cult. This is great. Izuku exclaimed suddenly and excitedly, and it was Shinso's turn to be taken aback. We can cooperate and stop them together. Wrong, Shinso responded harshly, smirking a little as Izuku's excitement deflated. You see, I think Hizuki is a damn nutcase, but she was right about one thing. Why should I wait until the sports festival to get into the hero course? Tokoyami's eyes narrowed and Izuku felt his heart drop into his gut. Stopping Club Fear in the middle of their so-called ritual and forcing Kazuka and her little cohorts to confess to the principal should be more than enough to get me into 1R 1B, Shinso said with a small smile before turning away from Izuku and Tokoyami. And you needn't worry, I promise not to let any of your friends get hurt. Wait, Shinso. Izuku cried out before his body suddenly became loose and limp, his surprised expression morphing into a blank and empty look. What's going on? Go into that bathroom across the hall and sit in an open stall, Shinso ordered. Stay out of my way, will you? Completely subjected to Shinso's will, Izuku silently obeyed. He made a sharp 90-degree turn toward the restroom, and calmly walked to the door. Midoriya Tokoyami exclaimed, rattled by his friend's abrupt change in demeanor. He angrily whirled back to face Shinso again. What have you done to him? Tokoyami's hostile stance suddenly fell into a limp one as well, his expression equally blank like Izuku's. Go into that bathroom across the hall and sit in an open stall, Shinso repeated without ever turning to look back at Tokoyami or Izuku. You both can wait there until I've stopped Club Fear. With that, Shinso continued his walk toward the 1D classroom to fulfill his own agenda, leaving a thoroughly brainwashed Tokoyami and Izuku in his wake. I can't control my body. Izuku panicked as his body moved on its own, carrying out Shinso's directive. He watched helplessly as he slowly walked into the boys' restroom, with a controlled Tokoyami right behind him. His struggling was in vain, as Shinso's will had imposed itself over his own, detaching Izuku's mind from his body, and shackling it into place. Some kind of brainwashing. Izuku realized as his body entered into an open stall, and promptly plopped down on the thankfully closed toilet lid. His body leaned backwards, squishing his backpack between his body and the commode, a position that his cloak was none too fond of if the sudden thrashing was any indication. This must be Shinso's quirk. Tokoyami soon followed suit and entered the stall next to Izuku's, taking a seat and remaining otherwise still and silent. Izuku saw that Shinso had them stay out of the way in general, and not just his way. Was ordering them into the restroom just Shinso's way of keeping them safe? It was hard to tell with that demeanor of his. Still, Shinso now had to be stopped alongside Kazuka. There might not have been any outward malice in Shinso's words or motives, but Izuku wasn't about to let the fate of his friends and that of his mistake rest solely on Shinso's shoulders. He had to find a way to free his captive mind from Shinso's brainwashing. Let's see Shinso's quirk prevents my mind from having any control over my body, Izuku thought as he continued to struggle, searching for any possible angle to break free of Shinso's hold. It allows for complete domination of someone's mind. A revelation. But does it allow for control of the soul? Izuku ceased his struggling and instead capitalized on his tranquil immobility, drawing himself inward as he channeled the personal energies flowing through his body. With the forced stillness of his captive body, it took only moments for Izuku's soul to separate from his flesh. He lingered over himself, spinning and stretching as he saw for sure that he had complete control over his astral self. He was right, Shinso's brainwashing had no effect on one's own soul. He phased his head through the stall wall and spotted Tokoyami's still captive body resting within, presumably with dark shadow shackled as well. Sorry, Tokoyami, Izuku muttered as he pulled back. At least you'll remain out of harm's way here. He cast one final glance at his own body before departing, or, more specifically, the squished cloak thrashing from within Izuku's backpack. He felt a pang of guilt for coaxing it back into his pack, and he was sure to be in for some pain when he returned to his physical form. Well, on that later, Izuku, he told himself as he phased through the restroom wall to chase after Shinso. Not 1 minute after Izuku departed, the restroom doors creaked open. Izuku could soar far faster than he could walk when he was in his astral form, and soar he did, straight for the classroom with a conspicuous 1D sign plastered on its door. He phased right through it with no hesitation, spotting Shinso walking toward a closet door near the back of the room. 1D was otherwise empty, with no sign of Kazuka, Todoroki, Ryu, or his twin brother. None of his other classmates were here either, which pleased Izuku immensely. But, Izuku thought, looks like I got here just in time. Stop. Izuku shouted and materialized all at once so Shinso could see him. Shinso predictably whirled about, staring up at Izuku's wispy, spectral appearance with no small amount of surprise. Wait, what? Why? Shinso stammered. How is this possible? How are you free of my quirk? Your quirk allows you to dominate the minds of others, Izuku responded, but you can't touch the soul. Shinso seemed to test Izuku on just that, approaching him and cautiously waving a hand through his astral body, pulling back and rubbing it to ward off the otherworldly chill. TCH, Shinso clicked his tongue. Are you still trying to meddle and stop Cloudfear? I told you I would take care of that. How useful can you be in that state, anyway? I can take care of myself, Izuku retorted. And besides, you won't be able to stop me, so you'll have no choice but to accept my offer of help. Fine, Shinso said with a huff, realizing how fruitless his desire to go about this alone had become now that Izuku was seemingly immune to his quirk. Follow me. Shinso directed Izuku toward the closet door at the back of the class, a narrow door sandwiched between columns of shelves. The door swung open with an audible creak. Izuku peered in from behind as Shinso flipped a light switch, a lone bulb illuminating the clutter within. Shinso, however, ignored it, entering and directing Izuku toward the very back of the untidy storage room. A shelf. A bare shelf spanning nearly the entire width of the small room, and behind it a door. The shelf is sticking out slightly, and the door is barely cracked open, suggesting recent usage. Shinso swung the shelf open, forcibly shoving any litter in its path out of the way, and then the door. On the other side is a semi-narrow corridor, dimly lit with a slight yellowish glow, whose illumination barely touched all corners of the passageway, leaving much of it darkened. The walls and bits of ceiling that Izuku could make out clearly were covered pipes, panels, and vents. A pair of ladders were barely visible deeper in, one leading up the other down. And clinging to the metal floor were small specks of frost. Todoroki, Izuku correctly surmised. This door was a sealed, unused entranceway into UA's labyrinthine maintenance rooms, Shinso explained. The maintenance rooms are all connected from here all the way to the roof and all the way down to the basement. He motioned toward the steel ladders going straight up and straight down. Izuku discovered this door early last week, and decided then and there that their so-called ritual was going to be held somewhere in here. Ritual? Izuku asked aloud. Shinso had mentioned it briefly during their earlier confrontation, but he hadn't elucidated it before commencing with the brainwashing, and this morning Ryu had also mentioned a ritual in passing before attacking him again. In both instances, Izuku hadn't the time to request clarification. And he wasn't going to have time for it now either. Shinso, you here already? The first voice Izuku immediately recognized as being Ryu's, and he instinctively went invisible upon hearing it. The second voice was nearly identical to Ryu's, albeit slightly higher pitched, definitely his brother Ryu. Shinso gave no discernible reaction to Izuku abruptly fading out of view, maintaining his typically stoic visage, as he exited the cluttered closet, and re-emerged into the 1D classroom to greet Ryu and Ryu. Yeah, I'm here, why are you? Shinso suddenly stopped short, clearly caught off guard by something. Izuku, rendered invisible, was startled even worse. Those were Ryu and Ryu's voices, but it wasn't the Aoyama twins who'd entered the room. It was Tokoyami and Izuku's bodies. Shinso, nice to see you, friend, Ryu's voice spoke, though it was Izuku's lips that moved. The green eyes that Izuku recognized as his own, soon locked onto precisely where he was floating seemingly unseen, and in his shock, he failed to register a familiar tingling sensation that warned him of this particular danger. Hold still, would you, seems there's a pest hovering over your shoulder. Before he can even process those words and react, a powerful dark mass zooms past Shinso and slams into Izuku's astral body, gripping him in a solid, shadowy vice. Dark Shadow is fully emerged from Tokoyami's body, and has Izuku's spectral form securely bound between its lightless claws. Izuku utters a pained yell, reappearing before Shinso's eyes as Dark Shadow gives Izuku's astral form a painful squeeze. The Dark Shadow can touch my astral form. Izuku could hardly register this new realization before being thrust toward the ground. A familiar face was now looking down at him. His face. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this, Ryu's voice emanated from Izuku's body's lips once again, green eyes perusing over his scarred hands, before setting on the captured astral form of Izuku. Izuku winced as he saw his own face twist into a malicious sneer that just didn't belong. Hello, Midoriya, Ryu said tauntingly. Anything you can do I can do. BETTR. Tokoyami had been seized by the brother and Izuku's body had been possessed by Ryu himself. Author notes. Long time no see. Back from a break and diving right back into Club Fear. I apologize for the sudden break I took, but I really wanted to take my time with plotting out this arc, making sure I was pleased with the direction it was going before actually committing to any writing. It took a long while, but I'm sufficiently satisfied now. This chapter will be part 1 of 4 of the climax of this arc. And what a climax it'll be. Shinso throws a wrench into Izuku's already tenuous plan, and reveals his own plot, which the Yama twins are more than happy to capitalize on. Of Tokoyami and Izuku's physical bodies possessed by Hayu and Ryu respectively, and the newfound revelation that Dark Shadow can in fact harm Izuku's astral form, it seems Izuku is about to get canned before the meeting even takes place. How will he overcome these odds? Now to respond to some comments I may not or could not have replied to in PMs. Ramses II. I'm also a huge fan of Tokoyami, he's one of my favors, so of course I wanted to give him an elevated role in this arc. I've got big plans for him if this chapter's revelation is anything to go by. Thunder Dragon. As I think I've said before, these Guardians will definitely make an appearance in a future arc concerning Mei's growth. That's still a long way off, however. Alex. Merci beaucoup. Alright. I have yet to reveal the full details of what precisely happened during the tragedy 6 years ago regarding All Might and Doctor Strange's battle with All for One, merely shown bits and pieces throughout the story. Rest assured that a full flashback is in the works, and the topic of healing spells has already been taken into account. Expect part 2 very soon. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 51. Crashing Club Fear, Part 2. Oh, I feel as if I'm hero course material already. Ryu let out a haughty laugh as he continued to lord over Izuku's captive spirit. He looked over the body of Izuku that he possessed, grinning with unveiled amusement as his eyes wandered, frowning with contempt only when he laid eyes on the numerous scars crisscrossing Izuku's hands. All the while, Izuku vainly struggled against the mighty vice of Dark Shadow's claws. He grit his teeth in scorn to no avail, and with each jerk of his spirit's torso, it seemed the Hayu-possessed Tokoyami silently bit his enthralled quirk to tighten its grip on Izuku evermore. Amidst his squirming, Izuku felt many soft tremors rumbling out of Dark Shadow's form. He ceased for a moment and noticed then that the enigmatic quirk beast's eyes were contorted and narrow from something akin to pain, its shaking directed not at Izuku, but rather the person controlling Tokoyami and it. A sorry Dark Shadow quietly rasped out to Izuku. Sorry, Midoriya. You were foolish to think you could conceal yourself from me, Midoriya. Ryu's chastising voice drowned out Dark Shadow's sorrow. He plopped Izuku's backpack onto the desk beside him. Aside from a barely discernible twitch of movement along the seams, Izuku wondered why his cloak had fallen still. I suppose I should give you some credit for effort, Ryu continued. You simply didn't know what I know now. That our quirks are not quite as identical as I once believed. What are you saying? Izuku choked out. I don't leave a body behind like you do, Ryu informed him with a sly smile, and Izuku could scarcely believe his ears. Not leave a body behind. Wasn't that the entire idea of traversing the astral plane, that your soul had to be separate from your body in order to do it? Don't believe me? Ryu asked, perhaps seeing the incredulity in the eyes of Izuku's soul. He phased his astral arm out of Izuku's physical body, letting it fall limp, and slowly waved it before the boy. Sure enough, within moments, instead of flesh giving way to spirit as Izuku was accustomed to, the inverse occurred, and spirit gave way to flesh. Ryu's hand and arm slowly became corporeal, as if his body was materializing from out of his soul itself. I don't believe it. Izuku groaned out. Your body and soul literally become one when you shift into the astral plane. There you go with that nonsensical lingo of yours again, Ryu said offhandedly as his astral hand phased back into Izuku's body. Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe my ghost body quirk. And you have Tokoyami possessed as well, Izuku demanded to know, shifting his eyes over to his enslaved friend. I have taken your body as my own for the time being, Ryu said. My brother Hayu has taken the body of your classmate. Izuku eyed the possessed Tokoyami with surprise, and Hayu responded by twisting the normally impassive face of Izuku's friend into one of malice, equaling that of his twin brother. Could the twins possibly have identical quirks? I see the gears in your head turning, Hayu spoke with a smirk, his voice nearly identical to Ryu's save for it being of a slightly higher pitch too. No, my superpower can possess people, but I do not have ghost body like my brother. My quirk is simply called hijacking. At this, Izuku watched in revulsion as a pair of arms seemingly sprouted out of his friend's shoulders, and a head and neck followed out of Tokoyami's own. The boy's face was indeed nearly identical to that of Ryu, all except the hair. His long, dark bangs drooped over his left eye, mirroring that of his twin brother, whose hair covered his right. I can morph my physical body into the bodies of others, hijacking control and bending them and their powers to my will. Several things seemed to click in Izuku's mind in that moment. He recalled his eavesdropping of Kazuka's words to Shinso at the end of last week, how they all had quirks that were useless for fighting against robots in the entrance exam, and that they were evil to boot. It all made sense now. Shinso's brainwashing, Ryu's ghost body, and Hayu's hijacking couldn't affect robots, only other people. And seeing them all in action, Izuku didn't doubt that their powers could be perceived as evil by others, and even in spite of his current predicament, Izuku carried a great deal of sympathy for them. This revelation certainly answered the questions Izuku had regarding Ryu and Hayu's possessions, but it still didn't explain the glaring problem currently squeezing his spectral diaphragm. How could Tokoyami's dark shadow quirk possibly touch and even harm his soul? Did it also somehow exist on the astral plane as he did now? Hayu, you bagged yourself a special one this time, Ryu commented to his brother, patting Dark Shadow on its head, as the two struggled as vainly against Hayu's control as Izuku was against it. For it to be able to interact with both physical objects and souls, this superpower would have taken Tokoyami far in life, if he had been fortunate enough to not get in our way. Thank you, brother, Hayu replied. I don't think I'll tire of this one as easily as I have ones in the past. Izuku grit his teeth this time in anger. He could hardly stand to listen to these twins denigrate and lord over Tokoyami's will, and keep his quirk captive as well, as if it wasn't fully sentient and undeserving of such treatment, too. Well, let's not waste any more time, shall we? Ryu turned towards Shinso, who remained guarded and silent as the scene between Izuku and the Aoyama twins unfolded before him. Ryu, in Izuku's body, gave Shinso an unreadable smile, and Shinso responded with an unexpressive look. We can go along and descend to the basement to meet up with Kazuka. Hayu can handle Midoriya and join us before the ritual is complete, and the staff catch wind that something's afoot. Shinso remained still after Ryu spoke, as if he were weighing his options. His plan from the beginning had been to use his quirk on Kazuka, and stop whatever it was Club Fear had planned. He'd only wished Kazuka had divulged more than she had about their scheme. He had to tread carefully, even though he had not been attacked by the sentient shadow, and it still seemed he carried their trust. His plot remained unchanged, but his rashness of trying to keep Midoriya and Tokoyami out of his way allowed Ryu and Hayu to catch him off guard like this. And speaking of Midoriya, Shinso's eyes flickered toward Izuku's, who returned the stare. In those brief moments, an unspoken agreement was forged between them that Shinso should continue on, to stop Kazuka once he had the opportunity. Also in that brief moment, at least from Izuku could decipher, there appeared to be an unspoken apology in Shinso's seemingly expressionless eyes as well. Shinso nodded to Ryu and turned away without a word, making his way back into the cluttered closet toward the uncovered entranceway into UA's labyrinthine maintenance rooms. He reached the ladder near the end of the dim corridor, and, giving the 1D classroom one last glance, descended. Ryu looked askance toward Izuku's writhing soul as Shinso disappeared from view, bearing Izuku's teeth in a sadistic grin. The wild card is out of play now, he whispered to Izuku before he began to walk after Shinso. You're not the only one who thought walking in blind was a good idea. No, Shinso. Shinso didn't truly have their trust after all. Izuku didn't know why or how. Perhaps Shinso had slipped up somehow over the weekend, or perhaps it was during their earlier confrontation, but the brainwashing boy's treachery had been laid bare for all to see, it seemed. Shina. Izuku tried to cry out a warning of some kind, hoping his voice could reach to Shinso before he descended too far along into whatever trap was waiting for him down there, but at that moment Dark Shadow gave another vicious squeeze of his chest, rendering his speech indiscernible beyond a pained gasp. This is going to sound rich coming from me, Midoriya, Ryu began, but I wonder if a soul can bleed. He turned to address his brother. Squeeze him until he pops ectoplasm, Hayu. I'll be back after squaring away everything with Kazuka. Ta-ta. With a final condescending wave, Ryu departed after Shinso, leaving Izuku to a presumably grisly fate. A dark limb covered the boy's mouth to silence any screams, as his very soul began to be slowly crushed in the enthralled Dark Shadow's baleful clutch. Barely a minute or two had passed for Shinso between descending to the dimly lit basement level, and Ryu catching up to him with a light jog. The maintenance rooms were silent, save for the rushing hiss of air conditioning in the vents, the whir of fans and covered circuitry, and the odd clang among the intricate piping system running the length, width, and height of the school. Izuku's pain groans could not be heard down here. And Shinso much rather preferred that to tolerating the temporary company of the malignant asshole wearing Izuku's body. He was practically counting down the minutes to when he had Kazuka brainwashed, and this whole affair ended. Good thing we were there to stop Midoriya from using you to pull off any mischief, Ryu said a little too sweetly for Shinso's liking, giving him a slap on the back to boot. Heck, for all we know he might have been planning to possess you. And we might have been none the wiser if we hadn't arrived when we did. Not to mention you brainwashed them, making our jobs that much easier. Shinso uttered a grunt as Ryu gave him a slap, sensing it was more half-hearted than hearty. He shrugged it off and gave only a nod of acknowledgement before continuing on, trying to maintain his focus and composure. It was important for him to stop Kazuka first before their little ritual took off, mainly because he was still in the dark about what this ritual even entailed. He had pressed for answers the day he'd been invited, but she kept him thoroughly at arm's length since the beginning, which he found strange, since she sought him out for membership into her little cult, not the other way around. I guess it doesn't matter, Shinso thought. Whatever half-baked plot they've got up their sleeves, it'll all fall apart once I have Kazuka brainwashed. She need only respond to me once, same for Ryu. A snap of cold shudders Shinso out of his thoughts. Strange there were no air conditioning vents nearby. Kazuka came into sight, her body and hair outlined by the corridor's yellow glow, as he and Ryu rounded the next corner, and Shinso was immediately put off by her for some reason he couldn't quite place. She'd been slowly pacing back and forth, alone among the labyrinthine corridors, with neither that strange red book she'd been showing off to him or any of the other one a student. Why is she here? Shinso thought of Kazuka's sudden appearance. I thought she'd be further in. Just you two? Kazuka suddenly called out. Her voice was without surprise or suspicion, yet seemed to demand an answer all the same. Shinso maintained his composure and silence as he anxiously prepared to spring his trap. She needed to respond to his words for this to work. Ryu will be here shortly with Tokoyami's body, Ryu explained as succinctly as possible, catching Shinso off guard a second time, by continuing to walk toward and then past Kazuka, until his form was visible in the corridor no longer. He seemed to disappear into the depths of pipes and ventilation. Blinking, Shinso became aware that Kazuka's eyes and attention were laid squarely on him. Not once had they drifted to Ryu as he passed her by. Are you ready, Shinso? Kazuka asked, putting her sharp teeth on full display with a caddish grin. By this day's end, our entry into the hero course will be all but secure. It will be our first step toward true, genuine freedom. I am, Shinso replied quietly. This was it, was all he could think. Now she need only respond. Are you? Kazuka gave a soft hum. I am. Shinso tensed as he mentally moved to activate his quirk, attempting to use her meager response to impose his will over her mind. There was a pregnant pause in Kazuka's sentence, and a pallor of dread descending upon Shinso's visage as he realized his brainwashing failed. Nothing had changed in Kazuka's demeanor or posture, nothing to indicate she was under his control, and indeed, trying to activate his quirk on her felt like firing a gun with no rounds in it. But you aren't. Kazuka finished her statement, her grin as disingenuous as it was seconds before. Visibly startled now, Shinso again tried to activate his quirk. Again and again he tensed and released, and Kazuka was no closer to becoming brainwashed than the first time. Shinso, Kazuka chided the indigo-haired youth. I knew this betrayal was coming, and I'm still disappointed. What? Shinso dared not blink as Kazuka taunted his plan now dashed upon the pipe surrounding them. And to think I was truly sincere in my invitation to you last week, Kazuka sighed. But you just had to stick to those pesky convictions of yours and play the hero when you're not even in that course yet, didn't you? I offered you freedom, and you chose to be a slave to your morals. It doesn't take much pretending to be a hero to show that I'm more hero course material than you are, Shinso hissed. And look at where your pretending led you, Kazuka retorted. Your oh so clever attempt to manipulate me backfired because you didn't truly understand the scope of my quirk. The fearmonger quirk lets you see and project people's biggest fear, Shinso said, his voice now slightly raised as his composure slipped. Wrong, she corrected in a cool manner. I can see and project all of your fears, from the chiefest of your phobias to the most mundane of your miserable little insecurities. And what was one such fear that I found while I was flipping through your mind like a child's picture book? She drilled her eyes into his. You feared, no matter how slight, of what might happen should your attempt to brainwash me fail. Shinso took a step back, his blood running bone cold, as the realization dawned on him that he'd been had from the start. Kazuka let loose a chilling giggle and waved goodbye to Shinso before slowly fading away into nothing. I was talking to an illusion of hers all along, Shinso realized. An illusion born out of the fear she mentioned. No wonder my quirk failed to work. That must be why Ryu kept walking and didn't stop. He also knew what I was planning and led me right into the trap. As the false Kazuka illusion faded away completely, a frigid mass of ice rushed out of the dimness, overtaking Shinso's body as his guard was utterly dropped. Shinso could do naught but yell out in surprise as he found himself suddenly pinned to a wall behind columns of ice, reaching from ceiling to floor with intermittent gaps like prison bars. The form of Shoto Todoroki strode into view, his expression as stolid as Shinso's was minutes prior. Hey! Shinso barked as he struggled to breach his icy confines. Let me go. What last ash of hope Shinso still possessed was being spent on the chance that Todoroki actually responded to his demand in a verbal manner. That hope was wasted. Todoroki responded with little more than an empty, uninterested glance. Placing his hand against one of the columns of ice, Todoroki looked on as the gap slowly became filled, and Shinso was visible no more, obscured behind thick glacial sheets. From within his icy prison, Shinso could barely make out the red half of Todoroki's hair and, also that he was suddenly no longer alone. A dark humanoid shape materialized above his being, as if it were radiating from out of Todoroki himself, and leered down at Shinso, frightening him greatly. Shinso let out a panic yell as dark tendrils slithered through the ice unhindered and coiled around his unfrozen abdomen, and all at once he was set upon by a great draining sensation. He yelled to no avail, and he knew it, too. From beneath the thick ice, his voice would sound muffled and indecipherable, rendering his quirk unusable. Aside from yelling to an audience of none, Shinso could only languish and contemplate how badly his plan to go about this alone blew up in his face. Kazuka's ears perked as the faint mesmerizing rasp of her wraith-like ally's voice loftily bounced off the walls and ceilings around them, filling the corridor of their ritual with sweet whisperings of praise and promises to come. "You did well, Shoto," the feminine voice would say. "Your sister is proud of the terror you instilled in that traitor." Sure enough, it was Todoroki who strolled into view, with the phantom-like guise of his sister Fayumi hovering over him, its lips close to his ear. Kazuka grinned, with Ryu by her side and their sacrifice here and ready. The only one not present was Hayu. They could finally begin. The stretch of corridor Kazuka had chosen was near the center of the basement, practically as far from any pathways down as could be. One might think this corridor would be even dimmer than all the rest, but it was actually lit aglow by a dismal luminescence. Levitating before Kazuka, what pages splayed open, was the red tome, the Somnum Exterare. The page she had the tome turned to had the imprisoning rune keeping her ally at bay on full display, a series of intricate arcs and crisscrosses that pulsed with an otherworldly light. Chanting an incantation under her breath, Kazuka began her work with all the knowledge she had gleaned since acquiring the book. The rune of Ni glowed brighter still, the ink forming its arcane shape, seemingly lifting off the page it was etched on and dripping onto the concrete floor in thick viscous globs. The enchanted ooze quickly spread out into many different trails, all inevitably linking back with one another, as the seal was recreated in an enlarged form on the floor. A disheartening cry shattered what quiet peace Kazuka was enjoying in the first steps toward her perceived freedom. Thoroughly annoyed, Kazuka rolled her eyes toward the source of the interruption. An ensnared Uraraka, bound tightly by dark ethereal thorns, wrapping firmly around the length of her body. She stood off to the side beside an equally entrapped Jiro and Kaminari, each covered by dark vines of their own. The books she had brought to indulge in the lie that was Kazuka's literature club lay scattered around her as she fought uselessly against her spectral bonds, unable to bring her hands together to use her quirk. She alone struggled, for Jiro and Kaminari were completely enraptured by whatever trance Kazuka had weaved over them, leaving only her to display some form of defiance against their captors. "Stop this, please," Uraraka cried out to Kazuka. "Why are you doing this? Let us go." With a groan, Kazuka stomped over to Uraraka, cupping and squeezing the hapless girl's cheeks between her fingers to shut her up. "If you insist on crying, then I insist that you cry to yourself quietly," she hissed to her. "Stew in your own misery without subjecting us to it, will you? Your whining is ruining my big day." Kazuka slowly gazed back toward the pulsing rune on the floor, the one that had literally used out of her tome. The swirling vines keeping the 3-1 as students captives grew longer still, reaching out in a frenzied flail toward the great rune, and connecting to it as shadowy sinews, keeping a larger, more dreadful mass intact. Immediately Uraraka groaned more weakly than before, and her body wobbled, as some foul essence flowed from out of her being and into the rune. "Feel any better?" Kazuka asked her tauntingly. "That drain you must surely be feeling, that's all your fear, despair, and hatred flowing out of your very being, and into that rune. The total sum of all of you and your friends' negativity will fill the seal to its breaking point. So do as I said. Please stew in your own misery for us, will you?" But Uraraka's defiance had not yet been snuffed out. With Kaminari at least by her side, she felt some semblance of hope that they may yet escape. With that glimmer of hope, the dark vines surrounding her wilted ever so slightly, and her eyes caught sight of a familiar form dimly illuminated in the gloomy glow of the rune. "Midoriya," she cried out to the boy with that unmistakable tuft of wild green hair standing a ways off. In her misplaced hope, however, she knew not of Ryu's deception until it was too late. Uraraka saw what she thought was Izuku turn toward her with a briefly inquisitive eye, before an uncannily wicked grin sprouted on the boy's typically innocent face. He squished his own cheeks together, mocking what Kazuka had just done to her. "Gosh, Uraraka," Ryu cried out in a voice that mocked Izuku's. "What are the odds of seeing you down here? I'll save you in a jiffy." And as he leaned back and laughed derisively, joined by Kazuka's snickering, Uraraka knew immediately that the person before her was not the Midoriya that she knew. Such condescension and mockery did not fit that boy at all, and to see it exhibited under the guise of her classmate roused in her yet more anger, letting it flow into the rune unwittingly. "Why, you're not Midoriya," Uraraka stammered angrily. "What have you done with him?" "Oh, the real Midoriya," Ryu pondered playfully. "I suppose my brother's already popped your friend like a grapefruit by now." Uraraka shuddered in disbelief. Midoriya. Killed. It couldn't be. She could scarcely believe that Midoriya, who was bar none one of the best of her class with his energy rain quirk a quirk that could open up portals for crying out loud, could have fallen like this impostor said. But even as she cast Ryu's words aside as obvious deceitful lies, Uraraka's resolve wavered, her defiance cracked. The dark sinewy vines that wilted from the glimmers of hope radiating from her soul grew thick and sharper than before, rejuvenated by her growing despair. Todoroki Uraraka weakly muttered, but her enraptured classmate showed her no heed or care. His eyes remained firmly fixed on the pulsing rune before him, his ears blocked all other noise aside from the spectral voice of his faithful sister. The phantasm remained hovering over Todoroki's body, its arms draped over his shoulders and across his chest, as it continued to whisper softly into his ear. All the while, his gaze stayed blank and vacant. Kazuka watched the rune glow ever darker as an additional dark thread slithered out of the dim corridor behind her, latching onto the seal. Likely the one attached to Shinso in his icy tomb, Kazuka thought with no small amount of pleasure. We are on the brink now. Your brother Hayu is taking his sweet time, Kazuka said offhandedly to Ryu. I thought he would have finished and been down here by now. Hayu has Tokoyami's body and quirk hijacked, Ryu said with a shrug. He also has Midoriya's soul in his clutches. Let him have his fun. Izuku Midoriya. Kazuka rolled the name off her tongue, looking askance at the body Ryu stole. Hard to believe there was someone in the hero course with a quirk nearly identical to your own. Ryu frowned and clenched Izuku's scarred hands into fists. Don't remind me. Hayu can have his fun, so long as he does not underestimate that boy. The once melodic voice whispering sweet nothings into Todoroki's ear, spoke in a deep and menacing tone. The white-haired ethereal visage of Fuyumi Todoroki dissolved as it lifted itself from the boy's body. The white hair blackened into a nebulous haze, and the fair sisterly face morphed into a grim, white scowl with deep, sunken pits for eyes. Izuku Midoriya is the student of the man who bested me nearly 6 years ago, the shade informed them. The man who has kept me tethered to that accursed home. Stephen Strange. The shadow swirled angrily at the utterance of that name. Possessing his body may mean little if your brother is careless, and allows his soul to roam free before it withers from prolonged separation. Why did you not enthrall him yourself if you believe he poses such a risk? Kazuka asked. I dare not challenge a practitioner of the mystic arts in my current state, the shadow replied. I cannot be assured of my victory until after the sacrifice. Only when the seal keeping me tethered is broken, and I have a new corporeal form to derive everlasting sustenance from, will I feel confident in meeting Strange's disciple in battle. And beyond even that, the King of Dreams continued. I sense a certain resistance in this boy. He is not so readily afflicted by fear and despair as one might expect. That is why the student of Strange must not be underestimated. A resistance. Kazuka mused over her ally's words. An outright resistance to fear and despair was something she'd never seen before, let alone considered. Sure, there were ways to get around her quirk, as was the case with all quirks, but the idea that she could not render Izuku helpless to his own fears and sorrows. Kazuka's gut twisted with vehemence. She could not stomach the thought of being unable to bring anyone down to their knees with her power, let alone someone like Izuku Midoriya, someone even her benefactor seemed to regard as a possible threat. And if Izuku was truly a possible threat, she would demolish his so-called resistance and break him. And what better way to break him than through the second part of our plan? Kazuka asked aloud, turning her attention back toward the captive one as students. What better way to break him than through the despair of his own friends? If the quirk that Hayu has hijacked is truly as strong as you say it is, then he should have no problem holding his own against these three, Kazuka continued, looking over her captive audience devilishly. She strolled over to Uraraka, squeezing her cheeks yet again. Hear that, hero? She asked. Not only did your friend fail, but now you'll have to fight the one who killed him. The dark lines shifted in shape, willed by Kazuka's malevolent words and will. Their thorns receded into their stalks, and their sinewy bodies grew thick with scales that glistened even in the gloomy dark of the rune's glow. The ends of the vines swayed back and forth until they split open, and twin fangs protruded from the new opening. The vines had morphed into blackened serpents that hissed and bit into the captured students' bodies, phasing inside and injecting their darkness to cloud their minds and souls further. Not dead, Uraraka groaned out as she endured Kazuka's torture. Midoriya not dead. Whatever lets you sleep at night, dear, Kazuka replied, lifting Uraraka's head up so she could see with her own eyes, the last shred of defiance fading entirely from the girl's. She took a couple steps back, looking over the thoughtless drones now standing at attention before her. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow's headline, Kazuka spoke with glee. It'll be something like this. Stress of heroics too much for students after USJ attack. Multiple 1S students expelled after caught brawling after school. She gave Ryu a knowing smile. You're not going to hold back either, are you? Of course not, Ryu said. Their fight will supply the last bit of despair. Kazuka. A panic scream rang down the corridor, echoing of pipes and ventilation. It was Hayu's voice. Ryu. They're coming. The voice of Hayu suddenly cut out before it could finish, and the corridor fell back into silence, as the lingering echoes slowly faded. Kazuka was rooted where she stood, rendered still by surprise and newfound uncertainty. The shadow was stoic and silent, perhaps contemplating that its words were not taken seriously, and that Izuku had indeed been underestimated. In stark contrast, Ryu seemed amused, almost happy even. Perhaps this sudden change in events would allow him to satiate his desire to fight and prove himself over Izuku once more. He would take Hayu's mistake not as a failure, but as an opportunity to be seized. Let him have his fun, huh? Kazuka used Ryu's own words against him. And there must mean Hayu has lost control of Tokoyami, and that he's also free. Change of plans then. Ryu, we'll lure them down here. No? What? Kazuka blinked, unsure if she had heard him right. We'll stick with the original plan as much as we can, Ryu said, his eyes Izuku's eyes peering headlong down the dim corridor with a glint of excitement in them. I want to meet him head-on. I'm going to settle this once and for all. I want to know just what makes him hero course material. He somehow overcame my brother, Midoriya. Ryu thought, excited at the prospect of getting to fight his self-proclaimed enemy yet again. That's fine. But now you'll have to overcome me. Let's go, he said aloud, addressing the one thralls as he pointedly ignored Kazuka's protests. Ryu, in Izuku's body, led the controlled Kaminari, Jiro, and Uraraka down the dark hall, in the direction of Hayu's screams of warning. Why are you letting them go? Kazuka whirled on the King of Dreams, who held true ultimate sway over their captives. Let the fodder pay out their role, the glaring visage replied. Let us play ours. Do not lose focus just because something is not going according to plan completely. Right? Kazuka reminded herself. The ritual. The shade melted into the seal on the floor, preparing for its imminent freedom as it dawned once more the affectionate voice of Fayumi to call out to Shoto. Shoto, it beckoned the entranced boy, who had remained silent and still since arriving, closer and closer toward the rune of Enai, until, step by step at last, the prodigy's feet were approaching closer to the center. So close Kazuka could practically feel her skin crawling with impatience as she walked beside Shoto to help guide him toward the center. Heroics and freedom are but a hair's breadth away. Once the despair of their fight seeps into this seal, it will surely break, and Kazuka Yuku will be held back by society no longer. No one will deny the freedom that I deserve. And just as she reveled in the fate she believed she was fast approaching, Kazuka also reveled in the lies she whispered into Todoroki's ear as he reached the center of the rune, her chosen sacrifice and source of everlasting sustenance for the King of Dreams. It won't be long now, Shoto, Kazuka snickered to him. As promised, you will receive that which you most desire. To finally be rid of your father's wretched half that lies within you. You will finally be able to become a hero. Author notes. And that's part 2 of 4 of Crashing Club Fear. I don't know if I managed to top last chapter, DN works, but it certainly looks like I've done a good job at making things worse for Izuku and company, huh? Izuku captured, Shinso imprisoned, Kazuka turning heroes in training into mindless drones, and forcing them to fight one another. Can this get any worse? Scratch that, is it possible that this gets any better for them? Well, it will for you all anyway, as there's a lot to look forward to in part 3. How did Izuku and Tokoyami overcome Hayu and escape his grasp? Don't worry, it's not getting skipped over. How will Izuku's confrontation with Ryu and his possessed classmates be resolved? Can Izuku and company save Todoroki from becoming Kazuka's sacrifice? DN works. As for what Strange might think of Ryu's astral quirk and the anomaly that is Dark Shadow, you will get to see his thoughts and speculations at the end of this arc, so look forward to that. Yes. Something like that, yes. But it's still a long ways off. I do not want this story to become just an Infinity War Gauntlet story, but rather a story of Izuku's journey to becoming a fully fledged sorcerer, merely culminating in an arc like that. And it's not happening anytime soon. Hinise. Remember that Tokoyami and Izuku's initial plan didn't involve any fighting at all. They were merely to infiltrate, collect evidence, go alert the teachers afterwards. Their plan B was to fight their way out only if they absolutely had to, but even then they did not foresee Shinso's intervention, nor did they envision the full scope of Club Fear's schemes. Because of this, their plans were doomed to fail. As for Shinso, he's never needed a plan B, because up until this point, he's never actively thought that there'd be a realistic chance that his brainwashing power would let him down. It's a fear that he does have, albeit it's so slight that he doesn't consciously acknowledge it until Kazuka forces him to. That's all I have for now. As always, comments reviews are greatly appreciated, as I love reading what you all have to say, and answering any questions you might have for me. Until next time. Plus Ultra.